We are live at Cassette for tonight's New Year's Eve record sale. Welcome to the machine. Looky, 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 I've got a cookie. Mike, back from your hiatus. New Year's Eve. Wow. Whew. What came in today? One crate. That's okay. I knew there wouldn't be much because we're expecting to do on sale tonight. Cooks Pest Control. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Ow. Ooh. Oh. Chad's Rockin' New Year's. All right. I got a message from Matt Nichols. He said, put the brownie down and let's get this thing going. All right. So he must be excited. I got a few people that get awfully excited when this show starts. Moving in stereo. Bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Boop, bum. I thought it was a brownie. It's a cookie. It's a cookie, Matt. I do eat brownies sometimes with Chick-fil-A, but it's cookies with Subway, brownies with Chick-fil-A. That's my only sweet thing I eat usually of the day. Is I start my day with it. That's literally almost my breakfast. Once again, for about the last 3 days, I feel like I went home and took naps. I just, I can't go to sleep before noon, it seems like. And then by the time it's, I don't know, 4, it's time to wake up. It's not a lot of window to close your eyes, especially in the middle of the day, naturally. This is a great night to be watching because unless something's like new as in yesterday or maybe end of last week, I mean, I'm going to try to put all of our new vinyl on sale. And I told some people even last night, I was like, listen, some people were asking for prices like for the back wall. I said, you better buy them now. They may be $5 or $10 cheaper tomorrow, but when things get rolling, there's going to be so many claims, you're going to be like, holy heck, I should have just bought it when I had the chance. So, with that being said, we got, Laura's got auctions ready. I got all these Beatles 45s. It looks like they found some cassettes today. John's marked 4 crates. It looks like he was here today, which is unusual. He's usually not here on Wednesdays, right? He must be swapping a day around or something. I'm not for sure what he's doing. But John's got 4 crates here, so we got plenty of stuff to go through, and I'll definitely be here bringing in the new year when the clock strikes over. And then that's what I'll be doing. Okay. Let me figure out where to put this box of sleeves. Okay. One cookie down, about 2 more to go. Where's everybody watching from tonight? Is anybody at a New Year's Eve party and they've currently got me on their phone or device? Okay? That's the question. Is anybody at a New Year's Eve party and they've got me on their device? Wow, look at all these locations. All over the world. Hey, Paul McCartney just texted me. I'm not joking either. Paul McCartney literally just texted me. See? Happy and peaceful New Year, Paul. All over the world. Wow. We got somebody watching in Hungary. Hungary or Hungary? Hungary. All right. Party's right here, folks. Everybody's like, man, I wish I was at a New Year's Eve party. I'm like, why? Be around a bunch of annoying people? Golly, I've been to those before. I've been to some annoying New Year's Eve parties. I'm like, golly, get me out of here. I want to be at home watching The Fugitive with Harrison Ford. Anybody ever watch that movie? The Fugitive with Harrison Ford? That's a good one. Anybody ever seen that? The Fugitive with Harrison Ford. That's a good one. Okay. Chad, I talked to Paul today about selling the signed CDs. Great. Hopefully we can do it. Those were Japanese CDs that were on sale. I'm about to go through them again. I'm about to put up the first crate of on sale new vinyl, and we're about to start putting up auctions. Okay? Here we go. So, what's first? We got our advertised auctions, which I'm about to start. I don't have any bonus stuff left except for the Beatles 45s. Those will be all sold temporarily. Or those will all be sold here in just a moment. Momentarily, I guess I should say. Not temporarily. And we're probably going to go right into on sale new vinyl. And then we'll mix in some new vintage and then more on-sale new vinyl. All right, I feel the cookies kicking in. I feel the cookies kicking in. What better way to start than Black Sabbath and Van Halen? Two people's already asked if I've sold certain Beatles 45s. Gosh, we hadn't even got started. And we have a crate of new vinyl. We have one crate of new vinyl. We got Van Halen 2, but man, unfortunately, it's a little beat up. It is Van Halen 2. It has cover damage, and the vinyl's VG. It's a pretty beat up copy. It's just a $5 start, though. We have Black Sabbath Paranoid. Once again, it's VG minus and a pretty beat up cover, but that's why we're putting these up for $5. They're warm-ups, okay? That's going to get the auction block warmed up, as they say. Let me make sure I hadn't missed any other last-minute comments. Have I missed any other last-minute comments? Have I missed any other last-minute comments before I really get rolling and showing stuff over here? Is Facebook feed up? Yes. Speaking of that, I need to let everybody know what we're doing over here. One more second. Yeah, no difference in schedule tomorrow. Sean Druin wants on the Megadeth Super Collider waiting list. Make sure Sean Druin's on that. Both of these records are $5 starts. $5 starts on those. Those Iron Maidens look similar, but they're different, Chris Gardner. They're similar. They're very similar, but they're different. They're very different, but they're very similar. Black Sabbath has a $5 bid. Van Halen has a $5 bid. Okay, so we still got new stuff to show, new pre-owned and new. But of course, tonight is New Year's Eve, and it's a tradition unlike any other. My tradition, unlike any other, is we usually put on sale new vinyl. And if you've been watching, like most of y'all have for several years now, some of y'all 5 and 6 years, some of y'all every night for 5 and 6 years, you know, on New Year's Eve, we usually close out our new vinyl titles. And I'll start even with a crate that's pretty dang recent, and we'll start putting stuff on sale. And you can take advantage of this opportunity right now. And then I'll be going through new vintage stuff John's marked. And we're about to have a rockin' New Year's Eve. Cookie power is kicking in. I can feel it right now. I see bids coming in. I'm starting to see visions. I see visions. I see visions of treasured past. That's a quote from Nicolas Cage. Here at the wall. Here at the wall. All right. So, here we go. First thing is this. We have Van Halen 2. It is OG, but it's VG and a damaged cover. The cover's really low grade. The vinyl's VG. It's playable, but not bad. Van Halen has one bid for $5. Final call. Black Sabbath is VG minus vinyl and also a poor condition jacket. This is now at $10. Now it's at $12. Here we go. I have On sale new vinyl. Then we'll probably do some new stuff. Then on sale new vinyl. Then some new stuff. But first thing, I have Stevie Wonder, Someday at Christmas. We'll do these $10 off. Not $5, $10 off. $19.99 for Stevie Wonder, Someday at Christmas. I've got 2 copies. They're $19.99. I'm going to put them back here just to decorate for a second, okay? Paul McCartney, Band on the Run. Not $5 off, $10 off, $29.99. Half Speed, Band on the Run. Not $5 off, $10 off on Band on the Run, $29.99. I have 2 of them. Pink Floyd, Endless River, $39.99. Not $5 off, $10 off, $29.99. Pink Floyd, Endless River, $29.99. I've got 2 of them. 2 of them. Pink Floyd, Piper at the Gates of Dawn. Originally $33.99. Not $29.99. This time I'll do it for $24.99. Pink Floyd, Mono, Piper at the Gates of Dawn, $24.99. Shakedown gets Pink Floyd, Endless River for $29.99. Michael McCullen wants Band on the Run for $29.99. Sully gets Band on the Run for $29.99. The Corns are already on sale because they have a seam split. They're $29.99 if you're okay with that, Tracy. They have a seam split, $29.99. Van Halen is sold to Dennis Daly for $5. Let's get some other auctions. At 7, which is just in a few moments, I'm about to start putting up the Beatles records tonight and all the other featured auctions. And then Black Sabbath, Christina Curtis got this for $12. Done. Okay? First thing, next thing, Black Sabbath, which was $34. Not $29. We'll do these for $24.99. Never Say Die. So I've got Piper at $24, Black Sabbath at $24, Pink Floyd at $29. First thing, next auction. I have going up right now. There is some Iron Maidens. We'll do those in just a momentaro. But first, I've got Motley Crue and I've got Genesis. Let's see what's going on with these. I've got Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil. Another VG minus record, and the cover's also low grade, just a $5 start. It's playable. Genesis Abacab, a Nautilus Super Import, an 81 Japanese, no Obi, EX condition, a lot better than the other 2, $15 start. George Burleson put Pink Floyd, second ND. Okay, second ND. That was for which one? 2 ND? The Endless River or Piper? Gary Samuels gets a Piper for sure, $24.99. Next is this LA Fire Relief record, Gimme Shelter, song for LA Fire Relief, translucent red vinyl. It's a double LP. It's on red vinyl. These were $44. We'll get them down to $29.99. That's $15 off, $29.99. Mitch T gets a Black Sabbath for $24. Scotty Hops gets a Black Sabbath for $24. Those are sold and sold. Motley Crue 5, Motley Crue 6. Genesis is a Japanese pressing. $15 start. Both Pink Floyds. One Pink Floyd here sold to George Burleson for $24. The other Pink Floyd sold to George Burleson for $29. Oh boy, this next one, rarely on sale. I will do these next 2 records. I already know the price on them. Let me think about this. I'm going to do some calculations on some of these. Let's do these at 25% off, which would make it $37.49. I've only got 2 of them. 25% off, $37.49 for the wall, which were originally $49.99. Genesis is at $15.17, now at $20, Motley Crue $10. The LA Fire Relief, which is $15 off, is Elliott Smith, Rilo Kiley, Local Natives, Flamin' Lips, Nora Jones, Dawes, Chromeo, Jay Mascis, and more. Okay? Both Pink Floyd The Walls are gone. I only have 2. There could be some pop up later, but make sure you're watching. These are sold for $37.49. The first person was Matt Shepard, and the second person was Stephen A. Young. Those are sold and sold. Chris Kirkley wants the LA Fire Relief, $29.99. I have one left. Lots of people on the walls, but I don't have any left as of right now. I also know what this next record is. It was originally $36.99. I can tell you from the top of it, knowing what it was next to. We're going to do these $7 off. New sealed 50th anniversary Dark Side of the Moons, $29.99. A lot of Pink Floyd in here. Those are $7 off, $29.99 for Dark Side of the Moon. Let's look at Motley Crue again. Some of the bids are going to get buried in all these claims. Brandon Jones has it right now for $10. It does not have an original on her sleeve. It's an 83 OG specialty, VG minus, and a very worn cover. It's at $10 right now. Genesis Abacab is a Japanese import, an 81 OG Nautilus sticker on the front. Matt Nichols has that for $20. We sold out quickly of the Walls, and we've sold out quickly of Dark Side of the Moons. Matt Shepard gets one, and Stephen Tinley gets one. 29 and 29. Stephen A. Young was third. Alan Jonathan was fourth. Okay? The only thing left in here right now is the Fire Relief, and I marked down Stevie Wonder, Someday at Christmas, all the way down to $19.99. What Christmas means to me. I've got two of those. Susie gets the last LA Fire Relief at $29.99. That's sold. This next record, I'll do $10 off. Not 5, but 10. Right now, we've started our first crate of New Year's Eve, New Year's sale closeouts. Most of these being sold at dealer cost or less. Britney Spears Circus. Not $5 off, $10 off at $19.99. Britney Spears Circus, $19.99. Okay? Genesis is officially sold to Matt Nichols for $20, and Brandon Jones gets the Motley Crue for $10. And folks, let's put up some new auctions. It's going to get busy tonight. I love it. We have not one, not two, but just one. Just one copy. Stabbing Westward, Ungod, $10 off. We'll do those for $29.99. $29.99. Okay? Britney Spears sold to Edmund Estrada, $19.99. Britney Spears sold to Edmund Estrada, $19.99. Okay, let me step over here and grab this tray of Beatles 45s so we can do these right here. I have this very first one. This is a 1976 UK. The Beatles, Love Me Do, and P.S. I Love You. It's a 1976 UK Parlophone EMI, has this original come in your sleeve. And folks, we're going all the way back to Dale's Pittsburgh collection again. I still got his original Beatles collection that I've had stashed away over here. Finally getting back into some more of those. $15 start on the Beatles, Love Me Do, and P.S. I Love You. $15 start. A lot of UK and foreign imports here. Next auction is going to be Thelonious Monk, Monk's Dream. Thelonious Monk, Monk's Dream is a 63 Terre Haute OG, Columbia 2i, VG condition, a $20 start. Scott Dwallow gets Stabbing Westward for $29.99. So does Scott Dwallow. It's Pink Floyd on the back wall Division Bell discounted. I have this Division Bell, I'll sell you 25% off, $37.49. I'll sell you Megadeth, $7 off, $29.99. And I'll sell you Korn for $29.99. Stevie Wonder is $19.99. Okay? We have Jackal, not 5, but $10 off, $29.99. Jackal self-titled, not 5, $10 off at $29.99. Jackal, $29.99. Sold to MT Matt for $29.99. Mark Stanley gets Megadeth for $29.99. First thing is this. Monk has a bid for $20, another bid for $20, and Stephen A. Young's in on the Beatles at $15, going once, going twice. Next record, not 5, $10 off on Sonny Stitt, Blows the Blues. $24.99 for a Verve Acoustic Sound Series, $24.99. What time do you think the Beatles 45s will be? Right now. Right now, this one has a bid for 15 and now 16. Going twice, going once, going twice, because we just got a new bid. Adam Bernardi gets Sonny Stitt, which is $10 off, $24.99 on Sonny Stitt. George Burleson, let me know if you want Dark Side of the Moon. I'm going to have to keep the wall cleared because as I'm doing new vinyl, there's going to be a lot of people curious if the stuff on the back is on sale. So if there's any leftovers, I'll put them back there. But I think usually what happens during these sales, if there's anything anybody can see, there's usually a question if it's on sale. So the answer is yes. We'll just have to get to it. So whatever's left over, I'll decorate the back wall with. There shouldn't be any, okay? There shouldn't be anything left over. Sean Sam was next on Jackal. Etta James, not 5, $10 off for these last 2 copies. Etta James, $19.99. And John Coltrane, I've already discounted this before because the bag was torn. I'll go ahead and do it $10 off, $24.99. $24.99. $24.99. Okay? So the last bid on the Beatles came in at 18. Monks at 24, Beatles at 19. George Burleson wants Division Bell at $37.49. Sold. Etta James sold to Black Sabbath Haas for 19. Michael Snare also gets one for 19. John Coltrane sold to Mitch T for 24. Christopher Morris, you were next on Elton John. The Beatles is now at 21. We got Korn, 1 scene split left for 29, and Stevie Wonder at 19. That's what's left so far. Jonathan Davis from Korn, a solo album, Black Labyrinth, not 5, but $10 off, $29.99 for Jonathan Davis. Black Labyrinth, $10 off, $29.99. Metallica, the Black Album, not 5, but $10 off, $24.99 for Metallica, the Black Album. $24.99 for Metallica, the Black Album. This is a Russian phrase book. This is a Russian phrase book from World War II, $19.99. Yanganlandin. Yakachura Nipidak. Yachu. Toothbrush. Nubstu Schnakwu. 1943, $19.99. Okay? Ken Granger put JD for Jonathan Davis. Sold to Ken for $29.99. Jay Barnes gets a Metallica for 24. MT Mack gets a Metallica for 24. Brandon was next, then Sheldon, then Stephen A. Young, then Jim B., then Metallica, and then Chris Gardner gets the Russian book for $19.99. Who asked about it, though? Somebody asked about it. Mitch T asked about it. Let me make sure he doesn't want it. He's the one that eyeballed it. If he passes, then it's sold, okay? Man, we went through some awesome books last night. Y'all missed out. If you went to bed, sorry, you should never go to bed. Chris Gardner is first to claim it. We'll make sure Mitch T doesn't want it. Then Kelly Vlodarchek. And, okay, so that's sold to him. All right, so over here, the Beatles is sold. The Beatles is sold to Stephen A. Young for $21. Let's put it right over here. Thelonious Monk. The last bid on Thelonious Monk. I'm only going to be able to keep 1 or 2 auctions up because there's going to be so many claims for this on-sale new vinyl. Bids are going to get buried quickly. Michael McCullen has this for $24. That's buried up 3 pages of comments. $24. It's a 63 U.S. Terre Haute OG Mono Columbia 2i. $24. $24 for Thelonious Monk. $24 on that. Okay? We have Metallica at 25% off. The 25% off price makes it $44.99. $44.99. That is Metallica Garage Inc., a triple LP. That was $60. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's the Beatles, Twist and Shout, and Back in the USSR. Check this out. There'll be a Beatles single for the next 5 hours up for auction. It's a 1976 Brazil. A 1976 Brazil. Really nice. Back in the USSR and Twist and Shout. In the original company sleeve, $20 start. 1976 Brazil. Okay, Monk has a new bid for $26. We're doing an on-sale new vinyl bin. TSOL, not $5 off, $10 off on TSOL Live in 91, $19.99. Von Gillespie gets Metallica for $44.99. Put that in for $44.99. There's not going to be much new vinyl left in this building by when tonight's show's over. Next record is also going to be 25% off. Less than my cost. The Doors, LA Woman, Analog Productions, $44.99. Chris Bachek wants a Stevie Wonder for $19.99. The only thing left right now is Stevie Wonder and Korn. Topographic gets The Doors for $44.99. TSOL is $19.99. The Beatles is a $20 start. Now Shake It Up Baby. Monk is at $30, still getting bids. Next, I told somebody last night, there was one right over here in the corner, and here's what I said. I said, I'm probably going to put it on sale tomorrow, $5 off. When I show it, the feed could light up with claims, and you could miss out. You might not even be watching. If that's true, you might want to go ahead and get it, and he did. So here comes that moment, Buckingham Nicks. So right now, I'll do these $5 off at $34.99. $34.99 for Buckingham Nicks. Cut from the original master tape by Kevin Gray. Rhino Hi-Fi, $34.99. Richard Yeager, if your LA was for LA Fire Relief, those are already sold out. Patrick Fu on TSOL. TSOL, that is $19.99 to him. Monk is at $32. Final chance to get a bid on the Beatles, Twist and Shout, and Back in the USSR. Jeff Halsworth wants a Buckingham Nicks, $34.99. I've got that one, and I've got some more up front. Elvis, not $5 off, not $10 off, $15 off for Elvis Presley, Loving You. Numbered yellow vinyl, $29.99. Not $5, not $10, $15 off for $29.99. Next record, $10 off, $29.99. $29.99, Mad Season. Not $5, $10 off at $29.99. Oh, it's for LA Woman, okay. I did have a copy right here the other night. It already sold, and he got the last one, I think. Mad Season sold to Sully for $29.99. No bid on the Beatles. This is Twist and Shout, Back in the USSR. A $20 buy it now. They're still bidding on Thelonious Monk. Michael McCullen has it for $32. Jamie Butler and everybody else, you've been outbid. Here's our next Beatles single going up right now. This one is Baby You're a Rich Man. And the A side, of course, is All You Need Is Love. A 1967 UK OG. A real 67 UK OG for All You Need Is Love and Baby You're a Rich Man. VG Plus, a $15 start. $15 start. Next is Elvis numbered to 1500. Elvis is a limited edition numbered to 1500 on yellow vinyl. Not 5, not 10, but $15 off, $29.99. Michael snared on B for Beatles or Buckingham Nicks. I bet it's for the Beatles. Buy it now. Sell this to him. This is sold to him for $20, right? Michael snared the Beatles single, Twist and Shout. Okay? Jim B said, if so, I'll take both. He is all in on the Elvis Presley's. A steal, $29.99. Sold to Jim B. He wants both of them. Those are selling for $400, $500 on Discogs right now. Next is Monk is about to sell. All You Need Is Love, the real OG, 15 and now 16. Next thing is Bathory. Well, I've already reduced it $15 off because it had a crease. Man, I don't know what to do. Let's get it down to $19.99. That's more than half off. I'm probably taking a $15, $20 net loss on it. I don't know, something crazy, just because of a light crease. Man, this new vinyl, if it comes in just with a light, little, just hairline of a mark, we either have to send it back or we just can't ship it because most people don't want it. They want this stuff absolutely pristine. So I'm taking a bath in the Bathory. $19.99 on that. Beatles was at $16.18. And then over here, Matt Shepard at $19.99 on Bathory. $19.99 on Bathory. Next is America Holiday Harmony Gold Vinyl, $10 off, $19.99 for America Holiday Harmony, $19.99. $19.99 for America. This next record is 25% off. That makes it $44.99. $44.99. And here's something else I've got to, we've already sold almost a whole crate, but I'm going to really make sure I put this point across tonight more so than any before, especially because it's the end of the year. If you buy something tonight during tonight's new vinyl on sale, you cannot put it back. You can, we'll definitely have to enforce a putback charge. I don't know how many times it'll be 30 days from now when Ed's purging unpaid orders and putbacks, and we'll have messages roll in. And sorry, I got way too excited. I bought a bunch of stuff the other night that I already had in my collection. I need to put it back. That will be probably a $5 per record putback charge. So I would be very, very careful claiming stuff tonight. Some people start buying 2 and 3 of the same copies just tonight. We had one guy, the last time I did this, he bought 3 of the same Black Sabbath record in one night. And he wasn't drunk or intoxicated. He wasn't high or on acid. He was just so excited. He just kept buying the same stuff over and over. So make sure you do not put anything back tonight. So make sure you are, when you claim it, you're locked in, especially by the time it gets to invoicing. Because some of the stuff we're going to have 2 or 3 backups on, and it's already being sold at cost or below cost, so we're already losing, and then I don't want to lose again, okay? So, I mean, there'll be some people claim the same record just tonight, and they probably already pre-ordered it, bought it live, bought it on sale earlier the year, then they're going to buy 2 more copies tonight. So make sure, okay? Last bit over here on Monk. This time it's time to sell this. Thelonious Monk is sold, and Monk is officially sold to Michael McCullen for $32. So you can put stuff back come Monday, but Ed will be, what he'll say is like, okay, you got to put back 3 new vinyl records that was on the sale. That'll be another $15 charge on your invoice. So he'll take off your $60 worth of claims, but there'll be a restocking fee of $15, $5 per record, okay? Now, if you want to buy 7 of the same record, some people have. Some people just keep on buying the same new Black Sabbath albums over and over, okay? So, first thing over here, we have the Beatles, All You Need Is Love. All You Need Is Love. The last bid on this was Spiky McVeigh at $20. There's been several questions. Let's read through this again. A 1967 UK Parlophone VG Plus condition, $15 start, okay? $15 start. You got to buy responsibly tonight. Buckingham Nicks is $5 off. Now, Danny Thomason put a B earlier. Black Sabbath Haas put a B earlier. That could have been for a lot of different things. I'm assuming it's for Buckingham Nicks. $5 off, $34.99. Okay? Beatles is still getting bids. Let me grab another LP. This is 25% off. Faith No More, $44.99. 25% off, $44.99. I'm going to get REM all the way down to $14.99. Radio Free Europe, $10 off, $14.99. Here comes our next LP. Our next auction is Lightning Hopkins. It's going up right now. Lightning Hopkins is called Lightning Hopkins Dirty Blues, a 1972 U.S. reissue sealed, a $25 start for Lightning Hopkins Dirty Blues, a $25 start. Shakedown gets REM for $14.99. Eric Van Leuven was second. And then Mark Steele gets Faith No More. Make sure he gets that for $44.99. Mike Codrini third on REM. Chris Bachek fourth. Lewis Kulik fifth. Lightning Hopkins already has 2 $25 bids. And the last record in here, $9 off. Dangerous Toys, Vitamins, and Crash Helmets live. $29.99. Jim B, can I put back Elvis now or too late? The 2 Elvis records you just bought, if you want to put them back, it'll be a $10 putback fee, $5 per record. Over here is the Beatles, and this is a final call to Aaron Andrus at $25. I've got 2 45 bins full of Beatles singles. This is a 67 UK. All you need is love. And the last bid that came in on this was Aaron Andrus at $25. Lightning Hopkins is gotten a lot of bids. The first person on Dangerous Toys was Sean Holford at $29.99. The Funkos, I have no update as of right now. Mark Steele next on Dangerous Toys. Alan Jonathan third. We have Super Mex Dad on Buckingham Nicks. Can you confirm your actual name, Super Mex Dad? Because I don't recognize your profile picture or handle. $34.99 for Buckingham Nicks. Here's all that's left in the first crate of on-sale new vinyl. I'm going to go ahead and put them back here so we can decorate the wall. 1 seam split corn left. 1 seam split corn left, $29.99. One America holiday album, their Christmas album, $19.99. And we have Stevie Wonder, Someday at Christmas, $19.99. Black Sabbath Hoss at his B was for Bathory. That means you were to be in second in line. Somebody was already ahead of you. Okay, Lightning Hopkins is at $30. The high bid was already $30 with Calvin Ward. So Calvin has Lightning Hopkins at $30. The Beatles over here is sold to Aaron Andrus for $25. I hope we were done on that one. Okay, there's that. And we are over here. Next thing is our next auction. We have the Beatles Long Tall Sally. The Beatles Long Tall Sally is a 1964 UK OG Parlophone, 45 RPM, mono, original sleeve, VG Plus condition. Long Tall Sally is a $20 start. Susie Breedlove on America. Super Mex Dad that got Buckingham Nicks was James Vasquez. Susie gets America for $19.99, okay? Lightning Hopkins is at $32. You did not get a Buckingham Nicks. You did not. Okay, there's our next one. You may not used to being on YouTube. See above for Magical Mystery Query Finger Red number 1. Mark Fallon, I saw your question about Magical Mystery Tour. I actually gave the details twice and no one bid, so I went ahead and sold it to Aaron Andrus for $25. That one's gone, but I do have up the Beatles Long Tall Sally now. Okay? Let's go through another crate of on-sale new vinyl. Here we go. Next one's going up right now. Hope everybody's ready. This is going to be another sellout. We sold everything in there except Stevie Wonder. Corn wasn't in the crate. It was already back on the back wall. No, we sold everything except Stevie Wonder. The Beatles has a bid for $20. The Beatles has a bid for $22. Lightning Hopkins is moving to a final call to Mega Blast for $32. We have a few people that said, Chad, at this point in my life, I would do just about anything to bid on an Iron Maiden record. With that being said, we better put one up. Iron Maiden, Beast Over Hammersmith. Iron Maiden, Beast Over Hammersmith is a 2006 limited edition picture disc live at Hammersmith Odeon 1982. Both LPs together make the full show. These are both Volume 1 and Volume 2 together. This is a $75 start. Magical Mystery Tour has not sold. Magical Mystery Tour has not sold. I thought he was talking about All You Need Is Love and Baby You're a Rich Man from Magical Mystery Tour. The Magical Mystery Tour has not sold. We'll run it next. There's probably been more requests for that than anything. Right now, Long Tall Sally's at $23. All right, next record. This was originally $33.99, not $5 off. Let's do this for $24.99. Saucer Full of Secrets, Pink Floyd. I've got 2 in stock, $24.99. Pink Floyd, A Saucer Full of Secrets, $24. Let's sell it's going to be a fun thing to do when I say we've sold every record in this store tonight. Every new LP, okay? Every new LP, I'm going to say, boom, this is done. There's a lot of people watching right now. They know new vinyl's on sale. We got rare Beatles singles. We got Iron Maiden bootlegs. There is 333 people watching right now. That's the most I've seen in a couple of weeks too. 333 people right now on all platforms. There is a lot of people watching right now. Thanks for tuning in. Everybody getting in the New Year's deals. Black Sabbath Hoss on Pink Floyd, $24.99. That's sold to Danny Thomason, okay? Did anybody else bid on Lightning Hopkins? They didn't. Lightning Hopkins is sold to Mega Blast 9 for $32. Jamie Butler gets the other Pink Floyd for $24.99. Iron Maiden has a one bid for $100, and we're about to sell it. The last bid that came in on Long Tall Sally, she's the Geek Who Speaks, $23, and that is Long Tall Sally, 64 UK OG Parlophone. Has the track Slow Down on it. Also, I Call Your Name, I like that one. Slow Down. Iron Maiden's at 110. Next record is also another Pink Floyd record, $24.99, A Momentary Lapse of Reason. Remaster, Learning to Fly, The Dogs of War, $24.99. There's two more. Also, I have Darkness, Permission to Land, $5 off, $24.99. The Darkness, Permission to Land, $24.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Sonic Youth. Sonic Youth is a 2005 U.S. reissue 4LP box set, EX with book, a $65 start for Goo, a 4LP box. Iron Maiden's at $125. I think we're done on the Beatles. Matt Shepard gets a Pink Floyd for $24. Jersey Devil gets a Pink Floyd for $24. There's the Darkness, I believe in a thing called Love, $24.99. And we sold the Russian phrase book for $19.99. We're selling Russian and we're selling Beatles. We're selling Iron Maidens. We're selling Corns. We got on sale new vinyl. Chad's already had a couple Subway cookies in his system. Wink, wink. The Pink Floyds are long gone. The Pink Floyds are long gone. They're out. I do have the Darkness left. And I'm going to do Stevie Wonder, not $5 off, but $10 off for the Stevie Wonder Definite Collection. That is a 2LP gatefold 21 track, $29.99 for Stevie Wonder. I think we're done on another Beatles. Let's go ahead and sell it. The Beatles over here is officially sold to Geek Who Speaks for $23. Can you confirm your name? Can you confirm your name? The Beatles Long Tall Sally is that. I don't recognize your handle. And then over here, we have Chris Gardner did get the Russian book, yes. The last bit on Iron Maiden that came in, the last bid on Iron Maiden was Chris Gardner at $125. Let me make sure MT Matt doesn't want to bid again. The Sonic Youth box set's already at $115. That's Bob Goodyear, okay? That's Bob Goodyear, okay? Thank you on that. Everybody wants me to, who got the last two Pink Floyds? Jersey Devil and Scott Dwallow. Thomas Fish was next, and then Jay Barnes put an I or an L, and then Ryan Eaton was next, okay? Next thing over here is, wow, Black Sabbath. Not $5, but $10 off at $24.99. Remastered Master of Reality, $24.99 for Black Sabbath, $24.99. $24.99. And then also, before we do anything else, there was two Pink Floyds. Let me clarify what just happened. There was Saucer Full of Secrets, and there was Momentary Lapse of Reason. The Saucer Full of Secrets went to the following people. I don't even know at this point. Whoever I said 5 minutes ago. No reviews on those. Whoever got them earlier is who got them. We have Black Sabbath. I've already lost track. We have Aaron Andrus gets one of these for $24.99. Mike Monroy gets one of these for $24.99. Stephen A. Young was next. Then Sean Sam. Then Josie Sinkbell. Then Susie Breedlove. Then Mortgage Guy Rob. Then Ryan Eaton. Then Ryan M. Okay? Next thing we have, coming over here from the Beatles collection. Let's go ahead and do this one. This is Hard Day's Night EP. Hard Day's Night is a 1978 UK reissue repress. A mono 45 RPM, EX condition. How cool is that? $20 start on Hard Day's Night EP. $20 start on Hard Day's Night EP. There's that. Only thing left in here right now is the Darkness and Stevie Wonder. All the Pink Floyds and Black Sabbaths are gone with multiple people backup. The only ones I have are the ones in this crate. They're going to go very, very fast. You have probably about a coin flip chance to bid on it, to claim it. You have a second. You're going to have to go in fast. Okay? This next record, it was originally $44.99. Let's do it for $29.99. Pink Floyd at Pompeii, $15 off, $29.99. So Geek Who Speaks, let's make sure his stuff goes under Bob Goodyear. Hard Day's Night EP already has a bid. Pink Floyd is sold to Eric Van Leuven for $29.99. Scott Dwallow was second, then Danny Thomason. Korn is $10 off. It has a sing split on top of it, $29.99. Poor Stevie Wonder is about the only thing that's not selling tonight. Let's put Stevie Wonder back here. He's $29.99, and his Christmas album's $19.99. You know, only some of the greatest music ever recorded. And then Darkness, I'm going to go ahead and use it for a decoration, $24.99 on Darkness, Permission to Land. And that's available at $24.99. I don't know if I can get the glare off of it or not. Let's just do that. Okay, so over here. Wow. Okay, so the first thing is this. Iron Maiden had been sitting over here. Empty mat went out. This is sold. This is sold. Iron Maiden to Chris Gardner for $125. $125. Chris Gardner gets the Iron Maiden boot. Let's put that away, okay? That is sold. John Griffin says he wants a Stevie Wonder. Didn't catch that. Sold to John Griffin for $29.99. There's one left, okay? Sonic Youth. This 4 LP box, the last bid that came in on Sonic Youth. I do see now John Griffin claimed to Stevie Wonder. That was just recently, okay? That's when 2 other people have asked, do you have any other Beatles for sale? Somebody said, do you have any Beatles tonight? Somebody asked, I'm looking for Beatles records. And somebody said, do you have only 45s of Beatles? Yes. First thing over here is Sonic Youth. I'm going to have to go up 5 pages of comments to find the last bid. I'm going to go ahead and sell it. Hopefully everybody was done. This is sold to JK for $115. Right now, the high bid on the Beatles is $25. Okay? The high bid on the Beatles is $25. $25 on the Beatles. That was the very first bidder with Karen Robbins. Okay? Next record, on sale, $10 off, Chicago's Greatest Hits Expanded, $29.99. Korn is already discounted, Thomas. I'm going to leave it at $29.99. It was originally $39.99. I've already sold a few sing splits. That's my last one, $29.99. Next, an insane price, $29.99 for Fastway Trick or Treat. $29.99 for Fastway Trick or Treat. And let's pause at the Beatles. $7 off, $29.99 for Help Remastered. There's a Beatles LP for whoever just asked. $29.99 for the Beatles Help. Next LP, we have a request for Sabotage, a request for Maltese Falcon, a request for Trance. We had a request for Booker T, a request for Lightning Hopkins, a request for Junior Wells, a request for Funkadelic, a request for Wasted, a request for the Strawberry Shortcake, a request for Mama's Boys. We had a request for Velvet Underground, a request for Lamb of God. We had a request for Halloween, a request for Megadeth, a request for the Pink Floyd, a request for the Linda Ronstadt. We also had a request for the Eagles, Bullet, Martyr. We also had a request for Exciter, and that's what I'm going to put up right now. Exciter is Heavy Metal Maniac, a 1983 VG Plus OG Exciter, green shrapnel label, $30 start. $30 start over here. Can we do a Beatles bundle? All the Beatles singles will be sold one at a time at auction tonight. They'll be all sold one at a time tonight at auction. Lewis Kulick on Chicago's Greatest Hits for $29.99. We have John Bergenstorm on FW for Fastway for $29.99. We got Aaron Jolly on Help for $29.99. And we got Ryan Eaton on Help for $29.99. Jamie over on YouTube, you were next. Okay? And then Exciter already has bids for $30, $35. The Beatles was a reversed auction. So Karen was the first one who bid $25, and then after that, all the bids went down. So she gets it for $25. There was none ever higher. This is sold to Karen for $25. After she bid $25, all the bids went backwards, okay? Which is the wrong way. You're supposed to go up. So she gets that for $25. Corn is sold to Tim Jensen for $29.99. Next, Reservoir Dogs, $29.99. It has a very light scene crackle right here, $29.99. Reservoir Dogs, $29.99. We only had one Pink Floyd. It's already sold. Okay? Reservoir Dogs is $29.99. Sold to Black Sabbath Hoss. Sold for $29.99. The Essential Video Game Collection, not 5, $10 off, $29.99. $29.99. Our next Beatles single is going up right now. Mark Fallon commented earlier. He said, listen, man, I don't know how to tell you this, but I'm actually about to have a conniption fit if you don't put this thing up for auction. I'm over here. It's New Year's Eve. I'm out of breath. I just can't take this anymore. For the love of all things good and holy, will you please put up the Beatles Magical Mystery Tour? This is a UK reissue, 1981. It has the yellow lyric pages inside of it. So a lot of the times you can go right here. Blue is original, yellow's the reissue. It's a UK, it's super clean, and in the United Kingdom, Magical Mystery Tour did not come out as an LP. It came out as a 2 LP single. And this is going to go up for a $30 start. Magical Mystery Tour, the 2 LP, the 2 single, 45 is what I'm trying to spit out. $30 start on that. It's a 1981 press. Okay? Next thing is this. We have Von Gillespie on Games for $29. Chad, let's help selling the last Stevie Wonder 2 LP sold. I think what Javi Soto was saying, he would like to purchase that last Stevie Wonder Definite Collection. So Exciter Heavy Metal Maniac is a 1983 USOG. A 1983 USOG. 1983 USOG. Mark Steele has it for $38. It's in VG Plus condition, conservatively graded, and nice jacket. Okay? Nice jacket. So this is the Beatles. High bid on this is already at $40. The EP of Magical Mystery Tour. How cool is this? It's in fantastic condition, by the way. It's in just wonderful condition. I am, he is you, and you is me, and we are all together. Javi Soto gets Stevie Wonder for $29.99. Okay, I think we can focus on a few discount LPs. Britney Spears, not 5, $10 off, $19.99. Just a few hours left here in Middle Tennessee for 2025. We're going to try to sell every new LP in this building on sale. Pink Floyd, $24.99. Only copy. A lot of these I've only got ones of. Sometimes when I do this, I'll have like 20 copies of something, and it'll be absolute chaos, me trying to pull them out. So the best thing I can say is a lot of these I've only got ones of. If you're not first, you're going to be last. Britney, $19.99, $10 off. Pink Floyd sold to Stephen A. Young for $24.99. Steve Earle, not 5, but $10 off, $19.99 for Steve Earle. $19.99 for Steve Earle. And then here is the new Olivia Rodrigo. I think we might have accidentally double ordered these. With that being said, we're probably going to have to take a painful loss on them and to probably move the rest of them. $29.99. Those were originally $50, so $20 off on Olivia Rodrigo, $29.99. Tim Jernigan gets Steve Earle for $19.99. Olivia Rodrigo sold to Scott Jeffcoat for $29. Eric Van Leuven gets one for $29.99. And don't worry, I have more up front. Let me go get those. So I've already got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 crates to go through up here. I've got the racks full of vinyl, which we're going to be discounting, and then there's 3 more crates of new vinyl up here. So don't fear. Chad is here, and we're going to be going through a lot of stuff. A lot of on-sale vinyl. A lot of on-sale vinyl tonight. By the way, I do have more Buckingham Nicks. Let me go ahead and grab 4 more copies, because we're going to try to sell all these tonight too. So I saw Shakedown's comment pop up. That's why I walked up front to grab the others. Let's go over these auctions again. Make sure we all know who has the high bidder. There are the Buckingham Nicks. and Olivia Rodrigo, Shakedown, $29.99. Live from Glastonbury, light blue and cobalt blue. Shakedown gets the third one. I have at least two more right here. $29.99 for Olivia Rodrigo. Okay? So, first thing is this. Exciter did get a new bid. Mark Steele has this for $43. Exciter, Heavy Metal Maniac, 83 OG, $43. Okay? Magical Mystery Tour, mono or stereo. Mono or stereo. This is a 1981 UK stereo Magical Mystery Tour. It is near mint minus, gatefold with the book, and the last bid on Magical Mystery Tour was Karen Robbins at 43, Duke Norman 44. Duke has it for $44. Magical Mystery Tour, $44, okay? All right, moving on. Next thing is Metallica, just $19.99 for Ride the Lightning. $19.99 for Ride the Lightning. There's one available. The Cure's Greatest Hits, not 5, $10 off, $34.99 for The Cure's Greatest Hits. I've only got that one left, $34.99. Brandon Jones on Metallica for $19.99, sold. Mike Codrini was second. The Cure, $34.99. That would be $10 off. Pearl Jam, not 5, $10 off on Versus. Clear vinyl, this is $19.99. $19.99. Britney Spears was $19.99. I'm assuming everybody's done on the Beatles Magical Mystery Tour. Final call on that one. The last bid was Duke Norman at $44. And then Exciter, I've already said that once. I'm saying it the final time. Exciter was at $43 with Mark Steele. Okay, we left off with Metallica to Brandon, Mike Codrini second, Stephen A. Young third. Britney was 19. Pearl Jam sold to Danny Thomason for $19.99. Sean Holford gets a Pearl Jam for $19.99. Aaron Andrus was third on Pearl Jam. Lewis Kulick put Cure. Lewis Kulick gets The Cure for $34.99. X-Wing next on Pearl Jam. Mike Codrini next on Pearl Jam. Joe DeGaldo next on Pearl Jam. Todd Emick next on Pearl Jam. Ryan Mashaka next on Pearl Jam. Death, just $19.99, Spiritual Healing. Foil cover, custom tricolor merged with splatter, $19.99. Dennis Daly, The Cure, unfortunately, is already sold. And we have Peter Criss. Let's do these $7 off at $29.99. Not $5 off. We'll do these $29.99. That makes those $7 off. Okay? So, let's tag the rest of these. First thing is this. We have Black Sabbath on Death. Black Sabbath on Death, $19.99. This one goes to Jay Nutra. Black Sabbath is passing. So that goes to Jay Nutra. Scott Dwallow second. Sean Holford third. And John Bergenstorm on a Peter Criss for $29. Magical Mystery Tour is sold to Duke Norman for $45, I believe. Let me go confirm that. And Exciter's done as well. It's time for new auctions. The Magical Mystery Tour, $44 to Duke Norman. He gets that for $44. Step right this way. Roll on to the Mystery Tour. Roll on. Larry Gonzalez on Peter Criss at $29.99. Oops, I did it again. Baby, one more time. Poor Britney. Surely somebody wants to take her home. She's only $19.99. And now Exciter is sold. Exciter is sold. And Exciter was sold to Mark Steele for $43. Okay? Over here. Done. Wow, I can't believe what the Magical Mystery EP just sold for $44. If you're a Beatles collector, might be getting some deals tonight. I think this is really cool. Some of these are pretty obscure. Check this out. A 1963 Australian OG of Twist and Shout, A Taste of Honey. Do you want to know a secret? And there's a place. When we tagged this, there was 0 for sale in the United States. This is a 1963 Australian OG, the first release, green label, VG minus, a $10 start. A 63 Australian, none for sale in the United States, $10 start on that, okay? So the only thing left out of everything I've shown in 2 crates, the Darkness, $19.99, $10 off. $19.99 for Permission to Land, that's $10 off. Wayne Davis, Laura Brittany. Laura was first, our very own. Sold to Laura for $19.99. Wayne Davis was next. Olivia Rodrigo, $20 off, $29.99 from Live at Glastonbury. Buckingham Nicks, we've already sold 3. I've got about 7 left. Rhino Hi-Fi, $5 off. I'm not in a big hurry to sell these. No hurry, but they're on sale for the first time. And then Stevie Wonder's Christmas album, $19.99. Wow. So that's what's left so far. We're about to go into another crate. This one's got a lot of RAP in it. That is rap. It's also got some bootlegs. It's also got metal, and it's got some Laura stuff in here too. So this has got a wide variety. Let's go ahead and knock it out. I have a high confidence in y'all. We can sell everything tonight. When we're done going through all the new vinyl, we're probably still going to be having auctions. I still got new John stuff. I got new Paul stuff. This is a Coletco tradition, New Year's Eve closeout on new vinyl. I mean, we do sales at least once a month on new vinyl, but at the end of the year, instead of maybe $5 off on some stuff, it's starting to be like 10, and where I'm just like, what will it take for y'all to buy this? Let's put it in a crate and let's send it home to you, okay? It's also a big thank you to just everybody. I mean, this is a big thank you. Great year here at Coletco. So we start marking stuff down. It's that time of the year. I literally freeze all of my accounts and screenshot everything right at midnight, and I usually we keep up with it. I can pretty much figure out what kind of year we've had by the time all that gets added up and keyed in. So thank y'all. Wayne Davis, Laura said she's going to pass the Brittany to you, okay? So this is sold to Wayne Davis for $19.99. Laura claimed it, I think, just because it was such a good deal, but she said she'll go ahead and give it to Wayne. Beatles 10, Beatles 10, Beatles 14, Beatles 15, Beatles 10, Beatles 12, Beatles 15, Beatles 18. Christina Curtis gets the Darkness, $19.99. Okay? $19.99. Next thing is Beatles, $20. Aaron Andrus gets Stevie Wonder Christmas for $19.99. Beatles 22, Beatles 21, Beatles 22. Did Wast go up there? No. Kevin Voitosh said he'll take a Buckingham Nicks, $34.99, okay? So an amazing year here at Coletco. About this time last year, I think I did a video after we had everything keyed in. We definitely have sold a lot more than we did last year as far as just individual quantity on records. And we've had a great year, and this is going to even help tonight when we sell all this stuff. So thank y'all that watch night after night. Amazing. And Paul's about to go buy a collection on Friday here in Nashville, and guess what? We'll be right. New stuff will start coming in right now. We got the dump trailer out front. We're literally cleaning out boxes and tubs, and we're making room for new stuff for a new year. So, all right, back to selling. Danzig 3, How the Gods Kill. An unofficial pressing on purplish vinyl. Danzig is a $35 start. $35 start. All right, here we go. So, first thing I have is Somber, I Barely Know Her. Let's get this one down to $19.99. SOMBR, I Barely Know Her, $19.99. That is now on sale, $19.99. I also have Power Trip. Let's do these for not 5, not 10. We'll do these $15 off. Power Trip, Manifest Decimation. Power Trip is $29.99. Somber 19, Power Trip 29. Has everybody hit the like button on Facebook? Has everybody hit the like button on YouTube? A lot of people watching tonight. Take advantage of these deals, okay? Power Trips are sold out. Matt Shepard and Scott Dwallow, $29.99. Somber's $19.99. I have 2 copies here of The Garden. We'll do those also. $10 off. 6 Desperate Ballads. The Garden, $19.99. SOMBR, Somber, Garden, Garden, $19.99. Why am I spelling these out? I really don't know. But right now, The Beatles is still getting bids. This is a 63 Australian OG. It's a Twist and Shout EP. Twist and Shout EP. And the last bid that came in on this was a final call to Bob Goodyear for $23. David Tate and everybody else is out. There were 0 for sale in the United States. That's kind of hard to get here. That's something we don't see every day in collections. An Australian 63 OG. Not a reissue, or OG. Danzig, Black Sabbath Haas already pushed in chips. He's at $75, okay? Black Sabbath Haas also gets the Garden for $19.99, and Sully wants a Buckingham Nicks for $34.99. $34.99. Next is Shy Girl, Alias. We'll do these $10 off, $19.99. Shy Girl, Alias, $19.99. Joyce Manor, Never Hung Over Again, also $10 off, $19.99. Joyce Manor, Never Hung Over Again, $19.99. And Drain, Drain is Your Friend, limited edition colored vinyl, also $10 off, $19.99. $19.99. And Brat, Social Grace, these were $33. Let's get these all the way down to $19.99. I just have one left. Drain is sold to Scott Dwallow for $19.99. So the Beatles is still getting bids. It's at $27. And by the way, Danzig, I don't think it's going to move. You got to bid more than $75. It's an unofficial, going once, going twice. Let's put up the Judas Priest picture disc. This is pretty dang cool. Judas Priest is a 1984 USOG self-titled compilation limited edition picture disc. Has the original plastic. Has the original sticker on the plastic. And then here's the picture disc. And this is going to go up for a $20 start. Judas Priest. That's now up for bid. I don't guess it's Screaming for Vengeance, even though it looks like it. Evidently, it's a compilation that's just called Judas Priest, even though it has the Screaming for Vengeance artwork. That's what the note from Laura says. Is that right? That's the way I'm reading into that. Beatles, 25, 25, 25, 26, 27, 27. And Danzig said $75 with Danny Thomason right now. And then Brat Genre, this is, I'll leave that up to Laura. I'll have her answer that. We're deep into some stuff that I have very little knowledge on. Here's another Power Trip, though. I'm familiar with them. Power Trip is $29.99. Once again, $15 off. Power Trip, $29.99. $29.99 for Power Trip. Nightmare Logic. Okay, now I'm going to do these 20% off. $159.99. 20% off makes these $127.99. Mark Stanley gets a Power Trip for $29. Mark Stanley gets a Power Trip, $29.99. Okay? This box set is $127.99. It was $160. Rush the albums. Vapor Trails, Feedback, Snakes and Arrows, Clockwork Angels, $127.99. That's 20% off the Rocktober exclusive for Rush, $127.99. Cosmo Kramer also gets a Power Trip, $29.99. So Danzig did not get another bid. This is sold for $75 to Black Sabbath Haas. That is sold. Brad is death metal power violence band from New Orleans fronted by a kick butt lady. There's the best description I've heard from Laura Story Bryant. We have Rush, sold to Aaron Andrus, $127.99. I've got more, okay? Hold on, I'm about to sneeze. Holy moly. Wow. Whew. Okay. Now that I have went to the hospital and come back, Jeremy Bryant on Brat, but Danny Thomason was first. Sell that to Danny for $19.99, okay? $19.99 on Brat. Next, $10 off on Artillery. Artillery is a limited edition 1000 on purple vinyl, just $29.99 for Artillery. The last bid on Judas Priest was Von Gillespie at $40, and the last bid on the Beatles, just so everybody knows, was Bob Goodyear at $27. David Tate, you tied him, and this is a final call on that for $27. Artillery is a music on vinyl press, $10 off, $29.99. Dokken $19.99 for now playing. Dokken, $19.99, which is essentially a Dokken greatest hits. $19.99 on that. Let's go over here and review some more auctions. The next thing I have going up for auction right now is Lamb of God. Lamb of God is a 2006, the first time this was ever on vinyl, a New American Gospel, $55 start. Sean Holford on Dokken, and that's my last one. When I was sneezing, I was over there. I have more Rush box sets if anybody wants one, but we have just filled up another crate. So let me swap these out, and let's keep going. Sieg over on Facebook also wants a Dokken for $19.99. Judas Priest is still getting bids. And Lamb of God just went up. No takers on Artillery. And then we'll recap the crate in just a second. All right, King Crimson Earthbound. Not 5, $10 off for King Crimson. A 200-gram remaster, just $19.99. $19.99 for King Crimson Earthbound. How much? $19.99, okay? Over here we have the Beatles did get a new bid for $28. So David Tate was tied, Bob, for the longest with you. He's bid $28, so you're out. Lamb of God's got two $55 bids, and Judas Priest is still getting bids. Vaughn, you're out. Lamb of God, King Crimson sold to Robert for $19.99 and Jeff Mallwitz for $19.99. Those are sold. So Bob Goodyear, just so you know, you're out on the Beatles. And then he's done. This is sold to David Tate for $28. Okay, moving on. Here comes another one. I'm officially getting into all the ones that I had actually photographs of posted for today. So this one's another pretty obscure one, but also really cool. This is the Beatles, From Me to You and Please Please Me. It's a Brazil reissue from the early 80s. How unusual. EMI Odeon sleeve. This is a Brazil reissue around 82 to 84. It is super clean, and check this out. There hasn't been one of these sale in 4 years since 2021. I guess you could almost say 5 years now. And there's none for sale. 1982 to 84 Brazil pressing of Please Please Me and From Me to You. So hadn't been one sale in 4 years. A $45 start. $45 start. Dang it, Tony, your bid just came in on the Beatles. I've already sold it to David. Next, we'll do Medieval Steel. $7 off at $29.99. Galaxy Effect colored vinyl. This was a local metal band, I think, out of Memphis. $29.99. Let's look at Lamb of God again. It's essentially got 3 opening bids. Mark Steele was first at $55. Patrick and everybody else is out. This is a 2006, first time on vinyl, sealed. The Judas Priest, Von Gillespie's at $45, which means Kevin Voitosh still has it for $45. And then you tied him. He already had it for $45. And the Beatles singles, a $45 start. Depeche Mode, live, Amsterdam, $10 off, just $19.99. $19.99 for Depeche Mode. Paradiso, Amsterdam, $19.99 on that. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Devotion to Emotion. Also $10 off. Live Red Hot Chili Peppers, $19.99. Right now, we're doing on sale new vinyl, $5, $10, $15 off sticker price. Hopefully, we can sell everything we have in stock tonight. First is Red Hot Chili Peppers, sold to Black Sabbath Haas for $19.99. Mike Quadrini gets Depeche Mode for $19.99. Vaughn's back in on Judas Priest at $46. 3 $55 bids on Lamb of God, and no one else has bid again. Final call to Mark Steele for $55. Buckingham Nicks is sold to Ryan M. There's 1 copy left back here. I've got a few more up front. Those are on sale tonight. $5 off, $34.99. Wow. Megadeth, Countdown to Extinction. $5 off, $34.99 for Megadeth. $5 off, $34.99 for Megadeth. Those are rarely on sale. I didn't even know I still had a couple of those left. Okay, next, we're going to do these, let's see, 46. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you, Laura. So Jeremy Bryant, I've got another copy of Bryant. Laura said, I had a copy of this in my holds. If Jeremy Bryant still wants a copy, he can have it. Jeremy Bryant, I've got you down for a Bryant Social Grace. He was next in line at $19.99. Thank you. We'll make sure Jeremy wants that. Thank you, Laura, for finding that. Edmund Estrada on Megadeth, $5 off at $34.99. There's one left, and I'm trying to figure out what to discount this next record. 25% off would make it $34.77. That sounds fine with me. So the infamous Mobb Deep, Music on Vinyl Press, 2 LP, 25% off. Actually, I did 26, hold on 6, 46.99 times 0.75, 35.24. I was about to say, that sounds about right. 35.24, that's 25% off for Mobb Deep. Mobb Deep is $35.24. $35.24. So we have Megadeth, Edmund Estrada, you got one for $34, Lamb of God 70, Tom Crenn, I'm fresh out of Depeche Modes, it looks like. Yep. Okay, and then Shakedown gets a Mobb Deep, and that's $35.24. I'm assuming Danny Thomason wants one, and that's sold to him at $35.24. And John Howard was next, and then Jim B, then Ron M, then Matt Shepard, and then Bill Fox. Gangstar, $10 off. Hard to Earn, Gangstar, $29.99. $29.99. I've got one available, $29.99. Nobody bid on this very scarce Beatles record here, a Brazil 80s pressing, From Me to You and Please Please Me, $45 buy it now on that. Lamb of God is sealed. I can't show you the label. It's on Prosthetic Records. So this originally came out in 2006, first time on vinyl. It may have came out before then on other formats, but this was the OG pressing for vinyl. And the Lamb of God bid is at $70. The last bid on Judas Priest was $48. Vaughn Gillespie, you had been outbid, just FYI. Gangstar was sold for $29.99 to Black Sabbath Haas. Next record is $24.99. These were $33. This is A Tribe Called Quest, People's Instinctive Travels and the Rhythms of Rhythm. $24.99 on that. Let's grab another Beatles single. We've sold quite a few from this collection. Let's put up some more. I like this one here. This is a Japanese reissue from the late 70s. Rock and roll music, 8 days a week, Mr. Moonlight in Kansas City. A Japan reissue from the late 70s. It's in the Japanese sleeve, and it has the lyric insert, near mint minus, a $20 start. $20 start on that. Okay? Chad, you had Megadeth before Mobb Deep. Double check the claims you just did. So I had Edmund Estrada got Megadeth, and then Mobb Deep was sold to Shakedown. Black Sabbath got a Mobb Deep, and then John, I think everybody's Mobs, I think MD was for Mobb Deep, not Megadeth. If anybody wanted a Megadeth, there's only one left, $34.99. I think those were for Mobb Deeps, though. We sold Gangstar, Ryan was second, and then Tribe Called Quest sold to Mark Stanley and Jim B, $24.99. Black Sabbath Haas was next, then Craig Thomas, then John Howard, then Ryan M, then Robert Vladicek, Lamb of God 76. Jeremy Bryant wants the last copy of The Garden for $19.99, and then Lamb of God 78, Beatles 20, Beatles 22, Beatles 23, and I think we're done on Judas Priest. Vaughn Gillespie went out. This is sold to Kevin Voitosh. Let me confirm that bid one more time. This was sold up here, Kevin Voitosh, $48, okay? That's done. Let's put all this back away. Very busy tonight. We do have great auctions. Having to kind of chip away at those because the bins are so going to be very hectic. Very, very hectic as we clear out pretty much every bin on sale new vinyl. Lamb of God still getting bids. That was the OG first time on vinyl. Let's put away the Judas Priest here. The Beatles are still getting bids. So right over here, Lamb of God, Mark Steele, $78. I'm showing the Beatles at $24 with Karen. It's between Bob Goodyear and Karen Robbins, okay? I have Nos at $24.99. These were $33. It's a double LP, too. The Essential Nos, $24.99. Nos, $24.99. Halloween, Gambling with the Devil. Halloween is a 2007 German OG with the original inner sleeves, gatefold 2 LP near mint. Halloween is a $75 start. Nos is sold to Shakedown and Black Sabbath Haas, 24 and 24. Joe Delgado, you were next. I also have, we'll do these $10 off as well, $34.99 for the best of 50 Cent. $10 off, $34.99. The best of 50 Cent, $34.99. So Shakedown got a Nos, Danny was next, then Joe Delgado, then Susie. And then 50 Cent is sold to Janet Gray, $10 off, $34.99. Lamb of God, Hammers Up, what is the Beatles? The Beatles is a Japanese 4-track EP, rock and roll music 8 days a week, Mr. Moonlight in Kansas City. It's a late 70s Japanese reissue, near mint minus and pristine. And Geek Who Speaks, which is Bob Goodyear, has that for $25. 50 Cent went to Janet, then Danny, then Steven, and then Dennis, and then Edmund Estrada. Let's do these for $24.99. That's $10 off. Outcast, Atelians, $24.99 for Outcast. It is a 2 LP, $24.99 for Outcast. I should have 4 of those. There's 2 more in another crate around here somewhere, so I should have up to 4. Let me go ahead. Let me actually walk through the front and memorize some of the items on the shelf up here so I can know what to grab in case I need more copies later. Zevon, Tyler the Creator. We got some cool stuff coming up on sale. And let me see if those Outcasts are up here. While I'm up here, I need to go ahead and grab a Monster. And I need to grab more ice. I'll do that in just a second. There's one Outcast. Maybe I have one more. We might have sold one here in the store. There's a good chance of it. While I'm back here, I'm going to grab a few more Buckingham Nicks. And I'm going to take my final tally on Buckingham Nicks. And we've already sold this record, so I better show it again. And here we are. All right, it's going to be a fun night. Man, I'm excited to see how many crates we end up filling up. It can't go too fast with these here, but just it gets kind of chaotic if we do. So I think there's a total of 6 Buckingham Nicks left at $34.99, okay? So there's some more. I got Fastway, Trick or Treat for $29, and there's another Outcast. I don't know how many claims there have been, but there's one more Outcast. So up at the top, we had Mark Stanley on an Outcast for $24, Thomas Fish on an Outcast for $24, and there we have it. So $29.99. All right. Buckingham Nicks is sold to Mad Low Max for $34.99. These were originally $39. Let's go back over here to Lamb of God. I never did see another bid. So Lamb of God is sold to Mark Steele for $78. Fastway is sold to Motsy Mike Canada. Can you confirm who you are over on YouTube? Your handle looks like it says Hot Soon Mike U Canada. I've got you down for a Fastway, $29.99. The Beatles over here, Karen Robbins has it for $26. Bob Goodyear, I just want to let you know you were outbid on this, okay? And then Ryan Mashaka on Outcast at $24.99. That is sold. And Halloween, what happened on this? Halloween, the last bid was Jeff Brindley. I think it's the only bid at $75. This is sold. This is sold. Beatles is at $27 with Bob Goodyear. They're still bidding on that. Karen, you've been outbid. Okay? I was watching Anthology episode 5 last night. Next thing, I've got Tribe Called Quest, just $19.99. $10 off on Midnight Marauders. $10 off. That gets those down to $19.99. New customer. If anybody new's watching, great night to join in on the action at Coletco. These are $8 in limited shipping. And that started on Monday night, and it goes through Saturday night. $8 in limited shipping. So basically, our whole business model revolves around your claims here during these live streams and anything you buy out of our Facebook group. We really don't have a website. We have a storefront, but it's basically our whole business model is $8 shipping, anything that's bought right here during these live shows. And of course, if you're in our Facebook group, we sell pre-orders out of there. With that being said, I just need you to register. I need your email address and I need your mailing address. Email address and mailing address. You can do that through the link of the description of this video. And if you're on Facebook, you can send us a DM, okay? Bob Goodyear gets the Beatles for 27. Tribe is sold to Mark Stanley and Janet Gray. Black Sabbath Hoss was third. Craig Thomas fourth. And we're going to show one more, and I'm putting up new auctions. It is Wu-Tang at just $24.99. Legend of the Wu-Tang, Wu-Tang's greatest hits, $24.99. Okay, we got a request for Wasp, but there's a lot of stuff requested. Holy moly! Here's one Wasp, and then let's do something from the low-end tab here. Okay, actually, let's not. Let's do another Beatles single. I forgot about that. So we have Wasp. Let's introduce this. A 1987 UKOG picture disc. 87 UKOG picture disc. Looks like it's in the original plastic. $20 start on Wasp. Scream Until You Like It. Shoot from the Hip. Sleeping in the Fire. Wasp is a $20 start. That's now up for bid. Wu-Tang is sold to Mark Stanley and Black Sabbath Hoss at 24 and 24. Janet was next, then Wine Mashaka, and then David Tate. And then these are $10 off. Eric B. and Rakim, $29.99. Eric B. and Rakim, paid in full. That's $10 off, $29.99. Okay, next Beatles single. This is pretty cool. This is a 69 UK EP of the Beatles. I saw her standing there. Misery, Anna, and Chains. It is got a flip back cover. It's a 69 UK EP. Nice VG++ EX. The Beatles is a $15 start. All right. Eric B. sold to Black Sabbath Hoss and Mark Stanley at $29.99. Wasp is at $25. Ivan next on Eric B. and then Ryan M. Wasp is at $30. So here's what's left in here. Not a whole lot of options. First is Somber. I Barely Know Her. $10 off, $19.99. Shy Girl, Alias. $10 off, $19.99. Joyce Manor, Never Hungover Again. $10 off, $19.99. Artillery, a thrash album. Inheritance, by Inheritance. Colored vinyl, numbered and limited to 1,000. $29.99. Artillery, $29.99 for Artillery. And then, well, I'm going to reduce this even further. $29 didn't sell any. Let's mark down Medieval Steel to $24.99. That's $12 off on Medieval Steel. $24.99 for Medieval Steel. And Megadeth, my last copy, $5 off. Countdown to Extinction, $34.99 for Megadeth. Countdown to Extinction, $34.99 on that. Up at the top, Wasp 30, we got a request for Sabotage. Wasp 35, the Beatles got a bid for 15. The Beatles got another bid for 15. The Beatles got another bid for 15. Jim B heard Tyler the Creator, and he's about to have a conniption fit on me. Coming soon, I promise. Hendry gets a Somber for $19.99. Wasp is at 40. Wasp is at 45. What is the Wasp? What is the Wasp? What is the Wasp? Details on Wasp. What is the Wasp? Details on Wasp. Okay. Let's put these two artilleries back here. Okay. And that just leaves a few in here. Megadeth, 34. Olivia Rodrigo is 29, which is $20 off. And Buckingham Nicks is $5 off, $34.99 on that. The Beatles is a 69 EP, VG++. I saw her standing there, Misery, Anna, and Chains. Karen has that for $20. And this is Wasp. It's an EP, 87 UK OG picture disc. And Wasp is at $45 with Tom Kelly. Kaysen, let me give you some advice on Wasp. Just go ahead and bid $100 and thank me later. That's what I would do if I was you. I would put Wasp $100 and then thank you later. The EP label, you sure can. So the 1969 for this is technically a reissue. Here's what it looks like. Very clean vinyl. Seth graded these super conservatively. I mean, when you pull this out, it looks like it's mint. There's side one label. Don't ever hesitate to ask Tony. I don't want you one day to grab Hatchet Ed's hatchet back there in the shipping department and hit me over the back of the head because I wouldn't show you the Beatles Please Please Me EP 45 label. Tony works back there in the shipping room. He could easily grab Hatchet Ed's hatchet and crack me right over the head. Okay, there's that and there's that. I think we're done on Wasp. Cason's not taking my advice of bidding 100. He'll regret that later. All right, let's go through another crate. We got to keep this stuff rolling. I got to keep everybody focused. There is one other thing left over that you can't see, and that's the Rush box set. Okay, and the Rush box set is 20% off, which made them $127.99. Is this the next crate I want to go through? I don't know if it is or not, but we're about to. Man, there's some recent stuff in here. Okay, let's do it. Holy crap. Let's do it. We got to get Tony a silver hammer. Maxwell silver hammer. Mike Massey's on Amazon right now. I think he already sent us a silver hammer. I've got the hammer. We can do an anvil. You got to have an anvil. That's what they made that noise with. Bang, bang, Maxwell's. Beatles, 21, 23, 25, and Wasp is sold. Nobody took my advice of bidding $100. This is sold to Tom Kelly for $45. Sold to Tom Kelly for $45. All right, here we go. What was the other request? Let's move this over. Beatles stuff all night. Paperback Rider. Okay, here we go. Next is Megadeth. This is a bootleg. It's never had an official vinyl pressing. Megadeth is called Risk. It's a 2022 Netherlands unofficial. It is on cream-colored vinyl, a $55 start. Okay? I'm going to touch my toes. Oh. Here we go. The Stone Roses, $10 off, $24.99 for the Stone Roses. $24.99. Chad needs more Monster. I am getting laser focused tonight. I mean, we're going to have claims. We got claims. There will be claims. Claims are here. Claims are there. I'm a claim. You're a claim. We're all claims. Chad needs ice. Chad needs a lot of stuff. Chad needs a new neck. Oh, a new back. Spines are helpful. Chad's drinking Monster. Chad's eating Subway cookies. Chad's got new vinyl on sale. I got to keep everybody locked in and focused so they don't leave the chat. Make sure you don't want to blink. You're going to miss something. You're going to regret it. All right. So, Stone Roses. I got a drink refill. Sold to Master Moss 666 for $24.99. Craig was second, then Ivan. Okay? Megadeth has a bid for $65. The Beatles over here is Jamie Shee at $27, and the Geek Who Speaks is out. Final call on that. $5 off on the Doors Rhino Hi-Fi. This should not be on sale. I'm probably going to order more later this week to restock, and they're going to be $39. Take advantage of this one-time discount of the Doors for $34.99. $34.99, one-time discount, okay? Next is this. I have Queens of the Stone Age, Era Vulgaris. $7 off, $29.99. $29.99. Queens of the Stone Age, $29.99. Era Vulgaris, $29.99. Sold to Scott Dwallow, $29.99. Megadeth has one bid for $55. Now $65 of 007. My bad. Hiram, you've been outbid. This is sold. I need to confirm who Jamie over on YouTube is. It looks like Jamie Shee 285. This is sold to you for $27. I just need to confirm who you are, okay? Now Megadeth is $70. Wow, no one taking advantage of the on-sale Doors at $34. What's next? Another Queens of the Stone Age for $7 off, $29.99. Another Queens of the Stone Age, $7 off, $29.99. Now, John Howard just commented, I have a feeling that was for the last one that just sold. And then this one is sold to Mad Lomax for $29.99. Thank you on that. Next, oh my gosh, $5 off on Brittany Fox, $34.99. Blue vinyl, I'll offer this at a one-time price of $34.99. How do I confirm? Well, if you're a new buyer, just say I'm a new buyer, and then I need you to go to the link in the description of this live video on YouTube and fill out the first-time buyer form. Okay, it's moving kind of slow, but there are instructions down here along the bottom. For anybody new that's watching, there's a little. It's moving kind of slow, but that'll give you plenty of time. It'll be scrolling all night. If you don't catch my instructions the first time, just make sure you get registered. Okay, make sure you get registered. John Howard, you were also second on the second Queens of Stone Age, but do make sure you say I'm a first-time buyer so they can make sure you're registered. John McPatriot gets the Doors for $34. Now, John, I think I saw earlier where you asked about ZZ Top. I don't know if I have one in stock. I tell you what, though, if I do, it'll probably pop up tonight. Brittany Fox is sold to Kelly Gabney, and John Bergenstorm gets one. $34.99 on those. We need another Beatles EP. This is one of my favorite because it's the Beatles golfing. I love this one. It's French. Les Beatles, Chansons du Film Help, a 71 French Odeon. Picture sleeve is in great shape, and the vinyl is solid. VG++. This is the EP from Help. Originally out in 65. This is a 71. Another Girl, I Need You, the night before, and you're going to lose that girl. That's like 4 of my favorites from the Beatles there. This is an awesome release, and I love the cover. They're out there doing some golfing. $25 start. 4-track EP from Help, $25 on that. Mike Quadrini wants a Buckingham Nicks at $34.99. We're chipping away. We're chipping away at those. Next is Gordon Lightfoot now playing, just $19.99. A great Gordon Lightfoot compilation, now playing $19.99. $19.99 for Gordon Lightfoot. I've only got one that I know of. The Cure, wow, $10 off, $19.99 for The Cure, and this is called Faith. $19.99 for The Cure, Faith. $19.99. Sold to Craig Thomas. Great price on that. Gordon Lightfoot has The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald, The Summer Side of Life. The Beatles is at $25. Are we done on Megadeth? The last bid was 007 at $75. I think Hiram already said he's out. That's a final call. And then, wow, great price on this. $7 off, $29.99 for the Velvet Underground and Nico. $29.99. That's one of the better pressings that's in print. I think they're about to do an audiophile press, but I think that's an exclusive to a label that I can't get. I'll have to check, but that's not a bad one at $29.99. Megadeth is still getting bids. It's at $80. Final call on the Beatles for $25. Kelly Vladorchik on Velvet Underground and Nico. I love that first song. It starts off with the chimes. Ding, ding. $29.99 on that. And then Megadeth, $85. I filled out the form. Thank you. A couple new buyers tonight. I figured there would be. Great not to be watching. Wow. Our audience over here has peaked 300. I'm showing 355 combined on all 4 platforms right now. It's been a while since we've had that many viewers on. Halloween, just $24.99. I've only got one. Keeper of the 7 Keys. This is like a thank you, end of the year. Chad selling stuff probably for less than what the wholesale cost was. We're just trying to get them sold. $24.99. Matt Shepard on Halloween. That's sold for $24. Poor Gordon Lightfoot still available at $19. Megadeth's at $90. Now it's at $100. Kevin LeBady getting Gordon Lightfoot for $19.99. And now lots of backups on Halloween. I just had one. Next is Rob Halford. Let's do this $10 off. Just $34.99 for Made of Metal. $34.99. Made of Metal. Quad vinyl. $34.99 for Halford. I just got one. So did Danny. Black Sabbath Haas. $34.99. Next, let's do this. $9 off. Warlord, silver vinyl, Deliver Us, $29.99. The Beatles is sold to Karen Robbins for $25. No, wait a minute. Time out. I retract that. Charlie and Karen has been tied. I never did hear back from Charlie to Frank. Charlie, I'm assuming you don't want to bid again. You can say out. You've been tied with Karen for 25 since it got put up. So right now we got Halford, so did Danny. Jay Neutral was next. Scott Markheim was third. Warlord, Deliver Us, Silver Vinyl, $29.99. So did Matt Shepard, 1980. That is done. Now Charlie's in on the Beatles at 26. Karen, you've been outbid. Next is Nasty Savage, another metal album, marked down to $24.99. It was $33.99. $9 off, $24.99 for Nasty Savage, $24.99. And let's do another Halloween. This one, $10 off, $29.99 for Halloween. Now Karen's backing on the Beatles at 27. Now the Beatles is at 27. Okay, and then Matt Shepard on Nasty Savage. Let's tag one for Matt for 24. Okay, let's do Matt Shepard on Halloween for 29. Ivan R. next on Halloween. That just leaves one. Nasty Savage. Charlie, you're out on the Beatles. Karen has it for 27. Boy, here's two like essentials that are never on sale. We'll mark this $7 off, Dirt for $29.99, and we'll get Pearl Jam down to $19.99. Pearl Jam 10, $19.99 on that. Let's go ahead and sell Megadeth over here to 007 Platinum for $125. $125. The Beatles is at 28 with Charlie DeFrank. Mike Pierce gets Alice in Chains for 29. Seth, You're Fired gets Pearl Jam 10. That's Jordan Underhill for $19.99. Awesome. And everybody else is backup. If you wasn't those first two people, that's it. I got to swap out crates. There's some jazz coming up. But first, wow, Ace Frehley, let's do him for $26.99. He was $33. $26.99 for Ace. I may have more, but we'll go ahead and say there's one. I think I know where another one is. But right now, that one Ace is $26.99. I think I know where at least two more are. And can't really take requests right now because if I did, could you imagine the amount of people would be asking if stuff was on for sale? But yeah, I've actually got 4 more Aces. Let's do these, 4 total. I got 3 more here. $26.99 for Ace Frehley. And let me grab a new empty crate. And here we go. Here we go. So here's this. And let's see who all gets an Ace. The Beatles is at 30. And this is officially sold to Karen for $30. Karen Robbins on that. We got plenty more. Got some cool ones. Got some really cool ones. Dale had quite the collection. By the way, this is part like 1 of 12 of Dale's Beatles singles. So Danny was first on Ace at 26, then Scully Mack, then John McPatriot, then Susie Breedlove. Those are gone, okay? Larry Gonzalez next, then Sean Drake. We need new auctions, but not before I show Amon Amarth. $10 off on Berserker, $34.99. That was $44, so $10 off on that. Hey, how about let's see what version of Velvet Underground this is. All right, so this is a 68 West Coast repress. A 68 West Coast repress with a peeled banana. It is got the original company inner sleeve from Verve. It's in VG condition. And this is going to be a $125 start. The Velvet Underground and Nico. So the banana's been peeled on this one. I think it's cool to have a couple of these in your collection with or without the peeled bananas. And underneath it, if you didn't know, was pink. And that's a $125 start. That's now up for bid. Over here, Ace was $26.99. $26.99 on Ace. All right. Let's do Duke Pearson, just $24.99. Blue Note Tone Poet, $10 off. Kevin Gray RTI, $24.99 for Blue Note Tone Poet. The Right Touch Duke Pearson, $24.99. Our next Beatles single, I like this one here. Pretty unusual. Check this one out. A 1983 Mexico. Old Brown Shoe, Blue Jay Way, Long, 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 and Savoy Truffle. So they've took 2 from Magical Mystery Tour, 2 from the White Album, and they've put it out in Mexico in 1983 on this really unique EP. All it is like a flip. So look how easy that could have been lost. It's just like a flip of paper. It does have some wrinkles back here on the back, but it's nice. It's on the Apple label too. 1983 VG++, Mexico reissue 4-track EP, $35 start. That one's kind of unique. $35 start on that one. All right, and then over here we have Mark Olson on Duke Pearson for 24. Velvet Underground has a bid for 125, and then Contour Sam Rivers. We're going to have Blue Note Tone Poets and Verve Acoustic Sounds at just $24.99. That's crazy prices compared to what they retail for, wholesale cost, and MSRP list price. Contour Sam Rivers, $24.99. Blue Note Tone Poet, $24.99. And then we got two of those. We got two of those in stock. And then the remarkable Carmel Jones, another Blue Note Tone Poet, Kevin Gray, RTI, $24.99. $24.99 on that. We got Sam Rivers sold to Mark Olson at $24.99. Velvet Underground's at $125. The Beatles, $35 start for the 83 Mexico. And we got two Carmel Jones. Those are $24. And then we have Anthony Williams with Sam Rivers, Herbie Hancock. That's another Blue Note Tone Poet, $24. So that's what I've got in Blue Note Tone Poets, all $24.99. Okay, let's put up another LP auction, and that next LP auction is going to be Lightning Hopkins, The Blues. Lightning Hopkins is a 1965 U.S. reissue mono compilation in shrink VG condition, a $15 start. Okay, $15 start. Ryan Mashaka on SR, and that's for Sam Rivers, $24.99. We got Patrick Lear on Anthony Williams for $24.99. The Velvet Underground Nico is a 68 U.S. West Coast repress. So a lot of these are defined West Coast, East Coast. This is a West Coast repress from 68. It originally came out in 67. Obviously not a torso cover for the repress. Nice jacket though, not too bad other than the cover being peeled. Yeah, what's that first track? Sunday Morning. I like that one. That's the first track on there. Right now, the vinyl's in VG, and it has one bid for $125 with Jeff Brindley. And the Beatles EP is a final chance to get a bid in for $35. We've got 6 crates of new vintage pre-owned, but tonight's main focus tonight is on sale new vinyl. Adolescence, let's get this down to just $19.99. Blue vinyl, Adolescence, limited to 1,000 copies, $19.99. $19.99. And then Mayhem, $10 off, Live and Lesbig, was $34. Mayhem, $24.99. Thomas Clark gets Adolescence for $19.99. So did Thomas Clark. Master Moss 666 on Mayhem for $24. Black Sabbath Hoss Danny on Mayhem for $24.99. Joe Barrios next on Adolescence. Scott Dwallow next on Mayhem. Kelly Gabney on Anthony Williams for $24. And that just leaves the remarkable Carmel Jones and Mon Amarth and Nasty Savage. That's the only thing that's left in there. Velvet Underground has a new bid. Lightning Hopkins is getting new bids. Next in the on-sale new vinyl crate is Lorna Shore, I Feel the Ever Black Festering Within Me. Let's do that. $15 off. Last copy, light blue marble vinyl for $29.99. $29.99. Closeouts, Lorna Shore, $29. So to Mark Stanley. Then Matt Shepard, then Scott Dwallow. $29 on that one. Batman, just $19.99. Batman and Robin, Sun Ra and his orchestra. And check this out. This will be some quick claims. $29.99 for Skid Row, Slave to the Grind. $29.99 for Skid Row, Slave to the Grind. How much, Chad? $29.99 for Skid Row, Slave to the Grind. All right. So, I have Danny Thomason on B for Batman, $19.99. I got Scully Mack on Skid Row for $29. Michael Hamburger on Skid Row for $29. Ivan R. was next. Black Sabbath was next. David Tate next on Batman. Greg Smith next on Skid Row. Black Sabbath wants to pass on Skid Row. You didn't get one. And Susie was third on Batman. Wayne Davis next on Skid Row. Then Sean Drake. Then Joe DeGatto. Then Devin Reese. Next is Offspring, just $19.99 for Smash. $5 off, $19.99 on the Offspring. Freddie Mercury, let's do this $12 off, $24.99 for Mr. Bad Guy. 40th anniversary green vinyl. Last copy, only copy. Also only copy of Offspring. And then Brandy Carlisle, also $10 off, returning to myself, pink vinyl, $29.99, okay? Nobody bid on this Beatles EP from Mexico, 1983. A 4-track, 2 from Magical Mystery, 2 from the White Album. $35 buy it now on the Beatles. Okay? Lots and lots of stuff to go through tonight. This is sold if anybody wants it for a buy it now. I think we're done on the Velvet Underground. Jeff Brindley has it for $135. The last bid on Lightning Hopkins was $20. And it was Ryan M. at $18. Mark Olson bid $18. Sandy Villa bid $20. Okay, there's all the Skid Rows. There's all the Batmans. And then Mike Cadrini gets the Offspring for $19.99. Freddie Mercury is sold to Danny for $24.99. And Janet Gray gets Brandy Carlisle for $29. Susie next on the Offspring. Kyle next on the Offspring. Susie next on Freddie Mercury. And Mark Boland's Zip Gun, or excuse me, T-Rex Boland Zip Gun. I'll do these $10 off, $29.99. T-Rex Boland Zip Gun, 50th anniversary, blue vinyl. It does have a die-cut cover, and that's a T-Rex album. With that particular jacket and cover, I don't think we see that here in the U.S. I think that was a foreign press. Okay? There's that. All right. Oh, and I think I got other T-Rexes, okay? This is sold to Ivan for $29.99. Lightning Hopkins is still getting bids, and Velvet Underground is sold to Jeff Brindley for $135, okay? All right, let's go right over here. Let's tag this to Jeff Brindley, and let's put this right here, okay? And Lightning Hopkins, Mark Olson at $22. Mark Olson at $22. Ryan Mashaka, you were next. Lightning Hopkins, $24. Here's the only records left in here. I have Nasty Savage at $24.99. Last copy was $33. Amon Amarth, Berserker, beige marble vinyl, $10 off, $34.99. The Remarkable Carmel Jones, Blue Note Tone Poet, Kevin Gray, RTI, $10 off, $24.99. That's the only thing I have left right there. I'm going to put those with a handful of other LPs that didn't sell tonight. In the back is all these are also on sale. Megadeth, $5 off at $34. Olivia Rodrigo, $20 off at $29. Buckingham Nicks, $5 off at $34. And Artillery, $10 off at $29. Okay? Next, I have more T-Rex, by the way, if anybody wants any. Lightning Hopkins, $24. Lightning Hopkins, $24. Let's grab another crate. Let's put more stuff on sale. And let's do it with this being right. That's pretty recent. But that's why people's here. That's like, Chad, that's what we want, man. Yeah, you know what we want. Feed the animal. Feed the animal. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Sunday morning. All right, Susie Q said she'll take a T-Rex. Lightning Hopkins, 24. Lightning Hopkins, 24. And Sean Drake, 25. Okay? Let's go find those other T-Rex. I've got them right here. There's one left. Sunday morning. Da 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 da. All right, this is sold to Susie for $29. There's one left. Let's put up another Beatles single. Incredible Beatles collection tonight, going up for bid. We're emptying crates. We got a request for Seduce. I'll do it right now. Let me find it. Right after I put this up. This is pretty cool. So this is one of the first records the Beatles played on. Tony Sheridan, My Bonnie. And this is a German press from 1962, which is a repress pretty early for about near the OG release year or release time. My Bonnie, Tony Sheridan and the Beat Brothers. And folks, that's the Beatles. So this is a 62 German repress. It has the original sleeve and the original inner sleeve. Tony Sheridan, My Bonnie. This is a $45 star, VG Plus condition. There's one Nasty Savage left for $24.99. Let me find this Seduce LP. I still got Linda Ronstadt. I got Pink Floyd, The Eagles, Bullet, Martyr, Assassin, Heavy Metal Heroes, Onslaught, Blind Illusion, Pantera. Oh my gosh, I forgot about that. The Beatles, Viper, Buddy Holly, Eric Steele, and Seduce. Seduce is a 1988 US Pickneyville OG gold stamp promo with the original inner sleeve, a $30 start. Okay, there's that. And we have Lightning Hopkins with Sean Drake at $25. It's up to Ryan M. And Matt Nichols wants that last copy of Nasty Savage for $24.99. Okay, this first item, let me get out my calculator. We'll do it 25%. The higher stuff I'll do just 25% off. And this makes this $86.24. It was $115. Wings, 3 LP, limited edition collection, 32 tracks curated by Paul McCartney with 32-page book with instruction from Paul McCartney, with introduction. I guess he has instructions too. Put it on your turntable and listen. 2 LPs and stickers. That is the Wings box, $86.24. Okay, Seduce is at $30. Other on-sale records in here, another Ace Frehley, $26.99. That is $26.99 for Ace Frehley. Paul Schaefer wants a Wings, $86.24. Tony Murphy also gets a Wings, and that is sold to Tony for $86.24. And then Ace Frehley, $26.99, sold to MT Matt. Over here, we have Lightning Hopkins, sold to Sean Drake for $25. Sean Drake at $25. There's that. Let's put this right in here. My Bonnie has a bid for $45. Going once, going twice. Where do I go to order new vinyl from you? Right here. You're watching it. This is where you can buy anything or tell me what you want to order or send us an email. Seduce has one bid for $30. Final call to Cosmo Kramer. What's next? Sponge. Let's do this $10 off, $24.99 for Sponge. Electric Cattle Gods, The Lost Track, $24.99 for Sponge. $24.99 on that. Also, The Clash, $10 off, London Calling, a 2 LP, $29.99. Scott Dwallow on Sponge for $24.99. That is sold. Paul McCartney and Wings, One Hand Clapping, $15 off, last copy, $29.99. Matt Shepard gets The Clash. That's sold to Matt Shepard for $29. Ivan R. was next. We also have Korn, $10 off, $24.99. $24.99. Korn, Follow the Leaders. $10 off, $24.99. Lots of people next on Clash. Ivan R. Ryan was next on Sponge. Robin next on The Clash. Kyle Davis next on The Clash. Mark Stanley on Korn for $24. Seduce is sold to Cosmo Kramer, one bid, $30. More auctions coming up right now. This bin's picking up momentum. Hopefully everybody's paying close attention. My Bonnie sold to DK Evans for $45. Thank you, that's sold to you. Paul McCartney sold to Charlie DeFrank for $29. Sully was next. We have Mo-Fi, Carole King Tapestry, $10 off. New and sealed Mo-Fi, $34.99. And then let's write down, whoever's watching this feed tomorrow, write down Judas Priest, Rat, and Budgie Squawk. I know I get the first two. I don't know about Budgie, but we'll check and make sure that goes down for Rock Show, okay? Mo-Fi, Carole King Tapestry, $34. Rick Astley, The Best of Me, $12 off. Orange Vinyl, $24.99. And then we have Jack Johnson and Friends, $12 off. Jack Johnson, $24.99. That is the on-sale prices for those. Next LP is going to go up right now. That is Bullet, No Mercy. Bullet's a 1984 U.S. repress, second label. It has the original company near sleeve, $20 start. Matt Shepard on Jack Johnson for $24.99. Mike Adrini on Rick Astley for $24.99. That leaves Carole King Mo-Fi for $34.99. Rick Astley's already sold. We have Beastie Boys Ill Communication, $10 off. $34.99. $10 off, $34.99. Also $10 off is Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti. Led Zeppelin is $10 off, $34.99. Those are normally $44. $10 off, double LP, new LP remaster. Beastie Boys sold for $34.99 to Craig Thomas, then Scully, then Ivan, then Michael Snared, then Joe DeGaldo. Led Zeppelin, $34.99. I've got 3 of them. One sold to Tom Kelly for $34.99. And then I've got two of the Clash Combat Rock. Let's do these $9 off. The Clash, $24.99. Stephen A. Young gets a Led Zeppelin. Ivan R. gets a Led Zeppelin. And the only thing left so far is the Clash and Carole King. Clash sold for $24.99 to Matt Shepard. There's one left. Also, 20% off on this. 20% off on this. $79.99, 25% off. That's $59.99, $20 off on Pink Floyd, Delicate Sound of Thunder, 3 LP, $59.99. What's our next Beatles singles, guys and gals? Our next Beatles single is another different Hard Day's Night. This one is the orange one. This is Hard Day's Night, 1978 UK repress EP. Picture sleeve has a little bit of wear. VG++, just a $15 start on the Hard Day's Night EP. $15 start on that. Jared Inc. on CL, and that's for the Clash for $24.99. And then over here, Scott Jeffcoat gets Pink Floyd for $59.99. The Clash is already sold out. Pink Floyd sold out. All the Led Zeppelins are sold out. The only thing left is Carole King at $34. The Bad Company Tribute Album, $24.99. Bad Company Tribute Album, $24.99. Beatles 15, Beatles 15, Beatles 17. Next in here, Green Day, The Rockin' Roots of Green Day, $5 off, $24.99 on that one. Brandon Jones over here, this is $24.99. Brandon Jones on Bad Company. Black Sabbath Hoss was next. There's Green Day at $24 and D'Angelo. We'll do D'Angelo for $29.99. These were $47. D'Angelo, Brown Sugar, $29.99 for D'Angelo. $29.99 for D'Angelo. Bad Company, Robin Glenn was next, and then Janet Gray gets D for D'Angelo. There's one left. These were $46.99. Mark Riley on D'Angelo for $29.99, and then Bullet did not get a bid. Bullet is a $20 bot now. No bid on Bullet, no mercy. Let's put that right over here. The last bid on the Beatles was $20 over here. David Smith gets Green Day for $24.99. My crate is officially full. Aaron Andrus next on Green Day, and Michael Freiberger gets Bullet for $24. Only one Bad Company. This crate's full, and we're swapping them out. Wow. On a roll. Hope everybody's locked in with me. Eyes on the screen. Eyes on the screen. Tell your cat to get out of here, cat. Get out of here, cat. Get out of here, cat. We got Beatles at $22. Next thing is Testament. $9 off. Testament is $29.99. Testament, the legacy. I have The Body and Soul of Freddie Hubbard. $10 off. $19.99. I have Beck, Hyperspace. $10 off. $19.99 on Beck. Next auction is going to go up right now. Next auction is Pink Floyd. This is Piper at the Gates of Dawn and a nice pair. The pair has been covered up there. It's a 73 Winchester OG, uncensored cover, $35 start. These are all on sale new vinyl. First thing is Ivan R on T for Testament, $29.99 sold. Michael Freiberger on Freddie for Freddie Hubbard, $19.99 sold. Mark Steele next on Testament, Beatles $25. And then Vladarchek, thank you. I'll check on that message. Adam Bernardi on Beck for $19. Stephen A. Young on Beck for $19. Beatles has a new bid for $25. Pink Floyd $35. Jared Inc. was next on Freddie Hubbard. Beatles $25. Pink Floyd $35. Cowboy Junkies. Let's do this $12 off, $34.99. It was $46.99. The Trinity session expanded, $34.99. And then, here we go. The Doors, $5 off. Soft Parade, Rhino Hi-Fi, $34.99. And do what? DeGuelo, $5 off, $34.99 for ZZ Top, all analog Kevin Gray, $34.99. Hope everybody's paying attention. Right now, the Beatles at 25. Now the Beatles at 27. Pink Floyd has one bid for 35, going once, going twice. Right now, we got Cowboy Junkies, and Cowboy Junkies is sold to Scott Dwallow for $34.99. Rick Hall gets the Doors, $5 off at $34.99. $34.99. There's that ZZ Top, and then here's the other ZZ Top, El Loco. I've been doing the Rhino Hi-Fis tonight, $5 off at $34. I know MT Matt wants at least a DeGuelo, and then there's 2 copies of El Loco, $34.99. ZZ Top, folks. There they are, ZZ Top. And then Carole King, boy, poor Carole King, like a classic album. Rock Show wants ZZ Top El Loco for $34.99. I mean, we're talking about so far away. Doesn't anybody stay in one place anymore? Just $34, and it's a MoFi pressing. Carole King, that's the only thing that's going to be left. This last El Loco is sold to Stephen A. Young. I got Rock Show down for 1, Stephen A. Young, and Susie was next. Pink Floyd has a new bid for 37. Ivan R., you've been outbid. And the last bid on the Beatles was 27 with Samuel Kopich, which means Karen's been outbid, and Karen is out. That's about to sell. Okay? All right, let's go right into another crate. How much time do we have? All the time in the world, because everybody's off from work tomorrow. You're going to stay up really late, and watch me go woo every one of these crates. Here we go. Gosh, this is heavy. Holy moly, this is heavy. All right, here we go. So far away, doesn't anybody stay in one place anymore? I can feel the earth move. This is sold to Thomas Fish for $34.99. He gets Carole King. Pink Floyd's at $39. Rock Show wanted DeGuelo. Well, you're 1 short, so I'm assuming you don't want El Loco. If not, then it goes to Susie Breedlove, okay? Here is what we have. We have David Gilmour live at Pompeii, $114.99, okay? $114.99. This is 25% off on David Gilmour. How much is that? $86.24. $86.24. David Gilmour live at Pompeii. $86.24. Next, Pink Floyd, unofficial, live, The Sound of Philadelphia, $10 off, $34.99. $34.99. Next is Def Leppard Hysteria, $10 off, $34.99. That's a total savings combined of like $100 off. Susie Breedlove gets the Loco. Susie Breedlove gets the Loco and not Rock Show. That goes to Susie Breedlove. Pink Floyd's at $40. The Beatles over here is sold. And this one is sold to Samuel Kopich for $27, okay? Susie wants to pass an El Loco. Nobody wants El Loco all of a sudden. This is going back in the bin. It's my last one, $34.99. Over here is Pink Floyd at $40 of John Barry. Next is Ryan Mashaka on Def Leppard for $34. Joe Salamo on Def Leppard for $34. Susie on Pink Floyd for $34. And then that leaves David Gilmour at $86.24. Aaron Andrus gets El Loco for $34. Not many Rhino Hi-Fis left. Just Buckingham Nicks, also $5, $34.99. David Gilmour, Kraftwerk, $10 off, Autobahn, $19.99. Yes, Big Generator, $10 off, $19.99. AC/DC, Razor's Edge, $10 off, $19.99. Holy crap, there's about to be a lot of claims. All over the world right now, people are striking the keys. Next auction is the Beatles. A Day in the Life. I read the news today. Oh boy, I'm the walrus. I am here, strawberry fields forever. Shh me, boom, boom, boom. Shh me, boom, boom. Wow, that's 4 great tracks there. This is a 1983 Mexico repress EP, VG++ condition. It plays at a 33 1/3. Very cool here from the Beatles. Wow, look at those tracks. $25 star. Shh, boom, boom, boom. Shh, boom, 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 boom. Shh, boom. Come on, flat. That's now up for bid, okay? So first thing we have is this. Adam Bernardi got Kraftwerk for $19.99. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Eric Van Leuven was second. Eric Van Leuven was first on AC/DC. Scully Mack was second. Black Sabbath was next on AC/DC. Mike Quadrini next. Mark Steele gets David Gilmour. Make sure that goes in for $86.24. Mike Quadrini got Yes. Joe DeGatto next on AC/DC. Then Robin Glenn. Then Wayne Davis. Then Jamie Ash. And then over here we have Beatles at 25, Beatles at 30, Beatles at 25, Beatles at 35. Okay, and then the last bit on Pink Floyd over here. The last bit on Pink Floyd over here is the following. We have Ivan R. Out. This is sold to John Barry for $40. Will there be vintage tonight? There is 6 new crates of vintage pre-owned records. No guarantee when I can get to them, though. This is the main focus, a New Year's Eve celebration, new vinyl on sale. Right now, I have this. I have Boston self-titled debut for just $19.99. Boston self-titled debut, just $19.99. I also have Neil Young Citizen Kane Jr. Blues. Neil Young, $19.99. And check this out, $10 off. $10 off on Rolling Stones Exile on Main Street, $34.99 for the Rolling Stones Exile on Main Street. Next LP auction is going to go up right now. Onslaught. Onslaught is called The Force. It's an 86 OG, original under sleeve. It does have a clip corner. VG, $20 start on that. Next thing is Greg Smith on B for Boston, $19.99. Adam Bernardi on NY for Neil Young, $19.99. Save $10 on Stones, $34.99. One sold to Scott Jeffcoat, and there's one left. Chris Martin next on Boston. Oh my gosh, you wanted the best, you got it. $10 off on Alive, $34.99. Alive is just $34. I've got one more up front. And Gordon Lightfoot, we had one of those earlier. There's another one, $19.99 on Now Playing. If you could read my mind, there will be on the summer side of life, the whole night. Stone sold to Christina Curtis for $34.99, $34.99. Greg Smith on Kiss for $34.99. There's one more up front. I'll go get it for Robin and Gordon Lightfoot, $19.99. Where are we on this Beatles greatness over here? David Tate has it for $36. Let me go get that other Kiss record. Robin Glenn gets it. You wanted the best, you got it. The hottest band in the land. Down, down, down. Down, da 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 da, da 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 da. Get up and get your grandma out of here. Da 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 da. All right, I've just got a bill. Literally, UPS FedEx just dropped off a bill from Gene Simmons. Copyright infringement. Robin Glenn on Kiss for $34.99. Alice in Chains, $29.99. 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 Matt Nichols, You Did Get Nasty Savage, yes. Gordon Lightfoot, just $19.99. Alice in Chains sold to Matt Nichols. And then Ryan M. also gets one, $29.99. Gordon Lightfoot, $19.99. SpongeBob, $19.99. Crash Test Dummies, $9 off, $29.99. Oh my gosh. Tom Petty's Greatest Hits, $10 off, $34.99. Chad, please don't quit your day job. Man, y'all break my heart every time. See, when I'm here at night by myself and I'm cranking up the vinyl and I'm blasting Kiss Alive and I'm running around the store in my underwear like I'm at a Kiss concert, I think I'm like a rock god, and here y'all come just trying to drive me down and say that I suck. Unfortunate. All right, so the Beatles did sell to David Tate, and that sold for $36. No, Ivan R. did come back in at $38. David, I just teased you. That's at $38, okay? $38. $38. David Tate, you out. You out, man. Ivan R. has that for $38. The Onslaught had a bid for $25, another bid for $25, and I think now it's at $28. I think. I've got Michael Freiberger at $25, but you tied JK at $25, okay? Really hard to do auctions tonight. There's so much focused on these bins, okay? It is really hard to sell vinyl out of these bins tonight, or do. There's so much hell going on. Todd Emmett gets Crash Test Dummies. Todd Emmett gets that for $29. Susie Q gets SpongeBob for $19. And Tom Petty's $34.99. Okay? Tom Petty's $34.99. Here we go. Onslaught still getting bids, so is the Beatles. There's only 2 records left in this. Gordon Lightfoot for $19 and Tom Petty for $34. Next is Soundgarden, $10 off, $34.99. $34.99. Soundgarden, the A-sides. What's next? Stone Temple Pilots, $19.99. What's after that? Oasis. Man, I'll have to do this at a percentage. Oasis was $69.99. So let's mark these down to $52.49. $52.49. That's Oasis. I've got more of those somewhere else, but right now there's one. $52.49. Okay, so Onslaught did get a new bid for $29. He's out on the Beatles. This is sold to Ivan R. Ivan R. does get the Beatles over here for $38. Let's leave Onslaught up for a few seconds while I figure out who's getting all these other claims. Very much a Ben show tonight. Do have plenty of Beatles auctions, one after another coming up. But first, let me put this right over here. And then Onslaught, Paul Cruz, $29. Rick Hall first on Soundgarden. Rick Hall got Soundgarden at $34. Now, somebody asked about Tom Petty, and Tom Petty was asked about by Jeff Hallsworth. If he passes, it's gone to Stanley Richmond. X-Wing was second on Soundgarden. Josh Brown was third. Vaughn Gillespie fourth. That leaves Gordon Lightfoot for $19. STP for $19. Oasis was $52.49. And this one is $34.99, $10 off. The Bosses, Joe Turner and Count Basie, $34.99. Analog Productions, $10 off. This is also a percentage discount, $59.99, 25% off on Steppenwolf, $44.99. $44.99 on Steppenwolf. That's a 2 LP, all analog greatest hits. Next thing is Tom Petty. This is officially sold to Stanley Richmond at $34.99. Yeah, I'm free. Free falling. Onslaught is sold to Paul Cruz for $29. That's sold. Soundgarden's already sold. Adam Bernardi gets the Bosses for $34.99. What is the STP? It's called STP by STP. And then the Oasis was sold to Jeremy. That's Glitter from the Litter Bin. And make sure he gets this for the on-sale price of $52.49. Next, there's Steppenwolf, $44.99, and then also $44. Heart, Dreamboat Annie, MoFi. That's Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab. Next is the Violent Femmes. Let's do this $12 off, just $24.99 on these. Violent Femmes, $24.99. And then Kate Bush. Let's do this $15 off. Best of the Other Sides. Kate Bush, just $29.99. Heart was 25% off. $44.99. Violent Femmes, $24. Matt Shepard. Violent Femmes, $24. Sold to Aaron Andrus. One left, $24.99. Okay, Ivan R. on Kate Bush for $29.99. What else do we have? Shakedown gets Heart for $44.99. Sold to Shakedown. Okay, and then over here, let's go ahead and put up another Beatles EP. I have right over here the Beatles hits. Okay, which when the first time I seen this, somebody commented the first time I ever had this, they thought the same thing I have. The way this font, it looks like it says the Beatle something else instead of the Beatles hits. It looks like the Beatle, they kind of didn't space that out good enough. But this is a 1978 UK Parlophone picture sleeve EX or better, $15 star. From me to you, love, love me do. Bob Riger gets the last Violent Femmes for $24.99. Beatles is a $15 start. And then Kylie Minogue Christmas album, $10 off at $19.99. Kylie, $19.99. Oh my gosh. Iron Maiden live in New York, just $19.99, $10 off. And Depeche Mode Ultra, $10 off, $19.99. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. Well, when in doubt, feed your body the nutrients it needs. When in doubt, feed the animal the nutrients it needs. Oh, man. I needed that. Okay. Bob Riger got that last Violent Films. Beatles Hits, 15-15. B Smoker got an Iron Maiden. Scully Mac got an Iron Maiden. X-Wing was third. Greg Smith fourth. Matt Nichols fifth. Ray Red got Kylie Minogue at 1999. Scotty sixth on Iron Maiden. Hiram got Depeche Mode for 1999. Amber Mathis was second. Mike Quadrini third. Jason Morris, you were seventh on Iron Maiden. And now the Beatles at 20. Patrick next on Depeche Mode. And guess what? Another Iron Maiden. Dynamo Open Air, 1999. For Dynamo Open Air, 1999. Assassin is going up for auction right now. This is called Assassin Interstellar Experience. A 1988 USOG. It does have cover damage up here. Assassin has no condition notes on the vinyl. A $25 start. For right now, we got this Iron Maiden, so to John McPatriot, then Scotty, then Steve McGee, then Matt Nichols. All right. Another crate full. There's only 2-3 records left in here. Gordon Lightfoot now playing, 1999. Stone Temple Pilots, buy Stone Temple Pilots, $10 off, red vinyl, 1999. Steppenwolf's greatest hits, Born to be Wild, Magic Carpet Ride, I'd Like to Be, yeah, dun dun ba, shoom bam ba da da ba. Analog Productions, $44.99. That's 25% off. Let's go right into another crate. Aaron Andrus gets Gordon Lightfoot. That's sold to him. Aaron Andrus gets STP. That's sold to him. Assassins at $25. The Beatles is at $21. All right. Poor Steppenwolf. I'd like to be, yeah, something, something. Close your eyes, girl. Look inside, girl. Let this song. Well, one night Aladdin's lamp. What you say? Something, something, down. Something, I looked around. All something I found. Well, you don't know what we can find. Why don't you come with me, girl? Close your eyes, girl. Look inside. Okay, this is sold. I don't have now. See, all you gotta do. You want Chad to stop singing? Just claim it. Sold to MT Math, $44.99. Susie was next on ATP. Assassin 30, Assassin 30, Assassin 35. Here we go. NWA, straight out of Compton. $7 off, $29.99 for NWA. $29.99. NWA, straight out of Compton. $29.99. I will not be singing that, okay? $29.99. We have Linkin Park Reanimation, $10 off, $29.99. Linkin Park, $29.99. And we have Motorhead, $10 off, $24.99 for 1916. Holy moly. All right, let's go back to the top. Assassin 30, Assassin 35, and Assassin out. Mark Stanley on NWA for $29. Scott Dwallow on NWA for $29. Next is Rush Crate Will Happen Tonight. We got Jay Neutral on Motorhead for $24. Robin was third on NWA. B Smoker next on Motorhead. Assassin has a new bid for $40. The Beatles is sold to David Tate for $21. Sold to David Tate for $21. I'd like to. Now I got Magic Carpet Ride stuck in my head. Assassins at $45. Uh-oh. Megadeth, $29.99. Rust in Peace. We've already took one off the back wall here. And then we got Black Sabbath live in Paris. Unofficial, $29.99 for that. Paris, 1970, $29.99 on that. I'd like to. Next auction is the Beatles for sale. This is a 1973 Japan reissue EP. Picture sleeve of Obi. Vinyl is clean. The Beatles for sale. A $35 start. Very cool. And it has the Obi. $35 start on that one. Megadeth. No claim yet. No claim on Black Sabbath. No claim on Linkin Park. We got Leonard Skinner, Street Survivors. $10 off. $24.99. Mark Stanley wants to pass on NWA. give it instead of Mark Stanley to Robin Glenn. Robin Glenn, you will be getting an NWA for $29.99, okay? Matt Shepard gets Leonard Skinner for $24.99. I also have Disturbed, $10 off for Divisive, $19.99. $19.99. Cockatoo Twins, Treasure, $9 off, $24.99. And Bauhaus, Press the Eject and Give Me the Tape, $19.99 for Bauhaus. Assassin, the last bid was $55, Beatles $35. Joe DeGaldo and Leonard Skinner, NWAs for sale, already sold out. Already sold out. Patrick Fu on LP for Lincoln Park, sold to Patrick Fu for $29.99. Scott Dwallow gets Disturbed for $19.99. James Young was second, then Mike Cadrini, and then Thomas Clark on B for Bauhaus. Sold to Thomas Clark for $19.99. Assassins at $60. And then over here we have Adam Minardi on Bauhaus. Adam Minardi was next on Bauhaus. Mega Blast was next on Bauhaus. Robert Warner was next on Bauhaus. Jared Ink next on Bauhaus. Susie Q next on Disturbed. Susie Q next on Disturbed. And then Susie Q next on Disturbed. That leaves Cockatoo Twins, Black Sabbath, and Megadeth so far left in here. We have a putback on Iron Maiden, John McPatriot. Was there anybody after him on Iron Maiden? Iron Maiden, John McPatriot. The next person was Scotty Hops. Give Scotty Hops the Iron Maiden that John McPatriot's putting back. Scotty, that's going to you. Dynamo Open Air for $19.99, okay? Next record on sale is Pantera, $10 off, Far Beyond Driven, $19.99 for Pantera. The Cult, Pure Singles, $9 off, $29.99 for The Cult. $29.99 for The Cult. Over here, Assassin. The last bid was Richard Davis at $60. I want to make sure Chase Arnold and everybody else is done bidding. The Beatles is a buy it now, no bid, a $35 buy it now for the Beatles, okay? Assassin, $65. And then over here, we have Hoopy on P. P for Pantera, $29.99. Mega Blast was second. Ryan Mashaken was third. Seth You're Fired wants 2 packs of inner sleeves to his order. MoFi inner sleeves, $26.99. Sold to Seth You're Fired. Assassin has a new bid for $65. Over here, Scotty Hops on Black Sabbath for $29.99. Assassin has a new bid for $70. Pantera was $19.99. Sold to Hoopy. Right now, the only thing left in here is The Cult for $29, Cockatoo for $24, Black Sabbath for $29, and Megadeth for $29. Kind of surprised titles like that are still left in there. My head's starting to spin. Next Beatles single is Shake It Up Baby, Twist and Shout. Oh, cool. It's the real deal, too. The 63 UK original, first press. Sleeve has some writing and wear. The vinyl's VG. Twist and Shout, the real 1963. There is some writing. To David, Happy, How something, $15 start, okay? Next is Assassin at $75. Aaron Andrews gets Black Sabbath for $29. That's sold to Aaron Andrews for $29. Ken Granger gets Megadeth for $29. The Cult is $29. And then out on Assassin, Chad, which Elvis is available? None. We have Bauhaus for $19.99. We have Rob Zombie, $7 off. The Sinister Urge, $29.99. Beatles 15. Beatles 15. Beatles 15, Beatles 15, Beatles 15, Beatles 15, Bauhaus sold to Michael Freiberger for $19.99. Then Adam Minardi, then Mega Blast, and then Rob Zombie sold to Matt Shepard for $29.99. Michael Freiberger on BH, that's probably also for Bauhaus. And we have Pink Floyd, just $19.99, live in the Netherlands. And then I have The Misfits, $24.99, $9 off, $24.99, $24.99. What's next? So we had the Beatles at 15, the Beatles at 15, the Beatles at 15. And then we had Bauhaus, Rob Zombie, and then Bauhaus, and then Beast Smoker on PF for Pink Floyd, $19.99. Black Sabbath, Haas gets Misfits for $24. Robert next on Pink Floyd. Michael Snare gets a Misfits for $24. Next, nobody else is bidding, it looks like, on the Beatles, so it's going to sell to the first person who bid 15. Everybody else is going to be standing left in with their hands in their pockets. And they're going to be like, dang, why didn't I bid more than $15 on the Beatles? Bob Goodyear has it right now for $15. Bauhaus is $19.99. Bauhaus, $19.99. So did Craig Thomas, so did Thomas Clark. I think they called a peek before I even showed it. Sold, Craig and Thomas. Next is M&M, $10 off, $29.99. Next is Traffic, $12 off, $24.99. And next is Nirvana, $7 off, $29.99 for Nirvana in utero. Boy, if you're not on Adderall tonight, you're probably not going to get any claims. So you better go into your pantry and pop a couple because you're going to lose focus quickly tonight. You've got to be glued to your screen. If you blink, if you're over here trying to pet your dog, if your kid is coming into the room asking you to do your homework, you got to yell at them and tell them to get out. Otherwise, you're going to move. You're going to lose claims. You're going to wake up to start your new year off, and you're going to be like, I'm so mad. Why didn't I stay focused last night when Chad was doing that sale? Instead, I was trying to watch Ryan Seacrest, and I'm now very angry. Turn off your TV. I'll tell you when the new year's coming, okay? You got plenty of time. Right now, we got Assassin. Assassin, the last bid was Chase Arnold at 75. Richard Davis is out. We're still scrolling. We're still scrolling. We're still scrolling. Bauhaus, Beatles 17, Beatles 20. Mega Blast was third on Bauhaus. Another bid on the Beatles for 20. Another bid on the Beatles for 16. Jared Inc. put BA. That was probably also for Bauhaus. Aaron Andrus on N for Nirvana, sold for $29.99. The Beatles is at 20. And then the Beatles is at 22. Then the Beatles is at 26. Jamie Butler next on Nirvana. And then the Beatles is out. We got Soundgarden. This is $29.99. And we got Slayer. That is also $24.99. Soundgarden, 29. Slayer, 24. Assassin is sold over here, and Assassin is officially sold, and this is done, and this is sold to Chase Arnold for $75. $75 on that. Right over here, Beatles out. Matt Shepard on Soundgarden for $29. Slayer sold to Michael Freiberger for $24. Okay? And now, over here, Mark Olson gets the last Soundgarden for $29. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Let's put up Blind Illusion. No, Pantera. Holy crap. Pantera with Kerry King, Where It All Began. An unofficial. Joe's Garage in Fort Worth, Texas. Pantera, 1989. Sealed, a $35 start. Wow. Pantera, $35 start, live unofficial. Next is Mark Olson. Next on Soundgarden, Kelly on Slayer. Actually, no, you got a Soundgarden. Matt Shepard got a Soundgarden, and Mark Olson. Kelly was next on Slayer. Scott Markheim gets a Rob Zombie for $29, and here's the only thing left in here. The first one is Cocteau Twins Treasure, remastered, one left for $24.99. The Cult, Pure Singles, last one left, $29.99. M&M, The Hits, a 2 LP hits comp, $29.99. Double LP Gatefold, last one. Traffic, last copy, remastered, $12 off, $24.99 for Traffic. Okay? The last bit over here on this Beatles EP, the 63 OG Twist and Shout. The last bit on this was Denise at $26. Denise at $26. Pantera, $35. Pantera, $35. Pantera, $36. Pantera, $37. Pantera, $45. Aaron Andrus on M&M for $29.99. Traffic, The Cult, and Cocteau Twins, the only thing left in there. Just a handful of vinyl total left from tonight in general. Not much whatsoever. It's time to go get another crate. It's time to eat 2 or 3 more cookies. It's time to drink more Monsters. It's time to crack 2 Monsters over my head and smash them together like Stone Cold. You remember when he used to do that? He used to get up on the turnbuckle thing, and then he would shoot the double bird, and then he would say, "Give me a beer." And instead, I'm saying, "Give me a Monster." And then you smash them together and you pour them all over your face. Yeah, that's what we want, folks. That's the kind of entertainment people's looking for tonight. They want me to get on top of the table, smash 2 beers together, Monsters, and pour them all over my face. What? What? I do that to Seth quite often. He'll start talking, I'll go, "What?" And then he'll start trying to talk again. I'll go, "What?" Whew. Here we go. Here we go. Oh my gosh, I'm pacing the floors. There's sweat coming off my forehead. Whew. My legs are starting to cramp. Oh. I did one too many body squats last night at the gym. I can't feel my body from the waist down. Here we go. Hope everybody's paying close attention. Aaron Andrews got M&M. Pantera 50, Pantera 50, Pantera 50, Pantera 55. Traffic is sold to Fred Cardinale for $24.99. This is sold to Fred Cardinale. Pantera 50, Pantera. Cockatoo Twins is $24.99. Pantera 65, Pantera 65. And then over here we have this. The Beatles is sold to Denise. The Beatles is sold to Denise. Denise, $26. Now shake it up, baby, Denise. Pantera's right over here. And the last bid on Pantera was Sean Miller, tied with Black Sabbath Haas at $65, okay? Next LP, next auction, Beatles, if you can believe it. This is a 1971 Brazil OG. OG label's different. This could be a reissue. Clean vinyl. No luck finding this on Discogs. That's George Harrison, Bangladesh, and Deep Blue. And this is a 71 Brazil OG is the Matrix. The picture that we found on Discogs was different, and we had no luck finding this exact model. $20 start. Okay, Fred Cardinale gets the Cockatoo Twins for $24.99. Sold to Fred Cardinale. Moving on. On sale clearance vinyl. End of the year closeouts. We still got several crates to go through. It's only $9.18. We got 6 crates of new pre-owned. I hadn't done any of the other. I've still got 4 crates back here. I need to show you some of the other stuff Laura's marked over here. Let me start grabbing that. Some of the stuff Laura's ordered before. I don't know why I keep them way over here. I'm going to start mixing some of those in right here. Let me find those. Oh, there's more Olivia Rodrigo's. So I'm down to, we got 5 Olivia Rodrigo's, just FYI, okay? So these are $20 off, $29.99. Live from Glastonbury, light blue, cobalt blue, Olivia Rodrigo, $29.99. So we've got 5 copies of Olivia Rodrigo, okay? $29.99. That is available. And then over here, Buckingham Nicks, $5 off. And then Artillery. Artillery was $29.99. Artillery by Inheritance. And the only other thing is Megadeth, $5 off, $34.99 for Megadeth. Sleep Token, $9 off, $29.99. Sleep Token is $29.99. Danny's been outbid on Pantera. The last bid on Pantera was Sean Miller at $70, okay? $70 was Sean Miller. The Beatles doesn't have, George Harrison is a $20 start, okay? Sleep Token is sold to Janet Gray for $29. Hiram wants an Artillery for $29. There's 1 Artillery left for $29.99. There's 1 Sleep Token left. Now there's not. That one's sold to Wes Wilt. Here we go. New Year's Eve sale. Korn, Untouchables, $10 off, $24.99. $24.99. Still have another Rush. A Rush box set. I have another Rush box set, yes. I have not sold Cosmic Slop yet. $24.99 for Korn. Enough is Enough. That is now $10 off. That's on purple vinyl. A Friday music pressing, $29.99. Fred Cardinale, you were third on Sleep Token, only had 2. Both Korns are sold. Black Sabbath Haas and Michael Freiberger. If anybody wants George Harrison, it's a $20 buy it now, okay? We got Pantera, an unofficial, the year of pressings unknown. This is Pantera live in 1989 at Joe's Garage in Fort Worth, Texas. The name of the tracks are Over and Out, Psycho Holiday, Heresy, We'll Meet Again, Domination, Raining Blood, South of Heaven, Power Metal, and Metal Gods. And this was with Kerry King. And this is live in Fort Worth, Texas. It's sealed and it's unopened. And the last bid over here, the last bid on Pantera that came in was Sean Miller at $70, okay? We sold out of Artillery. We sold out of Korn. We sold out of Sleep Token. There's actually 1 Artillery left. I got corn, not Freiburger. Michael Hamburger, not Michael Freiburger, got corn. Michael Hamburger. Michael Hamburger, not Michael Freiburger. Pantera's at 75. Two Enough's Enough, $10 off, $29.99. Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind, $9 off, $24.99. MB 92057, is that Michael Butler? Michael Butler gets the George Harrison for $20. There's that. And then Caius. Let's do Caius at $15 off, $29.99 for the best of Caius, numbered from the Runout Groove on blue vinyl, $29.99. Iron Maiden is $24.99. Danny needs to know the price. It's $24.99. And it is I'm Alive. I'm about to say, welcome back. Somebody, I think Tanner mentioned your name the other day. We was thinking about some people we hadn't heard from in a while, and I was like, Tanner said, Michael Butler. Glad to have you back. Corn is Caius is sold to Ivan for $29. JK was next, Pantera 76, and then Jay Nutra said pass on Caius. That's why I'm giving it to Ivan R. Okay, Danny gets Iron Maiden for $24.99. Has Nasty Savage sold yet? We sold one in a new vinyl LP. Okay, so Sean Miller has Pantera for $76. Next is Wasp, $10 off, the best of Wasp, $34.99. We're doing on sale vinyl right now. We have on sale vinyl. Next thing is this. I've got the following to put up for auction. Cosmic Slop. This is Funkadelic. It's in G condition. It has a strange mark at the very end of side A that causes skipping. It has a very odd mark on the side A right there, the very last little blip. Other than that, it's probably like a VG record. $1 start on that. $1 start on that. Okay, there's that. Now, luckily, if somebody's had to put something back, they've done it immediately. But I did say earlier, like 2 hours ago, and I did say this maybe one other time, I'm going to let Hatchet Ed know. One of the biggest times we have putbacks is during these on-sale blitzes because everybody gets a little bit too excited. They start buying the same record 2 and 3 times. So tonight, if you have to put something back, make sure you do it immediately. Okay? If this makes it all the way to invoicing and you're like, dang it, Hatchet Ed, that record I bought on sale, I actually already pre-ordered it and I had bought one live. That's my 3rd copy. He's going to be like, we can put it back, but it'll be a $5 putback fee. Because we have, these are closeouts. We're already selling at cost or below cost. So make sure when you buy something, you for sure need it and want it. Okay? So essentially, by the time this gets to invoicing, anything earmarked for tonight, no putbacks. You've got to take it. Some people start buying tonight the same record 2 and 3 different times. A couple of people's already been close. Wasp is $34.99. Still got both of them, surprisingly. Enough's Enough, $29. Who got the Iron Maidens? The Iron Maidens were sold to Ivan R. and Danny Thomason. Caius went to Ivan R. after Jay Nutra put back Caius. Okay? Funkadelic has one bid for $5. Pantera is at 76 with Sean Miller. Danny Thomason, you're out. Danny Thomason, you're out. I'd go ahead and bid 100. Sean Miller has it for $76. Pearl Jam Unplugged, $29.99. Red Vinyl, 2 LP unofficial. We have Pulp Fiction, $12 off, $24.99. Danny's bid $80 on Pantera. Sean Miller's out. Funkadelic is sold to John Bergenstorm for $5. Aaron Andrus gets Pearl Jam for $29.99. Pulp Fiction, $12 off, $24.99. Tori Amos, $9 off, $29.99. Tori Amos, Under the Pink, $29.99. Tori Amos, Under the Pink, $29.99. $29.99. Also, we have Tyler Childers Purgatory, $19.99. $19.99. Tori Amos is sold to Steve Riley for $29.99. Sean Miller, it's all up to you on Pantera. Danny has it for $80. Go ahead and bet 100. I bet you'll get it. We got Janet on T for Tori Amos, $29.99. Mad Lomax on Tyler Childers for $19.99. There's one Tyler Childers left. I have Bush, Razor Blade Suit Suitcase, $12 off. Pink Vinyl, $24.99. Ryan Mustaine, Ryan Mashaka, you're not going to get Tyler Childers because Janet put T, and that was for Tyler Childers, not Tori Amos. So Tori Amos is going back in the crate. That's still available for $29. Matt Shepard gets Bush for $24.99, $12 off. We have Oasis, What's the Story, Morning Glory, and that is $10 off, $34.99. Oasis, What's the Story, Morning Glory, $10 off, $24.99. Josh Brown, third on Bush. Cosmo Kramer, first on Oasis. Pantera, I've lost Sean Miller. He's out. This is sold to Danny Thomason for $80. I didn't lose him. He did say out. Next is the Crow soundtrack, $10 off, $34.99 for The Crow. Next auction is the Beatles for Sale, a UK reissue from the early 80s. It's in mono. It's the Beatles for Sale. It has a flip back cover. That's going to go up for a $15 start. Next is Matt Shepard on The Crow. Danny Thomason was next. Tori Amos is sold to Chris Martin for $29. Still got Pulp Fiction for $24. Still got Wasp for $34. Still got Enough's Enough for $29. Also, Black Label Society, $24.99. Stronger Than Death, $24.99. That's on clear vinyl, a 2LP. Him, $12 off. Razor Blade Romance, $24.99. And Saxon, this is going to be $10 off, $24.99 for Saxon. Next LP is going to go up right now. That is Viper, VYPER, Prepared to Strike, a 1984 USOG Viper, no condition notes with insert, a $35 star. Beatles 15, Beatles 15. Black Sabbath Hoss on Black Label Society for $24.99. Kelly Cook gets Enough's Enough for $29.99. So did Kelly Cook. $29.99. STP, we had one earlier. There's another one, $19.99. Typo Negative is $29, and Audio Slave is $24.99, which is $10 off. Okay, and then Beatles for Sale, 15. Beatles for Sale, 15. Jamie Ash, you're out. Bob Goodyear was in first over on YouTube. Kelly got Enough's Enough. Fred Cardinal was second on Black Label. Beatles has a bid for 18. Mega Blast gets Typo Negative for 29. And then over here we have Audio Slave sold to Aaron Andrews for 24. And Viper has a bid for 35. And my crate over here is extremely full. And then we are filling up another crate. This one is packed to the gill. And I mean, that was a lot. Okay, so let's see who was next, and let's see what's left, and let's see what we can sell out of here. First is the following. We had Viper at 35. So Audio Slave went to Aaron. Susie Q next on Typo Negative. Beatles got a new bid for 20. Ken next on Typo. Josh Brown next on Audio Slave. Sean next on Audio Slave. Cosmo Kramer on Him for $24.99. Margaret Gerhold gets STP for 19, and Saxon's at $24.99. So left in here is Enough's Enough is 29. Wasp is a 2LP, the best of the best, $10 off, $34.99. Pulp Fiction is $12 off at $24. And Saxon is a limited numbered, 750 on purple, numbered, $10 off at $24.99. Okay? Not done. We got to go through another crate. Yes, you got a Typo Negative. When I come back, I am going to sell the Beatles to Geek Who Speaks for 20. I'm going to make sure everybody else is done bidding. Couple rules on bidding. Once you started, you can really help me out by saying out. That tells me, oh, he's done bidding, and I can go ahead and confidently sell this. If you're still bidding, then go ahead and bid immediately as soon as you see that you're outbid. That would help, and it will greatly speed up the process, and we'll be able to sell stuff so fast your head will spin. You'll be like, holy crap, I've started selling out, and now Chad's selling stuff so fast I can't even see straight. I'm having trouble seeing. My eyes hurt. He's selling stuff so fast. I'm all the way up front grabbing another crate of vinyl that we're about to completely obliterate over here, so I hope everybody's ready. If you're not ready, then you probably need to go ahead and get ready. First thing is this, Fred Cardinal on Saxon. That's sold to Fred Cardinal for $24.99. Let's put that away. Over here is the Beatles out. Thank y'all for saying out. And this is sold to Bob Goodyear for $20. Viper just had one bid. And Viper has one bid, and this is sold for $35. And Viper is sold to Sean Druin for $35. Here we go. Next thing is this. We have the Beatles, She Loves You, a 1964 U.S. OG Rockaway. The picture sleeve over here on the back does have a little bit of discoloration, a little bit of humidity spots, but check out that. This is Swan. This is when nobody here in America wanted to pick up the Beatles, so they went to smaller labels like Swan, Tolly, etc., etc. This is pre-Beatlemania, She Loves You. VG condition, $10 start, a U.S. original Swan, $10 start on that. Here we go. First thing is this, on sale, Faster Pussycat, $10 off, just $29.99. Wake me up when it's over. I got Zach Sabbath Greatest Hits, red vinyl. That is $24.99. Zach Sabbath's Greatest Hits. Those were $33, $9 off at $24. Also, we have Dream Theater, $10 off at $29. Dream Theater, $10 off at $29. Dream Theater, $10 off at $29. That is 6 Degrees, Octavarium, and Systematic Chaos. 007 Platinum on Zach Sabbath for $24. Beatles 13, 10, 12, and then Susie Breedlove also on Zach Sabbath. Those are sold and sold. Now the Beatles is at $15. Over here, next auction from the LP bin is Martyr. Martyr is M-A-R-T-Y-R, and this is a 1985 Netherlands OG and EX edition, a $25 star. Von Gillespie gets Faster Pussycat for $29. Aaron Andrus gets Dream Theater for $29, $29, $29. Those are also to Aaron Andrus. Also, we have Chris Cornell, Euphoria Morning, $9 off at $24. Gin Blossom's New Miserable Experience, that's also $24.99. And Gorgira, Orange Vinyl, let's do Gorgira, $10 off on La Font Sauvage, $34.99 on that one. Martyr has a bid for $25, Beatles $26. Darren Johnson gets Chris Cornell for $24.99. Also, Rob Zombie, Hellbilly Deluxe. This is $24.99, $24.99. Dragula, Matt Shepard on Gorgira for $34.99. Wes Wild on the Gin Blossoms for $24.99. And we have Mark Stanley on Rob Zombie for $24.99. The Beatles is at $20. Now the Beatles is at $30. And we have Helmet. This is now $12 off, also $24.99. Fred Cardinale, you were third on Chris Cornell. Josh Brown second. Sean Miller next on Gorgira. Christina Curris fourth on Chris Cornell. Helmet's $24.99. And Disturbed, Ooh Waka Aka. This is Down with a Sickness, 25th anniversary helmet. It's sold to Ivan R for $24. Michael Freiberger second. Danny Thomason. I've got two Disturbs at $24.99. Elvis, The Rockin' Roots. It's got a seam split. Let's go ahead and do it. $10 off. Elvis at $19.99. The Rockin' Roots. It does have a seam split. Alice Cooper, Brutal Planet. This is $9 off. $29.99. Over here, Levi Hilton gets Elvis for $19. Disturbed is on green vinyl. Yes. Mr. Unknown Comics Guy, you were next on Helmet. Black Sabbath was next on Elvis. Old Man Hilton said not Elvis. And then we have Emerosa, Peach Club. Purple vinyl, $19.99 on that. There's two of them. Let's jump back up to the top. First thing we have is the Beatles was at 30. The Beatles was at 35. And then Levi says not Helmet. I don't know if that means he's putting it back. And then if so, it goes to Danny Thomason. Matt Shepard on AC, and that's for Alice Cooper. He gets that for $29. Sean Miller gets a Disturbed for $24.99. And Beast Smoker gets a Disturbed for $24. Josh Brown, you were third on Disturbed. Susie next on Alice Cooper. John Miller next on Disturbed. Lewis Kulick next on Disturbed. Christina next on Elvis. David Tate's out on the Beatles. Fred Cardinale next on Alice. And there's Emerosa Peach Club, purple vinyl, $19.99. We have a putback on Elvis Presley. So this goes to the next person. The next person on this was Black Sabbath Hoss. No, the next person on this was Christina Curtis. Christina Curtis on that. Emma Rose is on purple vinyl. We have The Cure, Three Imaginary Boys, $10 off. $19.99 on The Cure, Three Imaginary Boys. Last copy of The Sisters of Mercy Floodland, $10 off, $19.99. And we have The Black Crowes, Southern Harmony and Musical Companion Remastered. That is $24.99 for The Black Crowes. That is $24.99. Eric Van Leuven on The Cure for $19.99. Thomas Clark on The Cure for $19.99. Craig Thomas was next, third on The Cure. Aaron Andrus on The Black Crowes for $24. Hendry next on The Cure. Seth You're Fired next on The Black Crowes. And Richard Davis gets Sisters of Mercy for $19.99. Fred Cardinale next on The Cure. I've got another Black Crowes, so this one can go to, the first one went to Aaron Andrus. We can give Seth You're Fired another copy. Okay, that's sold. Greg Brummett next on The Black Crowes, then Lewis Kulick. How about the Smiths? just $19.99. Meat is Murder, $10 off. I've got 2 copies. Black Label Society Mafia, $10 off, $24.99. Also, Christina next on Black Crows. Chris Martin next on the Black Crows. Black Label Society's $24. Eric Van Leuven on the Smiths for $19.99. And Pussifer, C is 4. That's on gold vinyl. Pussifer is $19.99. And I'm going to skip that because we just showed one. And here's another one. Avenged Sevenfold, City of Evil, 20th anniversary. Orange and Red Swirl, $24.99. That's $12 off. The Smiths is sold to Michael Freiberger. Eric Van Leuven got the other. Fred Cardinal next. Scotty Hops gets Black Label Society for $24.99. And Jimi Hendrix. How about $10 off at just $19.99? Experience Hendrix, the best of Jimi Hendrix. And I stand up next to a mountain. Susie gets Avenged Sevenfold at $24.99. Aaron Andrus was next. Topographic gets a Jimi Hendrix for $19.99. And the Beatles. This is officially sold. The Beatles. And the Beatles is sold to Stephen A. Young for $35. Nice. She Loves You. Original Swan picture sleeve and Martyr over here. The last bit on Martyr, Materreer, and this was sold to who? It only got one bid, and it was sold way up here to Chase Arnold for $25. He's been sitting on that for 9.5 hours. All right, so the only thing left in here is another Black Label Society, and this is 1919 Eternal, $10 off, $24.99. Dennis Daly gets the other Jimi Hendrix. That's sold to Dennis Daly. Thomas Clark, you were third on that one, okay? There's the other Black Label Society, $34.99. The next thing we have is Emarosa. The only thing left in here is Emarosa Peach Club Purple Vinyl, $19.99. There's 2 of them. Pussifer, C is 4, gold vinyl. Pussifer is $19.99, and both Black Label Societies are sold. J Nutra and Broken Scones, $24 and $24. Wow, I don't know if I've ever went that far, that focused, and sold everything in a crate that fast. Guess what? I'm going to go get another one. Holy moly, that one's gone. Hope everybody got all that. The people tagging this in the morning are going to be like, good God, dude, take it easy for a few seconds. If we don't have any time to waste, we got to keep going. Things are coming out of the crates. I mean, this is like you're either here or you're not right now. Okay, so you got to ask yourself, am I at Coletco right now? If not, then you're not here, and then you need to get here. So you need to do something quickly to make sure you're here and you're focused, or you're going to miss out, and then you're going to wake up to start your new year tomorrow, and you're going to be like, oh man, here we go, another year, the same old story. I'm not focused. I'm not paying attention. Chad's basically giving stuff away. People's getting paid right now to buy these records. And here I am. I'm sitting here trying to figure out where my cat is. It's got underneath the couch. It's in here chewing on something. I'm all worked up because Chad's going through all these records, and I'm just like, good gosh, when is this going to stop? Then all of a sudden, you hear something you really want. You jump back to your iPad because you decided to stand up and go pet your gerbil. Then Diet Mountain Dew goes all over the carpet. And the wife comes in. Everybody starts yelling. Then there's really chaos. And then all of a sudden, it's just like, golly, what's going on? All I'm trying to do is get an on-sale record. Now there's Diet Mountain Dew all over my carpet. All because I can't get you to stay focused on the screen right now. I need you to stay focused. I mean, we need you locked in, buddy. You need to be here with me. If you're anywhere else, you're not here. That's what you got to ask yourself. Am I here or am I somewhere else? How did I get here? Days go by, days go by. Okay. The sound of Monster being poured into a can. What a sweet sound. Subway cookies. Cookie time, cookie time. All right. I think Laura's heading out. Be careful. Happy New Year. My nephew stopped by earlier to use our microwave. My nephew that works here, he stopped by to use our microwave to warm up a McChicken. I was over here eating my Subway. My nephew walks in with his girlfriend. I said, what are you doing? Obviously, he's not coming into work. He said, I got to use your microwave. I got to warm up my McChicken. And I was like, how old is that thing? He said, it's been in my truck for a couple days. Golly. All right. Here we go. So, up at the top, Hendrix, let's get restarted. Who is Brain Toss over on YouTube? Brain Toss? Who is Brain Toss on Pussifer? Brain Toss, you get Pussifer. If you're a first-time buyer, say first-time buyer, okay? That's $19.99. Nobody on Emarosa. And we're down at the bottom, and we're ready to get started, okay? If I've missed anything, let me know. Here comes another crate of absolute madness. Here's our next single, The Beatles, Hard Day's Night, a 1978 UK, and this thing's really nice. A really nice picture sleeve. Look how clean that is. Beautiful. $25 start on that. There it is. Here we go. All right, $24.99, $14 off my last two copies of Mr. Bungle, California. $24.99, Mr. Bungle, red vinyl, $24.99. We have Drake, Take Care, Views, $15 off. Drake, $29.99. Drake, $29.99. Mr. Bungle sold to Ivan. I got that one down all the way to $24.99. Drake is $29. Our next auction is Heavy Metal Heroes. Heavy Metal Heroes compilation. Heavy Metal Heroes, Grim Reaper, Witchfinder, General, alternate cover art, $25 start. Next is another Drake. This one I'll get down to $24. That is for Take Care. No, don't. That's the song with Rihanna, isn't it? Yes, $24.99. Beatles is at $25. And we got Korn, $10 off. Life is Peachy. Korn is $29.99. $29.99. We got Korn. We got Drake. We got more Drake. We got Mr. Bungle. And Tool Opiate, $14.99. $14.99 for Tool. Korn is sold to Jay Bards for $29.99. Who is the person who bought Pussifer? I need to confirm you're a first-time buyer. Let's make a note. If we don't get them registered, it goes to Fred Cardinale, okay? Fred Cardinale was backup on Pussifer. I got to confirm you are a first-time buyer. Adam Bernardi gets Tool for $14.99. Heavy Metal Heroes is at $24. And then we got KK Priest, $10 off. $10 off on KK Priest. KK Downing, red vinyl, $24.99. $20 off. I've had these for a while. Let's get Deicide all the way down to $24.99. Deicide, Serpents of the Light, $24.99 for Deicide. And then Morbid Angel, $10 off. Gateways to Annihilation, $24.99. A lot of metal right in here. Holy moly, a lot of metal right in here. J Neutron, KK Priest for $24. There's two left. And then over here we have what left? We got Aaron Andrus on Deicide. Is that right, Aaron Andrus? Deicide, D-I-A. If so, that's sold to you for $24.99. Matt Shepard on Morbid Angel. That's sold to Matt Shepard for $24. Whoops. That's sold to Matt Shepard for $24. And Jason Bees. That's Jason Bees. Okay. So you're a first time Jason Bees. So you've bought from us before then. Richard Davis gets the other Deicide. Sean Druin was next. Richard Davis, you were second on Morbid Angel. And then Matt Shepard says pass to Richard. Okay. Well, there was actually two copies. So there's still going to be, there was only one copy. So Richard Davis, you do get Morbid Angel for $24. Okay. And then Mike Pierce on Face. And Fred Cardinale gets KK Priest for $24. So let me clarify what's going on, because there's a lot going on right now. Heavy Metal Heroes, Let me move all these Olivia Rodrigos. By the way, these are $20 off at $29.99. Olivia Rodrigo. That's a brand new release, too. We just accidentally double ordered them, which kind of just sucks for us. I'm going to have them for a while till we can get them all sold. I'm just trying to get cost back out of them. Actually, less than cost. I paid more than that for them. $29.99. Okay, Olivia Rodrigo, 29. Heavy Metal Heroes, really hard to do auctions right now. The main focus are these crates. Fred Carnell has Heavy Metal Heroes for 25. The Beatles is about to sell. It's a no bid. It's a $25 buy now, okay? Now, Mike Pierce put, that wasn't a claim. Fred Carnell got KK Priest. Heavy Metal Heroes, 27. Richard Davis gets Artillery for 29. Joe DeGaldo gets KK Priest for 24. And we have Faster Pussycat. We got 3 more copies, $29.99. Wake Me Up When It's Over, Faster Pussycat, $29.99. Bobby Hutcherson, Blue Note Tone Poet, $10 off, $24.99. Bobby Hutcherson, $24.99. And The Roots, let's get this half off at $19.99. Our last copy. The Roots, Come Alive 2, DYMW30, live at Blue Note, New York City, $19.99. Bobby Hutcherson sold to Adam Bernardi. Patrick Lear was second, then Michael Freiberger. Over here, we have the Beatles. David Tate, make sure if you really want it, you lock it in by putting 25. Actually, Samuel already bid. I knew I missed somebody. Samuel, 25. Samuel Kopich has this for 25. My name is Jason Bees. I just sent info. Okay, thank you. Well, I didn't really understand what was going on there. I apologize. So if anybody new and you're a first-time buyer, make sure you put I'm a first-time buyer, because I might think that you're somebody else buying. A lot of people's like, man, I'm not having any luck on Facebook. Let me go over to YouTube, and I'll start seeing handles I don't recognize. First-time buyer, thank you and welcome to CollectCo. You're the 4th first-time buyer tonight. We've had a bunch. On sale, New Vinyl Madness. $8 in limited shipping. That's anything you buy tonight, tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday, and then we'll invoice you on Monday. Welcome to the machine. Welcome to the machine. Let me do a pull over here from one of the lower crates, and I have on sale Kesha. I'm going to mark down Kesha $15 and make Kesha Animal just $24.99. $24.99. Welcome, Jason Bees, to CollectCo. So everybody's out on that. Fred Carnell, you're out on Heavy Metal Heroes. Michael Freiberger has it for 27. Adam Bernardi gets the Roots for 19. Jim B was second. And then over here, Matt Shepard on K for Kesha for 24. Nobody on Faster Pussycat. Those are $29.99. We have Pulp, $10 off, $19.99. And we have King Crimson Beat. I like this one. Neil and Jack and Me, $19.99 on King Crimson. Take Care, 24 on Take Care. Yeah, it was 38. $24.99 on that one. Scrapple Bike on Pulp. That's another handle I don't know. Who is Scrapple Bike? I got you down for Pulp at $19.99. Adam Bernardi on King Crimson for $19.99, and Charlie Buck gets Drake Take Care for $24. Samuel Kopich gets Hard Day's Night for $25. That is sold. John Stevens is Scrapple Bike. Thank you. All right, Heavy Metal Heroes, new bidders on that. Danny's at 28. And then Pink Floyd, Live at the Fillmore, Volume 2. I just got Volume 2 here. The price is $10 off. That $15, $29.99. $29.99. That's Live at the Fillmore Part 2. And then Oasis. We already sold one tonight. Here's another one. Here is another one. This is $69.99, and the 25% off price is $52.49. Oasis is $52.49. Oasis is $52.49. Fred, you were second on King Crimson, and then Guy Clark. Let's do these. $15 off. Guy Clark, $24.99. Austin City Limits. Guy Clark, $24.99. Next is Heavy Metal Heroes is at $30, and then another bid for $30. Next is Billy Joe Armstrong, $14.99. $10 off. $14.99. $14.99. George Burleson on the Pink Floyd, $29.99 for Live at the Fillmore. $29.99 for Live at the Fillmore. Wow, Ohio State got beat. Sorry, I'm just now finding this out. Wow, I hadn't been keeping up with it. Obviously, I've been over here basically locked in on this, but Ohio State got beat. That I guess I find that kind of surprising. We have Billy Joe for $14.99, and Fred Cardinale gets Oasis, and that's $52.49. Okay, that is sold to Fred Cardinale. Heavy Metal Heroes is sold to Danny Thomason for $30, and that's sold. And the Guy Clark over here is $24.99. One sold to John Miller. That's sold to John Miller for $24.99. One Guy Clark left. Austin City Limits, limited edition green vinyl. Mark Olson gets the other one. But my crate is full and we need new auctions. Wow, 7 crates full. Last night, folks, we sold 12 crates. We've already done 7 tonight. We're not done with clearance new vinyl, and we haven't done any pre-owned vintage records yet. I've got 6 crates of pre-owned vintage records, 4 from John, 2 from Paul that have not been shown yet. Mark Olson gets this for $24.99, and we have Glass Animals Zabba. Let's do it for $15 off. Glass Animals for $24.99, and Renegades of Funk, Rage Against the Machine, $10 off. $19.99, not $10. I couldn't spit it out. $19.99. I've got a bunch of Rush, so we better start chipping away at those a few at a time so we don't do the whole crate at once, okay? So first, I've got $12 off Rush, a show of hands. I've only got one, $34.99. $34.99 for Rush, a show of hands. I've only got one there. $34.99. Darren Johnson gets Rage, $19.99. Rage, $19.99. Craig Thomas was second. Mike Codrini was next. Then John Durden, and then Kelly Cook, and then Aaron Andrus is in on Rush, and that's sold to him for $34.99. Okay, let's do a percentage on this next record. The sticker is $56.99. On sale price is $42.74. $42.74. That was $56, okay? There's that. And we have the following. The Beatles for sale going up for bid. A 1978 UK Parlophone picture sleeve, and the vinyl's really nice. It does look like there's a little bit of discoloration. Looks like Paul McCartney's like had too much to drink or something the night before. $20 start, a 78 UK, $20 start on that. $20 start on that. I have not shown the new vinyl that came in yet either. I have not done that either. I'll either do it one of the very last things or we'll have to do it tomorrow. Blind Illusion's our next auction. Another metal record. Blind Illusion, The Sane Asylum. $35 start, OG with the original inner sleeve. Okay, here we go. First thing is this. I've got King Crimson. We'll do Discipline for $19.99. $19.99. $19.99. $19.99 for King Crimson Discipline. That is sold to John McPatriot. Blind Illusion 35. Blind Illusion 35. Adam Minardi gets the other King Crimson. Everything in here is on sale. Mark down new vinyl. Chad's had to sneeze. Next record in here is the following. Nick Cave all the way down to $19.99. Nick Cave, $19.99. Nick Cave and the Birthday Party, Amsterdam, 1981. $19.99 on that. Fred Cardinale, you were third on King Crimson. 9 Inch Nails, $10 off for the Downward Spiral, $34.99. $34.99 for 9 Inch Nails. We got Nick Cave sold to Scrapple Bike. Nick Cave sold to Craig Thomas, 19 and 19. Sold and sold. No FX. $14.99. Eating Lamb, $14.99. Darren Johnson got 9 Inch Nails for $34.99. And Coverdale Page Rarities. How about $24.99? No FX, $14.99. Matt Shepard, then Master Moss 666 was next. Cheap Trick, that's their newest album, all washed up. $10 off, $24.99 on that. The Beatles did not get a bid. Let's go ahead and make it a buy it now for $20. The Beatles is a buy it now for $20. Beatles for sale. Let's go ahead and put that away right over here, okay? Next is Blind Illusion, has one bid for $35 for Chase Arnold, going once, going twice. We sold King Crimson's. We sold Nick Cave. We sold 9 Inch Nails. Susie was next. Mike Codrini was third. Matt Shepard on NF. and NF for Matt Shepard. NF for Matt Shepard was No FX. That was sold for $14. Master Mall was second. Richard Davis on Coverdale Page for $24.99. Jared Inc. was third on No FX. Spirit of Vinyl was fourth. Susie gets Cheap Trick for $24. Todd Emick was next. David Tate gets the Beatles for $20. Greg Brummett was next on Coverdale Page. Jim B next on No FX. Matt Shepard next on No FX. Nirvana, $10 off, $29.99. That's Live and Loud for $29.99. Madonna, $24.99. $9 off, Bedtime Stories. Oak Crow Medicine Show, $19.99. Evanescence Fallen, $24.99. And another Avenged Sevenfold, City of Evil, $24.99. $24.99. Holy moly. What's the next Beatles single? I'll Get You and She Loves You. 1963. Check that out. 63 UK, the second press. VG condition. It is from 1963. I'll Get You and She Loves You. $10 start on that. That's now up for bid. Okay. First thing was this. Aaron Andrus put in. And N was for Nirvana, $29.99. Next was Madonna, and that's sold to Mike Quadrini for $24.99. Aaron Andrus gets Avenged Sevenfold for $24.99. Blind Illusion did not get another bid, just one bid to Chase Arnold for $35. Fred Cardinal was next on Avenged Sevenfold. There's our next Beatles auction. Oak Crow Medicine Show was $19.99. $5 off, carrying back on Coke Bottle Clear Vinyl. Let's go through this crate one more time. Here's what's left in here. Mr. Bungle, California, $24.99. It was $38.99. Also, Drake Views. Drake is $15 off, $29.99 for Drake. I still got two of those. I got another Nick Cave. Craig needs to put his back. $19.99 for Nick Cave. Was there anybody backup on this? There wasn't. So I still got a Nick Cave left if anybody wants it. Live in Amsterdam, 1981. $19.99 on that. And then Faster Pussycat, Wake Me Up When It's Over. Music on Vinyl Press, numbered on gold vinyl for $29.99. Numbered on gold vinyl, that is $29.99. Faster Pussycat. And then Glass Animal Zabba, $24.99. One copy left, $15 off. The Beatles Love was a percentage discount. 25% off makes it $42.74. $42.74. Nick Cave is sold to Fred Cardinal for $19.99. Evanescence, $9 off, $24.99. Bring Me to Life. Faster Pussycat sold to Fred Cardinal for $29.99, and Oak Crow Medicine Show for $19.99. Let's put up another auction. Man, what else do we have over here in the LP department? Linda Ronstadt, the Eagles, the Beatles, Buddy Holly, Eric Steele, Savatage, Maltese Falcon, Trance, Booker T, Junior Wells, Wasted, Strawberry Shortcake, Mama's Boys, and there's one more over here in the high-end tab, and it's Baroness. Baroness is a 2009 USOG Friends and Family Edition. Not available for sale to the public. This was for friends and family. They did 100 on clear vinyl, and it came autographed. Baroness, the blue record. So Friends and Family was clear vinyl with autographed insert. Autograph, boy, my accent really came out. Autograph insert. $125 start. That probably sounded funny on y'all's end. Sometimes my really southern drawl really comes out when I'm reading words off. Rebecca Barber also gets Faster Pussycat for $29. Fred Cardinal gets Glass Animals for $24. Todd Emick on Evanescence for $24. Onslaught, I think, was already sold. Scott Markheim gets the Beatles Love. That's $42.74, and we've already sold Viper. Wow. I was going to show y'all how great of a deal Faster Pussycat is. I think my cost on those, there's only one left for $29. They've definitely, sometimes some distributors buy out the original wholesaler. And yeah, so right now, I'll show y'all, like if I had to reorder Faster Pussycat, right here is literally, I'm logged in to wholesale right now, and look at the cost, $32.99, and the list price is $46. So now I got a better deal on them, but see, these have been basically bought out by One Stop, and that's the only place I can get them. So like if I reordered that, I'd probably mark them $44.99. So right now, $29.99 is $3 below my cost on those. Most of these I'm selling at cost or below cost. And that's one of the bigger markups you get on new vinyl. Usually it's like 17 and they want you to sell it for 26 or something like that, or maybe even 24. Okay, so over here we have, we sold Beatles Love, we've already sold Viper, and we got to put up Strawberry Shortcake. No COA. No, this is just signed through Relapse. So a lot of these inserts don't require COAs. I mean, you could have it authenticated, but it's guaranteed. I will guarantee Baroness is authentic. I will guarantee it. If you ever have it authenticated and it comes back bad, I'll give you your full money back. Gerald Whitworth gets Last Faster Pussycat for $29.99. Spirit of Vinyl, you were second. Baroness has a bid for $125, and the Beatles got one bid with Aaron Andrus, and that sold for $15. The only thing left is Old Crow Medicine Show, Drake, and Mr. Bungle. Let's go through another crate, shall we? Let's go through another crate. I think there's another one up there on my table. Let's mix in. Let me go ahead and show Rush right quick. I've got 2 copies at $7 off. Rush, Grace Under Pressure, $29.99. Rush, Grace Under Pressure, $29.99. Let me take an empty crate with me in case I have ran out up here. I think I've got all 3 crates off the table though. Yep. Let me start crating some stuff up here, and let's do this. So let's do these. Boom. Let's do these. Golly, that's going to be an easy sale. Let's do these. That's going to be an easy sale. That's going to be an easy sale. This is going to be an easy sale. Let me get my crate set up here. Give me 1 second. All right, there's that. I'm going to mark these down so cheap you have to buy them. Same thing for that. And that's going to be a big discount. That's going to sell. Let's go ahead and mark couple of these down where you have to buy them, and these, and almost got a full crate here. Bear with me. All right, and then let's do this, and then this, and then this, and then this, and then this. Tell me why you cry, and why you lied to me. Tell me why you cried, and why you lied to me. Okay. Rush, 29, sold to Sully. Ivan was next. Okay. So, first thing is this. What is the Baroness? What's the condition? What's the price? What is the autographs? This is Baroness. It is the blue record. It's the 2009 OG, Friends and Family Edition, only available to friends and family, not for sale to the public. They did 100 on clear vinyl. It comes with an autographed insert, no doubt of its authenticity. It's 100% authentic, and there's that. So yeah, it comes with an autographed insert from Relapse. It has one bid for $125. Next is Sully got Rush. Did I already tag those? Yeah, Sully got Rush for $29. Ivan got Rush for $29. Aaron Andrus was third. Old Crow Medicine Show was $19.99. The name of the Drake album is Take Care. All right. Here we go. I got another crate, and let's get started. More on sale new vinyl. Let's try to get through everything. We're getting there. We're getting there. And then I got new vintage stuff to show late night. I mean, it's only 10 o'clock, right? Oh, yeah, we're good to go. Nobody's going anywhere, right? Here we go. Let's do it. What have I done with my phone? What have I done with my monster? What have I done with my cookies? Here we go. Okay, here we go. Jamie McCord on Oak Crow. Hope everybody's locked back in. Oak Crow Medicine Show. Sold to Jamie McCord for $19.99. Mark Stanley, my #1 Baroness buyer, gets Baroness for $125. I still got other Beatles stuff to put up. Let's do one right now. The next one, this is another really cool one. Check out this 4-track. Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. All You Need Is Love. Across the Universe and the Ballad of John and Yoko. How cool is that? 1978 Mexico OGEP. So this came out in 78 in Mexico as a 4-track like that. It's nice. $25 start on the Beatles. Do you have Drake record views? I do, Regina. I've got 2 left. They're $29.99. And then the next LP auction was a strawberry shortcake. Always remind me of what you're looking for, okay, in the auction so I can put them up. Here's Strawberry Shortcake and Her Friends, a 1981 limited edition picture disc. It's just a $5 start. The cover down here does have some damage. Here we go. Next thing is this. I got King Diamond at $12 off, $24.99. No presents for Christmas. $24.99 for King Diamond. I've got 2 of them. We've got Pink Floyd Animals at $29.99. This is the 2018 remix. $29.99. Sean Druin gets King Diamond for $24.99. $24.99. Susie Q wants a Drake. And this is sold to Susie Q for $29.99. This is called Views. Sold to Susie for $29.99. Up at the top, I left off. Jamie McCord got O'Crow. Susie got Drake. Sean Druin got King Diamond. Beatles 25. Shortcake 5. Ivan R gets a Pink Floyd for 29. Scrapple Bike gets a Pink Floyd for 29. Another 5 on Strawberry Shortcake and 8 on Strawberry Shortcake. We have Animals next on Pink Floyd. No King Diamond lights yet. Fred Cardinal next on Pink Floyd. 1 King Diamond left. Alcatraz, the very best of 2 LP colored vinyl. Alcatraz, just $24.99. And then Tyler the Creator, Chromacopia, $15 off. Tyler the Creator, $29.99 for Tyler the Creator. I've got Led Zeppelin Coda, $12 off, $24.99 for Led Zeppelin. Black Sabbath on A for Alcatraz, $24.99. Final Call on the Beatles for $25 to Ted Ketron. To who? To Ted Keaton. Ted Keaton for $25. Strawberry Shortcakes at $25. Also, we got Chick Corea, Blue Note Tone Poet, just $24.99 for Chick Corea, $24.99. Shortcake has another bid for $12. This next item will be a discount, $114.99 at 25% off, makes this $86.24. $86.24. $86.24. Smashing Pumpkins, brand new and sealed, $86.24. Next thing is Jim B on Tyler the Creator. So did Jim B for $29.99. Mike Monroy was second. I have Drake Views. Do you have another Drake? No, it already sold. And then next on Tyler the Creator was JetBlue. Jazz Grog on Chick Corea for $24. Strawberry Shortcake $24. Strawberry Shortcake $14. Strawberry Shortcake $15. Adam Bernardi gets a Coda. And Aaron Andrews gets Smashing Pumpkins for $86.24. Fred Cardinal wants Chicken C. I think he's trying to say Chick Corea. That's sold for $24.99. And that just leaves Led Zeppelin Coda for $24. And that leaves King Diamond for $24. And Depeche Mode, just $19.99. A broken frame. $19.99. I've got Demeux Bigorre for $19.99. One of them has a seam split, one doesn't. These are Coke bottle, green transparent, $19.99. Ted Keaton gets the Beatles for $25. Thank you. Thomas Clark over on Twitch gets a Depeche Mode for $19. And we have the nice $14.99. You heard me correctly. $14.99 for the nice. X-Wing also put D. That was either for Depeche Mode or for Demeux Bigorre. $14.99 on the nice. Carole King Tapestry. You heard me correctly. $14.99. $14.99. So non-scene split Demeux Bigorre sold for $19.99. Sold to X-Wing, $19.99. Adam Bernardi gets the nice for $14.99. Ivan R was second. Spirit of Vinyl, the only Demeux I have left, has this light seam crackle. One of the reasons it's on sale. If you want it, let me know. Take a Views by Drake. First thing is Sully gets Carole King for $14, and the last Drake Views is sold to Regina Tabor for $29.99. Regina got one, and then Susie got one. Those are sold. Last bid on Strawberry Shortcake was Susie Q, 6179 at $16. Everybody else is out. Next Beatles is Ask Me Why and Please, Please Me, a 1963 UK mono second press, VG condition, $10 start. Spirit of Vinyl is good with the Mu Begor Sing Split at $19.99. Picture disc, $5 off, Countdown to Extinction, $34.99. We have over here, Brenton Wood, $19.99. A classic soul album with a big hit, Give Me a Little Sign. It was $33.99, $19.99 for Brenton Wood. Scorpions, let's do this as a percentage. $59.99 at 25% off, $44.99, $15 off, $44.99, $44.99. That's Coming Home, 2LP green vinyl. Next is Brenton Wood, sold to Adam Bernardi for $19.99. And Ted, if you want Megadeth, just let me know. Coda is a single LP. It's a gatefold jacket just like the original, but it's a single LP. Strawberry Shortcake, Susie Breedlove went out. That's impossible. You have the high bid for $16. Susie still has this for $16. Unless somebody else is bidding, I can't see it. Beatles is at $10. Adam Bernardi got BW. And then Tom Kelly on Led Zeppelin. Who just asked about that? Jamie asked about it first. Sean Miller got Scorpions for $44.99. That is done. And now Strawberry Shortcake has a new bid for $20. Sold to Christina Curtis for $20. Ted Keaton gets Megadeth for $34.99. Danny put M ? Whatever that is, it's probably already sold. All right, and then let's move the Beatles, and then let's go ahead and show one more. The Black Crowes, $10 off, $24.99. And then the Pogues, Rum Sodomy and the Lash, fairly new 40th anniversary, 2LP, $10 off on the Pogues, $29.99. M. Matt Shepard on the Black Crowes at $24.99. Before I tag that, my crate is full. Let's grab another empty one. Holy moly. All right. There's that. Back wall's getting obliterated. This is sold to him. Brain Toss bid 13 on Strawberry. I just sold it for 20. We have Harry Potter, $10 off. The Deathly Hollows, $29.99. And then we have Von Bondi's. Let's do this one all the way down to $24.99. That's $12 off. The Rhino Reserve, $24.99. Also down to $14 off. The Last Mr. Bungle Disco Volante I have. And then Morgan Wallen, One Thing at a Time. Let's do this at actually, let's just say $20 off, $34.99 for Morgan Wallen. And Jimmy Smith House Party, just $19.99. Jimmy Smith House Party, just $19.99. Ted Keaton gets the Beatles for $10. Our next LP auction is Mama's Boys. Mama's Boys is a 1984 US EMW OG EX edition, original company inner sleeve and hop sticker, $15 start on that one. Brandon Jones on Morgan Wallen's for $34. Adam Bernardi on Jimmy Smith for $19. Okay. Now, I'm going to replace some stuff in the back that's left over from the last crate that's surprisingly still available on sale. And the first one was Pulp Fiction soundtrack. Still available, $12 off, $24.99. Wasp, still available, $10 off, $34.99 on Wasp. And Buckingham Nicks is $5 off, $34. Olivia Rodrigo's $29. Okay, and then here's what's left in here. King Diamond, No Presents for Christmas, white and red splatter, limited to 1,000, $24.99. Last copy. Led Zeppelin Coda. Somebody asked about it, so Tom Kelly for sure gets it now, $24.99. We have the Pogues, $10 off, Run Sodomy and Lash for $29. Harry Potter, $10 off at $29. That's on clear vinyl. The Von Bondi's, $12 off at $24. And Mr. Bungle, $14 off at $24. Let's put these right here. That's the only thing left out of that crate. And let's keep the show on the road, shall we? I've got more up front to grab, but first, Susie wants a King Diamond for $24.99. All right, so this is sold to Susie for $24.99, okay? That's sold. Mama's Boys has a bid for $15. Let me do some box sets before I forget. 25% off of $274.99. $274.99 times 0.75, $206 for Celtic Frost. Dance Macabre. Celtic Frost box set was $274.99, $206.24. I've had it so long it's accumulated dust. It is $206.24 on that one. Edmund Estrada on HP. And HP's for Harry Potter. That's sold to him for $29.99. Black Sabbath on Celtic Frost, $206.24. New and sealed, shrink wrap, and perfectly nice. Sold. And Mama's Boys, final call for $15. Does Wasp have Animal on it? Animal F Like a Beast is the second track. This is the best of their best. It's a $10 off, $34.99. I've got 2 in stock at this moment. Let's go get some more stuff. Thanks for sticking with me. It has been truly an insane night. And let me go right over here and grab some more stuff. And I have some pretty dang recent stuff that's about to be on sale. I got some stuff from back in October and September. I have tried to mark it down, and now it's about to be like some of those other ones I just had, where they're getting down to like 19 and 14. And I'm like, holy crap, 19 and 14? That's getting pretty dang cheap on some of these, but we got to do what we got to do. Got to sell them, got to move them. Let's move in some of these. Let's put in one of those, one of these, one of those. I got one of these. I forgot about that. I still got to do this. Oh, man, we got those 2 right there. And then we got another box set. I got more box sets over here on the shelf. Yep, got a lot to do. They got that. Let me mix in some of the other lower stuff over here. We're going to get some of these down real cheap. I mean, real cheap on some of these. We've had them since October, and we're going to mix that in real cheap. And we're going to mix this in real cheap. Y'all like cheap stuff? I got cheap stuff here. I got cheap stuff there. I got Cheap Trick. I got Cheap Thrills by Big Brother and the Holding Company. I got cheap suits. Cheap suits. And here we go. All righty. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Here we go. Boy, it's hot up front, 74 degrees. That's why every time I walk back up there, I feel like I'm in a sauna. All right, here we go. So, Matt Shepard gets Wasp, and this is sold for $34.99. I've got one more left if anybody wants it. Boy, Mama's Boys. Oh, man, who's going to hate me? Somebody's going to hate me. Who's had this? Oh my gosh, I should have sold it before I walked away. But I don't even know. MT Matt has this for $15. Mama's Boys, Fred Cardinal, you got on at just the right time. An 84 US EMDW OG EX with hop sticker, $15 on that. Okay, we got Morbid Angel, $24.99 for Heretic. $9 off on Morbid Angel, $24.99. I have Pompeii, Kate LeBon, half off at $14.99. $14.99 for Kate LeBon Pompeii. How much? $14.99. Johnny Griffin, Blue Note 1559, Volume 2. Johnny Griffin, just $19.99. I have Neil Young, A Letter Home. How about $19.99. $19.99. We have Morbid Angel sold to Richard Davis for $24. Johnny Griffin sold for $19.99 to Michael Freiberger. Adam Bernardi second. Mama's Boys has a new bid for $17. MT Matt, you've been outbid. Half off on Melanie Martinez, just $19.99. 2LP Crybaby Edition. 2LP Crybaby Deluxe Edition, $19.99. Susie Q gets Neil Young for $19.99. I've got Citizen Youth, $14.99. Also $14.99 is Parquet Courts Wide Awake, $14.99 on that. And $14.99 for Earl Sweatshirt, some rap songs. And also $14.99 for 1000 Geck by 100 Gecks. That's also $14.99. Some lower ordering here at for Cheap Records, $14.99. Michael Freiberger on Parquet Courts for $14. I have 25% off of $59.99 for Soundgarden. Soundgarden's now just $44.99. MT Matt, you are outbid on Mama's Boys. I know you had it for 17 and a half hours. Fred Cardinal asked. He has it for 17. I probably should have sold it before I went up front. Final call on that. Here is the Beatles, a 1980 Mexico super clean 4-track, $25 start for the Beatles. 1980 Mexico reissue. Super clean, $25 on that. Now we have another new bidder, Tim Voldness 19. Fred Carnell gets 100 gex for $14.99. I have Dream Theater at $29.99. Systematic Chaos, Dream Theater, $29.99. Josh Brown gets Soundgarden for $44.99. I also have Electronic, $15 off. Bernard Summer and Johnny Mars, $24.99. I'll say this again. Tonight, on the new vinyl that's on sale, no putback. So if it makes it all the way to invoicing and you have to put something back, I will tell Hatchet Ed, just let them know it'll be a $5 putback fee. Because some people start buying 2 and 3 of the same records tonight they've already bought. Make sure if you really want something in here, you really have it before you claim it. Otherwise, come invoicing like, holy crap, I already have that. Just a $5 putback fee. I guess that's better than paying $25 for a record you already had. But make sure you have it or you don't have it before you claim it, okay? Rush is $12 off. All the World's a Stage. Rush is $34.99. Mama's Boys 20, Mama's Boys 25. We also have Harry Chapin Now Playing clear vinyl. The Soundgarden was a box set live at the Artist Inn already sold. Mama's Boys at 20, Beatles is at 25, and Paradise Lost half off at $24.99. Paradise Lost was $49.99. Now it's $24.99. Brian Call on Rush and Susie Q on Rush. That is sold for $34.99 and $34.99. Aaron Andrews, you were third, only had 2 of them. Final call on Mama's Boys, Fred Carnell, you're out. Beatles at 25, Sean Miller next on that. By the way, make sure it's the end of the year. We should have already done a big purge on unpaid invoices. But if you pay us on a regular basis, we understand. If you're getting pretty backed up and you have some unpaid invoices, Hatchet Ed is about to drop the hammer first of the year. We got to clean everything out and get off to a fresh start. I know I'm talking just like to about 1%, but make sure when you buy something you can pay for it. And I kind of expect it to be paid whenever invoices are delivered, okay? So whenever you get an invoice, I kind of expect it to be paid then. You have 7 days, and then we're going to start canceling stuff, okay? And it could affect you claiming anything else in the future. Just FYI, okay? Susie Breedlove gets Paradise Lost, and that's sold to Susie for $24.99. Mama's Boys is at $25. The Beatles is sold to Ted Keaton for $25. And I also have Tony Iommi, The Depth Sessions, $19.99 for Tony Iommi, $19.99. We have Buck Cherry, Black Butterfly, a relatively new release, now $10 off, $29.99 for Buck Cherry. And Faces, half off, a Rocktober exclusive, $14.99 for Faces, $14.99. Warren Zevon, Learning to Flinch, just $24. A Rocktober, $14 off, $24.99 on Warren Zevon. And Pantera, just $19.99, Reinventing the Steel. Pantera, $19.99. Our next auction, this one's actually pretty cool. It's a 1964 Netherlands OG pressing of Do You Want to Know a Secret and Twist and Shout. 0 for sale in the United States. It's in the Parlophone Company sleeve, and the vinyl is actually really nice. 64 Netherlands, Do You Want to Know a Secret, and Twist and Shout, $10 start on that. Dave Deckenberger on Iommi. That's sold to Dave Deckenberger for $19.99. Jay Barnes on Pantera for $19.99. Kevin LeBady on Warren Zevon for $24.99. Brian Call gets Pantera for $19.99. Chris Martin gets Faces for $14.99. And I have Thompson Twins, my last copy, $20 off, a best of Thompson Twins, orange and green vinyl, $24.99. Mama's Boys, Tim Voldness is out, sold to Fred Carnell for $25. Sold to Fred Carnell for $25. Let's put that away. I can hear fireworks outside here in Lebanon, even though it's an hour and a half before, no, when is it? 30, hour and a half before midnight, I can already hear fireworks. Youngblood, Aerosmith, $24.99, $9 off. And Houdini, just $19.99. Back in Black, music on vinyl, numbered and colored vinyl. Houdini. Big discount here on something. Let's do a lower pull. I got Katy Perry, Teenage Dream at half off at just $19.99. Katy Perry, this was $39.99, $19.99 on that. Beatles 13 is with Aaron Andrus. Robert, you're out. Matt Shepard on Houdini for $19.99. Christina Curtis on Thompson Twins for $24.99. Sig gets Katy Perry for $19.99. There's one left. And I have the half off, the newest album between the Baird and Me. Half off at $19.99. Aaron Andrus gets the other Katy Perry for $19.99. Jim B was third. Let's grab another LP. Susie was fifth on Katy Perry. Next auction is this, Wasted, W-A-Y-S-T-E-D, Save Your Prayers. Wasted is an 87 USOG, $15 start on that. And then we'll do this one, a percentage discount. $69.99 at 25% off is $52.49 for Elton John, Captain Fantastic, $52.49, a 2LP colored vinyl. That's the 20% off price. Oh boy, here it comes. What do we have next? Another Rush, $29.99 for Signals. $29.99 for Signals. $7 off. They were $36.99. There it is. Between the Baird and Me, half off at $19.99. And then let's do 25% off on John Lennon. John and Yoko Ono with the Plastic Ono Band live in New York City, 1972. This was $79.99 at 25% off. $59.99 for Elton John. $59.99 for Elton John. The Beatles is officially sold to Aaron Andrus for $13. Over here, Wasted has a bid for $15 with Michael Hamburger. Ivan R gets Rush for $29. Aaron Andrus gets Rush for $29. Those are sold and sold. Wow, some big discounts, some big markdowns, some big deals, some big somethings in there. Next record, I've got 3 of these. We're going to do these for just $19. These were $38.99. $38.99. She's a little nude on the cover. This is Sky Fieria, Nighttime My Life, now just $19.99. $19.99. Wow, a lot of cool stuff still left in here. Let's do these again. Let's do these again, okay? First thing is this. Let me go grab those other box sets. First thing I have is this. I have the following. Wasted at $15 of Michael Hamburger. That's a final call. I have right now Kate LeBon, Pompeii, $14.99, half off. Melanie Martinez, half off at $19.99. Also $14.99 new vinyl, Citizen Youth, Earl Sweatshirt, some rap songs. Dream Theater was $10 off. We've already sold one of these tonight. Double LP clear vinyl, $29.99. Electronic with Bernard Summer and Johnny Mars, $15 off, $24.99. Harry Chapin now playing a fairly new release on clear vinyl. Cats in the Cradle and the $19.99. Buck Cherry, Black Butterfly. Let's go ahead and do another $5 off instead of $24.99. This is a deluxe edition with 3 unreleased tracks and 3 new acoustic tracks, $24.99. Buckingham Nicks is $34.99. $34.99 on that one. And then we have Chris Frazier on Buck Cherry for $24. Wasted has a new bid for $16, now $17. Aerosmith and Youngblood, one more time, $24.99. Houdini, one left, Back in Black, numbered on smoky colored vinyl, $19.99. And then between the Buried and Me, the Blue Nowhere, half off colored vinyl, $19.99 on that. Elton John, Captain Fantastic. The first discount price on this, $69.99 at 25% off, was $52.49. Buckingham Nicks sold to Greg Preston. I've got a few more. These are, no, maybe he wanted Buck Cherry. He might have wanted a Buck Cherry. I've got, I think, 4 left. They were $39. We've sold about 5 or 6 tonight. I can't take any less than 34. They're $34.99. And then I had the on sale Elton John, Power to the People, $79.99. And then that discount price over here was, well, if I can get my calculator to work, that was $59.99. And then this record at like a really cheap price at $19.99, half off. I think I said $19.99 on Sky Fiera. Did I say 19 on that? Probably did. I'll put it right back there. All right. There's that. And then let's do this right here. I have $29.99 for Rush, Caress of Steel. $29.99 for Rush, Caress of Steel. Rush Caress of Steel is $29.99, okay? I had Elton John and John Lennon, the Johns. Elton John and John Lennon, yes. Rush is $29.99. Wasted 19, wasted 22. Okay, now let me go pull my box sets off the shelf over here, and let's really figure out what's left on sale new vinyl that has not been shown. I got a lot of stuff that Laura ordered, which we're about to exclusively go through those. I'm about to start mixing some of those in kind of randomly, though. What else do I have? Box sets left over here. Yes, so I had over here, let me move this rack of vintage t-shirts that we have had over here for 30 years. And what else is over here? Okay, and then what is this? Oh, I forgot about these. Okay, so I've got two box sets, two different box sets, 3 and 2 in stock of each, and luckily they're the same price. We've already sold one that was loose, and then these are still available. So $159.99, $159.99, 25% off. I have two different box sets. The on sale price for those at $159.99 is $119.99. And that is Jimi Hendrix, Axis Bold as Love. Jimi Hendrix, Axis Bold as Love, $119.99. That's 25% off of $159.99. Okay, and that is right here. And let me get one open so you can see it. This is Hendrix, Axis Bold as Love, and it's an awesome box set. That's what it looks like. Okay, $119.99. It's a 5 LP, 1 Blu-ray, 27 previously unreleased recordings, 67 stereo and mono mixes, Dolby Atmos, 36-page book. It is awesome. And I have two available, $119.99. That's 20% off. These have been buried over here. I probably should have showed more often. And then here's Rush. The Rush is the following. $119.99. That's the studio album collection. The studio album collection from the years 2002 to 2012, which is Vapor Trails, Feedback, Snakes and Arrows, and Clockwork Orange, okay? Or Clockwork Angels. All right, let's go back to the top, and here's what happened. I sold Aaron Andrus a Rush, and I sold Matt Shepard a Rush. $29.99 on each. Those are sold, okay? Then Matt Nichols, you were third. Tracy asked the price on John Lennon. John Lennon at 25% off was $59.99, and Tracy said she'll take it. Okay, John Barry wants a Buckingham Nicks. I've got a few left, $34.99. That's sold to him. My crate over here is really full. And then next is Tracy got Elton John. And then Greg Brummett, is your Rush for the box set? Greg Brummett is your Rush for the box set. Fred Carnell is your Rush for the box set. And Aaron Andrus is your Rush for the box set. And if so, then we're sold out because I had 3 and I've got 2 Jimi Hendrix. And I need another empty crate because I think we're about to sell a bunch of box sets. Folks, this is a Coletco celebration, New Year's Eve. Thank you to all of our customers all year. We've had another successful year of growth. We've added sales. We've added employees. Y'all literally are job creators here, okay? Y'all have literally created jobs. The more y'all keep buying, we're having to hire more and more people. Y'all are boosting the economy every night when y'all are on here buying stuff. So thank you for that. And this is kind of a clearance celebration. We do it every New Year's Eve. When this is over tonight, we started with probably 16 crates of new vinyl inventory. We're probably going to have like 1 left. We hadn't done a single vintage record all night. Chad, will there be a 9 a.m. video? There will definitely be a 9 a.m. video. Okay, and then Greg Brummett Rush, that wasn't for a box set. And then Fred said, what Rush box set? Aaron Andrus wants a Rush box set. So this is sold to Aaron Andrus, $119.99, okay? And then Wasted is officially sold, and Wasted over here is sold to Michael Hamburger for $22. Wow, nobody on a Jimi Hendrix? I've got 2 Rush left, and I got 2 Jimi Hendrix. Crazy. Crazy. All right, let's go right over here and let's do this. I've already read through those. Actually, I've already read through those twice. We're ready for new stuff. Jimi Hendrix, Bold as Love, was $159.99, now $119.99, and everything's pressed at QRP. Brand new and sealed, and these are numbered. These are the numbered edition, by the way. They are numbered. And then what is the Rush box? Rush is the albums, 2002 to 2012. Vapor Trails, Feedback, Snakes and Arrows, Clockwork Angels, $119.99. Both Jimi Hendrix box sets are sold. One to Sherry Darnell and one to Fred Cardinal. All right, that was my only two. Those are sold, and there are 2 Rush left. There are 2 Rush left. 2 Rush. Let me get over here to the last Hendrix. Last Hendrix and 2 Rush left. All right. Okay. Now, I'm going to do a total purge over here and see what we have left, okay? We're not done. Don't think the show's slowing down. We still got all the new pre-owned stuff. And John, they've been cleaning out the back room. They've been finding goodies. Paul said he marked a lot of cool stuff. Awesome. So the second and final Rush or final Hendrix is sold to Fred. And then my Rush is for Caress. Okay, those already sold out before it got to you. And then let's pull something here out of Laura's crate very quickly. Let's get down Nicki Minaj all the way down to $29.99. These were $47. These were $47. Nicki Minaj, Pink Friday, Roman Reloaded, $29.99. I've got 3 of them. Let's get Sean Miller a Rush box, and that's going to leave me with 1 Rush box. 1 Rush box. All righty, awesome. Looks like they've been finding some cool goodies over here. Here and there and there and here and here and there and there and here. Here and there. Here's you, here's me. All right. We got more stuff to put up for auction as well. All right, that's sold to Sean Miller. Okay, $159.99, 20% off, $119.99. Anybody else? Let me go see what's up here. I'm gonna go ahead and put Nicki in here. So Nicki Minaj, $29.99. All right, next Beatles record is the Beatles, I Wanna Hold Your Hand, and This Boy. And this is a 76 UK, super nice, $15 start on the Beatles. I Wanna Hold Your Hand. That's the song that did it all here in America, at least. And then somebody asked earlier, can you please, for the love of God, put up Buddy Holly? This is Buddy Holly, a 1959 OG mono. Wow. They finally, a real choral OG mono, not bad in VG condition. The Buddy Holly Story, a $20 start. Okay. Now, I have some more Rush albums, so stand by. I'm gonna make sure I've done everything over here that's in my vicinity that I can get to, okay? So I've got, do I have any more? I've got 2 of. No, everything left in Rush, I've got single shots. Let's go ahead and do the double LPs. Exit Stage left, $12 off, $34.99. $34.99 for Rush Exit Stage left. And let's go ahead and do, I've got Led Zeppelin Self-Titled for $19.99. Led Zeppelin for $19.99. We'll stop right there while I... Let's move this. Let me go see if there's anything else. Aaron Andrus gets Exit Stage left for $34. We got Beatles and Buddy Holly. That'll be the day. That'll be the day. Let me get everything left on the racks up here. Is there anything left on the racks? There's 2 more Buckingham Nicks. I've got this, these 2, and this. I got this, which is a fairly new release. I've got these. And then I've got some great stuff right here. Okay. I'm going to keep adding to this crate in front of us then. Keep adding. Still got a few things on the racks up here. That'll be the day. Da, 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 da. Don't move, please. Stay right there. All right, so Aaron got Rush, Broken Scones first on Zeppelin, which is right here for $19.99. Fred Cardinal next on Rush. Tom Kelly next on Led Zeppelin. Back to the turntable next on Zeppelin. Nobody bid on the Beatles. This is a $15 buy it now. Nobody bid on Buddy Holly. He's a $20 buy it now. 1959 OG VG, $20 buy it now on that, okay? So let's move these over here. That's the Beatles, no bid so far. Buddy Holly sold to Michael Freiberger. Another Zeppelin for just $19.99 in through the outdoor. My bad, I meant to say 24. Shoot. That's okay. Zeppelin, $19.99. The Beatles is sold to Matt Shepard for $15. Tim Jernigan next on Buddy Holly. Led Zeppelin, just $19.99. New and sealed remaster in through the outdoor. Okay, I'm going to start adding more stuff to this crate. First is the Great Southern Trendkill Pantera. $19.99 for Pantera. $19.99 for Pantera. Zeppelin is sold to Scully Mack for $19.99. WVU Mounties was next. Pantera's on colored vinyl, $19.99. How many crates? 2, 4, 6, 8. We have almost filled up our 10th crate. We hadn't done a single vintage LP yet or half off or anything like that. Coming soon, though. Here's Peter Criss. Somebody asked earlier if I had any more. I didn't know until right now. I've got 2 Peter Criss for $29.99. 2 Peter Criss for $29.99. We sold 2 earlier. That's $7 off. Zeppelin went to Scully Mack, then WVU2, then Susie, then Tom, then Spirit, then Fred, and then Doug Reeder gets a Pantera for $19.99. Steve McGee gets Peter Criss for $29.99. And then I'll take all the 45 Beatles. How much? These over here, I have the Beatles for sale for $35. I've got the Beatles 4-track Mexico EP for $35, and I have the Brazil for $45. There's those. And then over here, we have the following. Doug Rieger got Pantera. Steve McGee got Peter Criss. Christina Harris got Boo Hoo. She put Boo How, and then Richard Davis gets the other Peter Criss for $29. I did not have a Cowboys in stock. No. Man, just $19.99 for whom? $19.99 for whom? Ozzy Osbourne, Diary of a Madman, $19.99 on those. Do I have a Rush 50 box set left at discount? I have that one, $374.99. It was $374.99. I don't know what I could really do on it. Let me see. Let me run some numbers. $374.99. I could do it $50 off at $325. I could do it $50 off the Rush at $325. Matt Shepard gets these 3 unsold Beatles records. That was 35, 35, and 45. There's no Beatles so far left over. Those are all sold. And then Ozzy was sold to Chris Frazier and Mad Lomax. Mike Quadrini next, then Aaron Andrus, then Chris Gardner. I've got 2 Alt J's. That's literally brand new for this Friday. There's 2 left for $29.99. That was all that was left from the 6 crates yesterday. Zeppelin, $24.99 for presents. $9 off on Led Zeppelin, $24.99. $24.99. I do not have any motherships in stock. I have Warren Zevon, Mr. Bad Example. Warren Zevon, just $19.99. Pulp Fiction is $12 off, $24.99. Olivia Rodrigo is $20 off, $29.99. Buckingham Nicks is $5 off, $34.99. Alt J is sold for $29.99 to JetBlue 004. And then I don't have any Monster Magnets in stock. Eric Van Leuven on Warren Zevon for $19.99. Vladarchek on Pulp Fiction for $24.99. Surely somebody needs a Led Zeppelin remastered for $24.99. Black Sabbath Haas, you're very late on Ozzy. But I do have some Laura stuff here for $14.99, which is half off. I've got Bratmobile Potty Mouth for $14.99. I've got Dry Cleaning New Long Leg for $14.99. And I got Carolina Polacek Desire I Want to Turn Into. Those are all new and sealed, $14.99. Back to the Turntable Groove. You were next on Warren Zevon. There goes Mark. You were next. Is there a wait list? I can order you one if you want. Sure thing. I can order you one if you need one. Won't be a problem. All right, this is a new release from just a couple years ago, a couple weeks ago, not years. This is $19.99. Richie Haven's Alarm Clock. Richie Havens alarm clock is $19.99. Colored vinyl, $19.99 on that. $19.99 on Richie Havens alarm clock, $19.99. I got Tame Impala, $20 off at $24.99. Tame Impala Deadbeat, indie exclusive Coke bottle clear, Tame Impala, $24.99. Adam Bernardi gets a Richie Havens for $19.99. No more Aussie. No more Aussie Diary of a Madman's. Here's two more $14.99 records. And that's Charlie XCX, half off at $14.99, and Jay Retard Blood Visions, half off at $14.99. Adam Bernardi gets Tame Impala for $24.99. Here comes our next Beatles single, Obla Dee, Obla Da, Life Goes On, Blah, and While My Guitar Gently Weeps. These are from Brazil. Very unusual. These are from Brazil, 1974, near mint in the picture sleeve, $25 start on that. $25 start. That's up for bid. We got Eric Van Leuven on Charlie XCX. That's sold to him for $14.99. Rafe gets Jay Retard for $14.99. Okay? There's that and there's that. And I've got more stuff. Let me go get another handful from up front. Oh, hold on a second. I got something right here for you. I've only got one. It's going to sell. It's $7 off. $29.99 for Rush Permanent Waves. $29.99 for Rush Permanent Waves. $29. The only box sets I have in stock that I've shown that are eligible for discount, well, it's the only thing left, is Rush, that and then the Big Rush. Here's the one Sully was talking about. It's the gigantic Rush 50. I'll go get it in 1 second because I've already walked up here to grab other stuff. Let me make sure I've gotten everything off. There's the last two Buckingham Nicks. I'm going to leave those on the rack, and then I've got a few more pretty recent pressings up here to do. I have this. I have this. I have this. I have this. And then we'll do this one. And then we'll wait on those. And then we'll do that. Okay? All right, here we go. That'll be the day. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I still got albums over here to auction too. I've kind of left them behind over here. So Matt Shepard gets Rush for $29.99. Matt Nichols next, and then over here is the Beatles. Let's do a buy now on this. It's a no bid. Obladi Oblada, 1970s Brazil, near mint, 25 on that. First thing, let me redecorate the back here. So there is a Pantera still available for $19.99. Shocking. There's a Led Zeppelin present still available. Shocking for $24.99. And then let's put up another LP auction. And up for LP auction, I've got a Linda Ronstadt that I don't think I've seen too often. It's an unofficial. That's why. Linda Ronstadt, a 1978 U.S. live at my father's place in Roslyn, New York, 1974. The cover has literally been colored by somebody. $20 start, Linda Ronstadt, Wishing I Was a Cub Scout, live in New York. And that's going to go up for a $20 start, okay? There's that. And then over here, we have, I'm shocked, the Beatles sold to Michael Butler for $20. That's sold, okay? Ozzy. $9 off, Memoirs of a Madman. Ozzy's $29.99. Kiss, $12 off, $24.99 for Kiss self-titled. And Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power, $19.99 for Pantera. So who asked first about Rush? Aaron Andrus. It is $50 off, which makes it $324.99. The list price on this is $374.99. The list price is $374. I told somebody I would do it $50 off, which makes this how much? $324.99. And it weighs 30 pounds. It's huge. It's embossed. It's about this thick. The first ever complete retrospective on Rush, $324.99. Okay, first thing over here is what? We sold the Beatles for $20. Mike Cadrini gets Ozzy for $29.99. Aaron Andrus was second. Scully Mack got Pantera for $19.99. Jeff Mallwitz next on Ozzy. Brain Toss gets Pantera for $19.99. Jared Inc. gets Kiss for $24.99. Brain Toss, you were next. No, you did get Vulgar. Regina next on Kiss, and Linda has a bid for $20. What's the Olivia Rodrigo Glastonbury? Olivia Rodrigo Glastonbury, 2 LP blue vinyl, brand new sealed, fairly new release, $20 off, $20 off makes it $29.99. Another Aussie, $19.99, Bark at the Moon blue vinyl, and another Kiss, $9 off, Hotter Than Hell, $24.99. Okay? Aaron Andrews says he'll take Rush. Sold to Aaron Andrews, $324.99. Here's our next Beatles single, Hey Jude and Revolution. This is a 1974 Brazil in the picture sleeve. Beautiful. EX Plus or better, $25 start on that. Next thing is Mad Lomax gets Aussie for $29.99. Scully Max gets Kiss for $24.99. Greg Smith next on Kiss. And Jeff Brindley wants Olivia Rodrigo. I'll pull you one back here from the other crate. I have now 4 copies of Olivia Rodrigo left at $29.99. So did Jeff Brindley. It's a 2LP blue vinyl, $29.99. Okay. Linda Ronstadt got 1 bid, and that's sold to Preston Rose for $20. Let's go ahead and introduce another auction. Still got all kinds of stuff today. Still pulling new vinyl from here, new vinyl from there. I think I got 2 more crates over here to go through. Still got new vintage stuff to go through. Still got to go through this. Still got to go through that. Final call on the Beatles. Let's put up another auction. And that next auction is going to be the following. Let's do Trance. I got some more metal records over here. Power and Fusion. Trance is a 1983 German OG. It's in partial shrink. Vinyls VG, $15 start on that. Okay. And next record, $29.99. Rush Power Windows. Rush Power Windows, $29.99. Rush Power Windows, $29.99. Let me peek over here in these other crates. Plus, I'm sure some of y'all would like to see a recap and show you stuff that I was showing hours ago. And then I'm probably going to do that and be adding to that crate. But first, there's some cool stuff over here, some big titles that Laura has ordered before, and they're on sale for some of the first times, okay? And let's do these 2 right here. The first one is Panic at the Disco for just $19.99. Panic at the Disco is $10 off, $19.99 for A Fever You Can't Sweat Out. And then Paramore, $20 off makes Paramore just $24.99. Rush is sold to Thomas Fish for $29.99. Matt Nichols was second. Matt Shepard on PD for Panic at the Disco for $19.99. And Matt Shepard on Paramore for $24.99. Those are sold. The Beatles is a no bid. This is a $25. This is a $25 buy now for the Beatles Hey Jude Revolution. No bid on that. Trance does have a bid for $25. Now my crate's full. I was waiting before I tagged the Rush box to fill up another crate so I could put it down in the crate. And while we're tagging that Rush box set back there, let's go ahead and sell Rush Fly By Night for $29.99. Rush Fly By Night is $29.99. And I need a new empty crate. Here it is. There's another Rush buy it now, $29.99. This is sold to Aaron. Holy moly. If I can get it down in the crate, it will fit. If I can just, there we go. Holy moly. All right, Aaron Andrews also gets this individual Rush for $29.99. Matt Shepard next. And then, let's see what else I've got over here in this crate. Okay, let's grab next. I got 2 of these, and I've got 1 of these, okay? I've got Avril Lavigne, Let Go, $15 off, $34.99. Turquoise vinyl, $34.99. Avril Lavigne, Let Go, $34.99. That's $15. These were $50. It's on turquoise colored vinyl. And then My Chemical Romance, 3 Cheers for Sweet Revenge, $10 off, makes that $19.99. Trance has a new bid for $30, now $32. Let's do another Beatles. We're going to skip over some of these Brazils, and let's do this one right here. Let's do, hold on, I lost it. There it is. This is a pretty interesting one here. It's a Brazil pressing. We could not find a Discogs entry for it. Wow. Could not find a Discogs entry for it. Penny Lane and Strawberry Fields Forever. It is $15 star. We just basically can't find any information on it. Now, that's Seth. I'm sure I could. We don't have much confidence in Seth. That's Penny Lane and Strawberry Fields, $15 start. Avril Lavigne sold to Mike Quadrini for $34. The other one went to Fred Cardinale. Those are both sold $34. Mike and Fred. My Chemical Romance, just one, sold to Aaron Andrews. X-Wing was second. Lewis Kulik third. Patrick Fu on MC5, that was probably for something I've already sold. And then Trance has a new bid for $35. Fred next on My Chemical Romance, okay? The might be, could be, hack it, I know. Might be, could be, possibly, who knows, kind of hack it, guy. All right. Penny Lane has a bid for $15. All right. Regina wants Hey Jude. Sell this to Regina for $25, okay? That's sold to Regina. Hey Jude Revolution, and over here. More. What am I doing? Rush, $9 off, $29.99, and this is for counterparts. $29.99 for counterparts. $9 off, $29.99 for counterparts. Next thing is this. I got Title Fight. These were originally $33.99, floral green. Title Fight's now just $19.99. $19.99. Rush, sold to Aaron Andrews for $29.99. Matt Nichols was next. Are we done on Trance? The last bit on Trance was Michael Freiberger at 36. Jeff Brindley, you're out. And then over here we have the Beatles, Penny Lanes at $30. MIT Lab, you're out. 3 people on counterparts: Aaron Andrews, Matt Nichols, Josh Brown. Title Fight sold to Mark Stanley for $19.99. Trance is $14. And then Title Fight, Floral Green, $19.99. Title Fight, Floral Green, one left, $19.99. Also, Fallout Boy. Let's do these for $20 off. Fallout Boy is $24.99. Fallout Boy, Infinity on High, $24.99. Penny Lane 35, Penny Lane now 40. I think we might be done on Trance. There was a new bid for 40, and then Michael Freiberger went out. Fallout Boy, $24.99. And then here comes another Rush, Hemispheres, $29.99. Rush Hemispheres, $29.99. Kelly Vlodarchek on Fallout Boy for $24.99. Sold to Kelly Vlodarchek, $24.99. Kelly Vlodarchek. Next thing, I have another Title Fight. Title Fight for $19.99. This one's called Shed, $19.99. Penny Lane's at $40, $45, now $51. Matt Shepard on Rush for $29.99. Matt Nichols was second. Patrick Fu on Fallout Boy for $24.99. Trance is officially sold to Jeff Brindley for $40. Penny Lane's at $55. Another Title Fight for $19.99. Over here, pulling out of some stuff from this lower crate, I've got Avril Lavigne, The Best Damn Thing, a 2 LP, $12 off, $24.99. $24.99. $24.99. Josh Brown says put him on a wait list for Rush counterparts at full price. We can do that. Over here, MIT Lab has Penny Lane for $55, a Brazil press, no Discogs entry, going to once and going to twice. That could be pretty interesting there. Here's another auction going up right now, and that is Eric Steele, Infectious. Eric Steele is an 88 USOG sealed, a $25 start. Mike Cadrini on Avril Lavigne, that's $24.99. That's $12 off. Our next item is Rush, Farewell to Kings, $29.99. Farewell to Kings. Patrick Fu also gets the Avril Lavigne for $24.99. Sold to Patrick Fu. There's Rush for $29. And then I have another Paramore, a different Paramore, and this Paramore is called After Laughter, $19.99 on that. Matt Shepard gets Rush for $29.99. Matt Nichols was second. Ivan R. was third. Penny Lane over here is sold to MIT Lab for $55. I have another one from Brazil like that. Let me find it right quick. I have over here, I have the Beatles, The Inner Light, and Lady Madonna. No information on Discogs or Pop Psychs. Label indicates Brazil. Another rarity, The Inner Light and Lady Madonna. Wow, $15 start on that. Matt Shepard gets Paramore for $19.99. Jeff Malwitz, you were fourth on Rush. Next thing over here is My Chemical Romance. I've got one left, and that's I Brought You My Bullets, You Brought Me Your Love, something like that. That's My Chemical Romance, $19.99. My Chemical Romance, $19.99. Nobody bid on Eric Steele. We'll go ahead and make this a buy now. That's an 88 USOG sealed, $25 on Eric Steele. There's another Beatles, Aaron Andrews on My Chemical Romance for $19.99. That's sold to him. And then over here, I have 2 copies of Alton Gun, and we're going to make these as cheap as just $14.99. Alton Gun Yule, gold-colored vinyl, $14.99. Alton Gun Yule, $14.99. Richard Davis gets Eric Steele for $25. That's sold to Richard Davis. Next is what? Rush Moving Pictures, $29.99 for Rush Moving Pictures. How much? $29.99. Chad, there's no way you're selling Rush moving pictures on sale for $29.99. Get out of here, man. This isn't the time to joke. We're taking this show very, very, very seriously tonight. I hope you're joking. Please tell me you're joking. You're joking. You're joking. Please tell me you're joking. There's no way you're selling that record for $29.99. Please, 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 please tell me you're joking. There's no way. Please. Oh, my gosh, he is. He's actually selling it. I'm also selling Kiss Revenge for $24.99. Rush is sold to Aaron Andrews for $29.99. Matt Nichols was second, and Matt Shepard was third. Seems like the same lineup over and over and over. And this is a Brazil buy it now, Lady Madonna and the Inner Light for $15. Okay. And we have, it's New Year on the East Coast. It's officially New Year in East Coast America. Michael Hamburger on Kiss for $24.99. Michael Butler gets the Beatles for $15. Okay, done. And let's go over here, and we have our next auction, and this is going to be a VJ single. VJ, thank you, girl, and listen. Do you want to know a secret? And this is a 64 USOG VG condition. The Beatles, a $10 start. All right, and then Matt Nichols second on Kiss, Chris Martin third. Here we go. Next thing is this. I have $10 off. Rush, $34.99. Rush, $34.99. That's $10 off, $34.99. If you're on the East Coast, happy 2026. I wish you the best. Hopefully you had a good 2025. I did. I had a great 2025. I was alive for 365 days. I was probably right here for 300, and I bet I was here for 345 of them. There was 365 days this year, right? I bet I was here for at least 340 of them. Probably more than that. Well, there's Sundays, though. I don't know how many days I streamed this year. How many days? Let's see. I probably did a third of the Sundays. Let's say I streamed 320 divided by 365. I'm probably here 87% of the days. I'm probably here 80% of the year. I don't miss much. I don't miss much. Okay, so next thing is this. Where did we leave off? We sold Kiss to Michael Hamburger. Matt Nichols was second. Chris Martin third. Topographic gets Rush for $34.99. Josh Brown was second. Okay, there we go. Now, let's add a few more to this crate, and then I'm going to go back to the very, very first crate. I've got Orville Peck Pony for just $14.99. Orville Peck Pony for just $14.99. That is $10 off. Orville Peck Pony, $14.99. I got Wise Blood for $14.99. I've got Carly Rae Jepsen Emotion for $14.99. Carly Rae Jepsen for $14.99. Wise Blood Titanic Rising for $14.99. Those are sold and sold. Wolfgang Amadeus Phoenix and My Morning Jacket, all $14.99. Wow, more $14.99 new vinyl. Wolfgang Amadeus Phoenix and My Morning Jacket, the Waterfall 2 clear vinyl. Eric Van Leuven wants Wise Blood for $14.99. That's sold to Eric Van Leuven. And then our next LP auction is going to go up right now. Check this out, a Midnight Sabotage. Midnight Sabotage. This is an 85 US specialty OG, but it does have cover damage and the vinyl's VG minus. $5 start on that. Adam Bernardi gets My Morning Jacket. Make sure that goes in for $14.99. Folks, I'm not talking our usual $19.99 prices. I've got stuff marked down to $14.99. $14.99, like Sabrina Carpenter Fruitcake. Sabrina Carpenter, $14.99. I've got George Clanton 100% Electronica for $14.99. More Than Half Off, King Tuff, $14.99, and Air Moon Safari. Those are all $14.99. Nobody bid on the Beatles, Thank You Girl, an original VJ single. That's now just $10. Sabotage is a $5 start, going once, going twice. Air is sold to Eric Van Leuven for $14.99. Paul Cruz is in on Sabotage for $5. Adam Bernardi on George Clanton for $14.99, okay? there's that. And then I have, this one's going to be $19.99, a little bit more popular title, Sugar We're Going Down, Down. That's Fall Out Boy from Under the Cork Tree. Just $19.99 on that. There goes Mark. You were second on air. And then over here, what else do I have? $14.99 for these next two here. $14.99 for these next two. And that was Pierce the Veil, The Jaws of Life, Balance and Composure, The Things We Think We're Missing, and then I have Taking Back Sunday, Louder Now. A lot of half-off new vinyl there at $14.99. $14.99. Things over here, we have Savatage, a bid for $5. We sold George Clanton. We sold Air. There goes Mark with second. Another $5 bid on Savatage, an $8 bid on Savatage. Chadwick Smith third on Air. Fallout Boy sold to Sig for $24.99. Sully was second. Another bid on Savatage for $6, but it's already $8. DK Evans gets the Beatles for $10. Thank you, DK Evans. These Little Town Blues. Come on, Chad. Aaron Andrus, you were third on Fallout Boy. And then over here, my wife said, you just said you lie, said I watch more than 87% of the year. Well, Sundays, what about Sundays? He doesn't watch on Sundays, right? X-Wing's wife, he doesn't watch on Sundays. Beatles, Stephen A. Young, you're second, Savatage 9. Thomas Clark on BC. Balance and Composure for $14.99. Taking Back Sunday sold to Sig for $14.99. And then Aaron Andrus on Pierce the Veil for $14.99. Savatage 10, Savatage 11, Savatage 10, Savatage 16. Taking Back Sunday is still available for $14.99. All right, half off on American Football. These were $39.99. American Football, and this one is $19.99. A deluxe anniversary 2LP 19.99. American Football. We're almost done with new vinyl. We have literally almost went through everything, and then we're going to go through these new vintage crates. Just bear with me a little bit longer. We've literally almost went through and almost sold everything except for what you're seeing right here in front of me. Pierce the Veil, $10 off, $19.99. Limited edition indie store exclusive on Aqua colored vinyl, if I can spit it out. Savatage is at $16. Let me introduce another Beatles right quick. And actually, let's do a Paul McCartney. This is something that is pretty scarce for you Paul McCartney collectors. Ever Present Past. Paul McCartney's a 2007 OG, 2007. There's only one for sale listed for about $60 plus shipping. This is a $45 star. Ever Present Past, Macca. Darren Johnson gets an American Football. That was just $19.99. Lewis Kulik on Taking Back Sunday. That was half off at $14.99. Savatage is at $17. Jim B gets an American Football for $19.99. Aaron Andrews gets a Pierce the Veil for $19.99. X-Wing was next on Pierce the Veil for $19.99. Okay, moving right along. Let me take a deep breath here. We have, moving right along, I have, going up right now, Beyonce Lemonade at just $24.99. These were $38.99. Beyonce's 2LP yellow vinyl, $24.99 on Beyonce. Savatage is still getting bids. Let's go ahead and put up another LP right quick. This is the Eagles Live, just Eagles Live. It's a 1980 Japanese with OB, both inserts, and the poster. Japanese, $35 start on that. Beyonce, $24.99. Over here, I have $24.99, $14 off on Sabrina Carpenter, one of today's biggest modern acts. Sabrina Carpenter, short and sweet, $24.99. $24.99 for Sabrina Carpenter. $20 off on The Bride of Chucky. $20 off on the Bride of Chucky soundtrack. The original motion picture score by Graham Revell. The original motion picture score, $20 off on Bride of Chucky, $24.99. Savatage 20, Savatage 21. Final Call on McCartney for $45. Eagles is a $35 start. $35 start. Next over here, I have Snoop Dogg, $15 off at $24.99. Snoop is $15 off at $24.99. No Limit Top Dog, Snoop Dogg, $24.99 for Snoop. No Limit Top Dog, $15 off, $24.99. I have over here another Tyler the Creator Chromacopia. We had one earlier. Here's another one, $29.99, $15 off for the newest Tyler the Creator. Greg Smith on Bride of Chucky for $24.99. Sean Druin on SD for Snoop Dogg for $24.99. And Tyler the Creator for $29.99. So did Janet Gray. Thank you on that. And my crate has filled up here. Let me swap out crates right quick. This is full, and that makes 11 crates sold so far tonight, and we're not done. We're not done. All right, so let's go over here, and we had Jim B next on Tyler the Creator. I think we're done on Savatage. Paul Cruz 21. If anybody wants the McCartney, $45. Sully bid $35 on the Eagles, sold to Sully for $35. I'm kind of running out of space, but let me keep pulling stuff here and put up other new auctions. Let's do these here. We have Lana Del Rey and Casey Musgraves half off. Half off Lana Del Rey Blue Banisters, $24.99. Half off of Casey Musgraves pageant material, gold vinyl, $24.99. Those are half off. You heard me correctly. Here's another half off record. Heat Miser, Mike City Sons, half off at $24.99. Half off new vinyl. What? Half off new vinyl. Next thing over here is, let's do some more $14.99ers. I've got $14.99ers here. The first one I have is Feeble Little Horse, and this is Girl with Fish. $14.99 on that one, and Don Caballero, For Respect, those are also $14.99. Jan Gunther on Lana Del Rey, $24.99, and that left Casey Musgraves and Heat Meisner. Let's put those right over here. Let's put up another auction, and the next auction is going to be this right here. I have the Beatles, and this is, one second. Here we go. This is Twist and Shout. We had one of these earlier. It's a 69 UK here. Strong VG, just some light markings. Twist and Shout, $15 start on that. This crate's pretty full. I don't have much room to put much more. So let me just bring the full crate that I'm picking out of over here to us, okay? So right now, I have the following. The leftovers are in a crate and a half. And if I condense these two crates, we have one more crate of new vinyl, and we've officially gone through everything in this building. I don't think there's anything I hadn't shown. Maybe a couple strays over here that's damaged. The stuff on the back wall you see are still available. Let's go through these. I got JPEG Mafia and Danny Brown. We'll do these $19.99. These were originally $44.99. $19.99 for JPEG Mafia, Danny Brown, $19.99. Crazy price. Just trying to get some of this sold. It's officially the end of the year. It's not the new year yet here in Tennessee. We got some time. Heat Meisner sold to Michael Freiberger for $24. And then over here, we have JPEG for $19.99 to Eric Van Leuven. I don't think he went through the last crate. Yeah, I did. I was adding to it. The stuff in the back had been sitting back there for a while. I had been adding to it. I will recap it in just a second, though. And then we have Alex G headlights, half off at $19.99. Alex G headlights, half off at $19.99. King Cruel, the Ooze, was $44. How about $19.99? Crazy. Magadalana Bay, $19.99. It was $44.99. Tate McRae, whoa, $19.99 for Tate McRae. Tate McRae, now I've been distracted. Tate, $19.99, and 100 gex, Crystal Castle. No, is this 100 gex? Maybe not. No, it's Crystal Castles. That's half off at $19.99. And then the vaccines, also half off at $19.99. And car seat headrest, Twin Fantasy, also half off at $19.99. Jim B taking Tate McRae. Darn, $19.99, so did Jim B. The Beatles is a buy it now for $15. Twist and Shout, $15 on that. There went my girlfriend. She's gone. We have The Garden for $14.99. $14.99 for The Garden. Dogleg, $14.99. Proto-Martyr, $14.99. The Garden, $14.99. 2 copies available. This is... I never can figure this one out. Frost Children Speed Run Hearth Room, $14.99. The Wonder Year Sister, $14.99. And the Albatross, 10 years, $14.99. We've all been distracted. Here, this will keep everybody on the feed. Here, we'll put that right there. That'll keep everybody on the feed for a lot longer. That right there will keep everybody watching for a little bit longer. We have one more crate. We have one more crate here. And then I'm going to have to post this all in the morning in a flip video. We're into some stuff Laura ordered here. Final closeouts. And Kesha. I had one of these earlier. Here's another one. $19.99. $19.99. Kesha Cannibal. That's $10 off. BOA Twilight. That's half off at $19.99. Charlie XCX, True Romance, $19.99. Girl, Coco, and Claire, $19.99. This is Ariana Grande Positions. I'll do that one for $19.99. Paris Hilton, $20 off, $24.99. And Caesar Control, $19.99. Okay? So first is the Beatles, Regina Tabor. That is sold to Regina for $15. Yep, these are the closeouts on these. These are stuff that Laura ordered to experiment with. Some of these we did already sell, and this is the reorder. We restocked them because there was waiting list. But probably won't ever have some of these ever again, or it'll be a long time. It'll be a long time. So buy them while you can. They're literally like, most of these I'm averaging a $10 loss on them. So probably some of the money we made on the first ones, I'm probably handing it right back, but that's okay. $19.99 for Kesha. Darren Johnson gets that for $19.99. I hope that's what I said. And then over here, Eric Van Leuven on Charlie XCX for $19.99. Mark Riley on Wonder. Mark Riley on Wonder. That was there something called the Wonder Years? Yep. That's $19.99 to Mark Riley. Vladarchek second on Kesha. Eric Van Leuven on Caesar, $19.99. And Regina on Ariana for $19.99. Paris Hilton was originally $44. That's why that one's $24. Okay. All right. Is the Pink Floyd he had set up in the back gone? The only thing left back here is Pantera, Olivia Rodrigo, Buckingham Nicks, and Led Zeppelin. Tate McRae's actually already spoken for the record. She's still single from what I understand. Over here we have Dua Lipa. This is Paul's crush, our very own Paul Bowles. Now that's his crush, Dua Lipa. We'll do that one for $19.99. Lethal for $19.99. And this is Rico Nasty, $19.99. Those were $34. Here's another Ariana Grande, half off at $19.99. And then here is Claro Immunity, that's $19.99. And then Doechii, Alligator Bites Never Heal picture disc, that's $19.99, okay? So first thing we have is this. We have Darren Johnson on Dua Lipa for $19.99. That is sold. Jeremy Bryant on AG for Ariana Grande. That's sold for $19.99. And we have a few more in here. What do we have in here? GMB on D. If that's for Doechii, the picture disc, that is sold to you. If it was for Dua Lipa, it's already sold. Vamp over on YouTube on Clario Immunity. That's sold also for $19.99. And then we have a Tori Kelly Christmas. That was $36. How about $19.99? Kate Bush. This one was pricey. $59.99. Half off makes it $29.99. Half off on Kate Bush. 50 words for Snow. 50 words for Snow. And then Rihanna, Anti, we'll mark these down to $24.99. They were $46.99. That was Rihanna, Anti, $24.99. Ivan R gets a Kate Bush for $29. Patrick Lear gets a Kate Bush for $29. Those are sold and sold. I better put Tate away before some people's heads start spinning and before I forget that that's actually already sold. I don't know where it goes, but we'll put it right in there, okay? We'll put it right in there. Chad, oh, buddy, my brain, you better get that off the screen. Next is, I don't even know what I marked some of these down to earlier. Most of them are $19.99, honestly. And I'm just going to go ahead and sort them. That's why for the next time I show them in the video in the morning, for those that aren't watching right now, and they see the title, on sale new vinyl, end of the year sale, 15 and $19.99 titles, they're probably like, holy crap, 15 and $19.99 titles. So here's what's left, and I need to put up some other auctions. I have the Beatles featuring John Lennon, Ain't She Sweet, Star Club, Hamburg Star Club, Cry for a Shadow, and we have a 1981 Yugoslavia OG, VG Plus condition, John Lennon, a $15 star. That's now up for bid, okay? JPEG Mafia color. The hop sticker doesn't mention it. It's on white vinyl. White vinyl, JPEG Mafia, Danny Brown, $19.99. Alex G headlights, half off, $19.99. King Cruel the Ooze, more than half off, $19.99. Magadelana Bay, more than half off, $19.99. Led Zeppelin Presents, sold to Back to the Turntable Groove Guitar, $24.99. Also, we had Crystal Castles, half off at $19.99. The Vaccines, half off at $19.99. Cart Seat Headrest, half off at $19.99. The Garden, $10 off at $14.99. The Garden was $14. Dogleg, $14.99. That was originally $24. Proto Martyr, that's half off at $14.99. And then the Garden, I've got two of those. That's two more for $14.99. JPEG Mafia sold to Jim B for $19.99. That is sold. And then we have this record for $19.99. Foxing for $19.99. Albatross 10 Years. BOA Twilight, that's half off at $19. Girl, Coco and Claire, that one was $19.99. Paris was $24, which was originally $44.99, and this was on hot pink colored vinyl, $24.99 for Paris. Mike Monroy on Crystal Castles, that sold to him at $19.99. There Goes Mark on Cart Seat Headrest for $19.99. And then we had Rico Nasty Lethal for $19.99, that was $34. BOA is sold to Paul Brothers for $19.99. Tori Kelly Christmas colored vinyl, that was $36, now $19. And then Rihanna was $24.99, and that was Anti, and that was marked down from $46.99. The Beatles is an 81 Yugoslavia OG, a $15 buy it now. What else do I have in the LPs over here? I have the Beatles, the early Beatles. The Beatles, early Beatles is a 1976 Japanese. No insert, no Obi, but it's not bad. $20 start on that, okay? Now, the other crate of leftovers, we just kind of went through that. Let me figure out, while we're on a roll here, I'm going to try to keep some of this stuff kind of pretty close together in price point. We have Wolfgang Amadeus Phoenix. That was only $14.99. Wolfgang Amadeus Phoenix, $14.99 on that. Carly Rae Jepsen Emotion. That was $14.99, only $14.99. Orville Peck Pony, also $14.99 for Orville Peck Pony. Alton Gun Yule was $14.99. And then we had Title Fight Shed for $19.99. And another Title Fight Floral Green. Those are $19.99. So the cover is in VG Plus condition. The vinyl's EX. Okay, Michael Freiberger on Carly, and that was right here, Carly Rae Jepsen. Make sure that goes into Michael Freiberger for $14.99. All right, I've got this crate. This crate was pretty packed. I wanted to thin it out a little bit, and I think we have done that, right? I think we have accomplished that feat. We have. All right, I'll do a complete final review on all that in just a second. All right, so let me set that there. There's an empty crate. And man, we're at 98%. We're at 98% done. I think I've been able to condense everything left in this building, maybe for this, except for these few Christmas LPs over here and the new crate that came in tonight. Everything left is in 2 crates. Wow. Here's some of the earliest stuff I showed tonight. Last chance. The next time I'm going to be showing new vinyl on sale is maybe the very last thing when I say goodnight. If not, we're going to start going through some vintage buy now best offer. Finally, this is it. It's took me about 5 hours. We've went through the entire new vinyl inventory here at Collectco. Everything was on sale, no exceptions. Everything was on sale. There's 2 crates left. The crate you just seen, another crate before, and it's mostly all the modern indie stuff. All the other stuff is gone. There's very little left. The Beatles is a $20 buy now if anybody wants that. Here's some of the very first titles that was left over tonight. Somber, I barely know her, $19.99. There's one left. And then we had Shy Girl. That was $19.99. That was $10 off. Joyce Manor, Never Hungover Again. That was $19.99. Medieval Steel. I went ahead and marked these down to $24.99. Medieval Steel. I did say $29 originally. That's a metal album privately released in the 80s in Memphis. $24.99. The early Beatles, the vinyl's in EX condition. VG Plus, $20 on that. We had a Mon Amarth Berserker. Let's say $29.99. The last time I said $34. Now $15 off. A Mon Amarth, $29.99. Lana Del Rey is already gone. The Beatles is sold for $20 to Adam Bernardi. Thank you on that one. Still got a few advertised LPs to put up, like Maltese Falcon. Maltese Falcon, Metal Rush. An 84 Euro OG, VG Plus condition, $10. I had the remarkable Carmel Jones. Not much jazz left. These are $24.99. Blue Note Tone Poet, $24.99. Last copy of Mark Bolan's Zip Gun. I got that down all the way to $29.99. That's a fairly new release, too. The Cult. Can't believe that's still here. $29.99 for pure singles. Enough's Enough. One copy left for $29.99. And we have Wasp, the best of best, $34.99. Over here we have Olivia Rodrigo. That is sold. Whoops. That is sold for $29.99 to Tony Samuelson. I've still got 2 or 3 left. Buckingham Nicks is $34.99. I've got like 2 of those left. And then over here, Adam Bernardi says, remarkable. Thank you. No, wait, he was claiming this. That's sold to him for $24.99. MIT Lab wants the Yugoslavia John Lennon single for $15. Chadwick Smith also gets a remarkable Carmel Jones for $24. Josh Brown gets the Cult singles for $29. Sean Miller was next. And then Maltese Falcon has a bid for $15 with Matt Nichols. James Vasquez gets Enough's Enough for $29. One Wasp left at $34.99. Let's put that right over here where that other one was. Joe DeGaldo wants Pantera. I'm assuming this right over here. The Great Southern Trendkill. That's sold to Joe DeGaldo for $19. Greg Preston gets Wasp for $34.99. And Emarosa. This literally came out last week. Purple Vinyl, Peach Club, $19.99. There's the other Olivia Rodrigo's. I'm down to 3. $20 off, $29.99. Also a new release, and it's on colored vinyl. Mr. Bungle, $24.99. Those were $38. The Pogues is a fairly new release, a 40th anniversary of Rum Sodomy and Lash. $10 off on that at $29. The Von Bondies, $24.99. Rhino Hi-Fi Reserve, and there's the other Mr. Bungle, Disco Volante for $24. Wow. Maltese Falcon, 15, 17, 25, and 26. That's escalating quickly. Let's do another Beatles single. And the next Beatles single I have over here is Hello, Goodbye, I Am the Walrus. And that's another 1974 Brazil. Every one of these tonight so far have sold. There's none left except the rare McCartney single over here. $25 start on Hello, Goodbye. Wow, not much left in there now. I had Mr. Bungle and Mr. Bungle, Disco Volante in California, $24.24. The Pogues is sold to Mike Brangle for $29.99. The Von Bondies was $24. Olivia Rodrigo was $29. Emarosa, $19. Boland's Zip Gun for $29. Amon Amarth, $29. Medieval Steel, $24. Joyce Manor, $19. Shy Girl, $19. And Somber for $19. Okay. And that's it. Next time I'm showing new vinyl, it will be literally probably for the video in the morning. We'll do one more. We might do one more read through tonight. Phoenix still available. Phoenix. 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 What is Phoenix? Phoenix, Phoenix, Phoenix. Maltese Falcon sold to MT Map for $26. All right. I'm trying to figure out what to put back here in these slots. Not much. Yeah. 2 crates left, and plus the Christmas records, which we did those on sale last night already. Let's put Elton John. That's always great decor. And let's put something else. What else should we put in there? Elton John was 25% off of $69.99. I don't think there's a Cocteau Twins left. I don't think that's left. It would be right here if it was. There's not a Cocteau Twins left. Nope. Nope. All gone. Wolfgang Amadeus Phoenix. Any more Tyler Creators? No. No. Phoenix. Wolfgang Amadeus Phoenix. There's 2 left. One sold to Joe Castillo, I think. $14.99. Sold to Joe Castillo. Medieval Steel was $24. All right. Who's ready for some vintage buy it now best offer? Never shown before, new arrivals. Hip hip hooray. 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 crates of new sealed vinyl sold, and we hadn't even started showing new stuff. Unbelievable. Let me find it. I know John's got me one of those good old-fashioned check condition crates. Where's it at? Good old-fashioned check condition crates. Good old-fashioned check condition crates. Joyce Manor was $419. What did I have on that? Joyce Manor. $19.99. $19.99 on Joyce Manor. All right, here we go. These are buy it now or best offer. Nobody bid on the Beatles. You say goodbye, and I say hello. $25 buy it now. Okay? Booker T and the MGs. Hip Hug Her. Booker T and the MGs is a 76 U.S. Terre Haute OG VG condition and shrink wrap. A $10 start. Yeah, I need to go through this crate over here and see what's left. I'm about to do that in just a second. Stephen A. Young gets the Beatles, a scarce 74 Brazil press. That's sold to Stephen A. Young, and let's put up another one. Get back. Get back. Don't let me down. Don't let. This is a 74 Brazil, $25. Jim B says we need some. Jim B, you just experienced 5 hours of nonsense. You just went through it, buddy. You just went through it. I know you are rolling in the dough for what's happened in the last several days here at Coletco, and I know you're wanting more, and you want me to feed you more $100 records for $10. Bear with me. I'll keep feeding them to you. Just remain still. It will come your way eventually, my friend. Jim B is like, golly, this is the greatest record store on earth. I can sit back at my house and buy $100 records for $10 just all night long. And they're shipped right to my doorstep. Buy it now, best offer. Elton John, A Single Man. VG Plus, $14.99. Bruce Springsteen, The Wild, The Innocent, The E Street Shuffle. VG Condition, $9.99 for Springsteen. We have Hank Williams. This is VG, $12.99. Hank Williams Jr. sings the songs of Hank Williams Sr. VG, $12.99. I want a $100 record for $10. All night long. It happens all night long here. It happens 3 or 4 times a night. Sometimes 3 or 4 times an hour. You just got to be watching closely. Jim B takes advantage of nearly all of them. He's watching right now. He sits at a laptop with 3 monitors and a recliner. There's people around him working. He's got people doing stuff. He's got a headset on. Keyboards are flying. And what's more amazing is right now there's 256 people still watching. Nobody's like, heck, screw the new year. I'm watching Chad. Mary Wells, cool. Mary Wells is a 65 mono, VG condition, $24.99. And we have Dizzy Gillespie, Jambo Carby. This is a 64 VG Plus, $34.99. Steve Winwood, Jim Capaldi, Dave Mason, Chris Wood, Rick Gretsch, Rebop Kawika Baka Bajamba, Jim Gordon. Welcome to the canteen. VG condition, $9.99. Beginnings, the Allman Brothers. The Beginnings, that's the first 2 Allman Brothers albums. Allman Allman Brothers self-titled, and Idlewild South packaged into one release. VG, $12.99. We have Pat Paulson for President. VG Condition, $9.99. Wes Bruce and Lang, Live and Kicking. VG, $9.99. Nobody Been on the Beatles, $25 buy it now. Booker T got one bid. Booker T is sold to James Chilcott for $15. And folks, this is sold. It is gone. One bid, $15 sold. Mark Olson on DG for $28, and DG was Dizzy Gillespie. Sold to Mark Olson for $28. Steven Steels, VG Plus, $14.99. Pat Paulson for President was VG $9.99. VG Cover. George Burleson on the Allman Brothers. I've got one more silver dollar. Vaughn Gillespie was next. The Barry Goldberg Reunion, VG Plus, $14.99. And we have Oh Happy Day, the Edwin Hawkins Singers. VG Plus, $9.99 on that. And Paul McCartney, Venus and Mars. VG $9.99. You've got to listen what the man said. And he said, do. Adam Bernardi on Pat Paulson sold. Our next Beatles single is, oh, look at it, all the lonely people. Shoom bum 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 bum. Yellow Submarine. 74 Brazil, super nice, $25 start. We got Old and Golden, VG Plus, $9.99. That's a compilation with The Horse. Ra-dun, da-da, da-da-dun, da-da-da, ra-da-dun, da-da-da. That's The Horse. VG Plus, $9.99. Wow. Yellow Submarine, the album. 69 OG, VG Plus, VG Cover with Writing and Wear, $34.99. Also, we have Harry Nilsson, Son of Schmielson. VG Plus, $12.99. Village People, self-titled, VG Plus, $9.99. George Burleson, the Allman Brothers you bought, was VG Condition, $14.99. Billy Stewart Teaches, Old Standards, New Tricks, VG $19.99. VG $19.99, and then Electric Connection, Jean-Luc Ponty. Boy, I've never seen that one before. That's early. I've seen 10 billion, Jean-Luc Ponty. I've never seen Electric Connection. World Pacific Jazz Label, EX, $14.99. And we have the Beatles, Help, I Need Somebody, VG, just $24.99, and this is a mono press. This is the one that has the little instrumental things in between them. So when you drop the needle, it literally sounds like the James Bond theme. Dun, 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 dun. That's how they did the U.S. It has some of the score music in between it, and then it goes right into Help. Pam Murray, yes, sell Submarine, $25. Why not? It's Christmas. Sell that to Pam for $25. Lonnie Jolly on PM for Paul McCartney. Is that PM Lonnie Jolly for PM Venus and Mars? If so, that's sold to you for $7. Adam Bernardi on Jean-Luc Ponty. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Rod Stewart, Footloose and Fancy Free. VG Plus, $9.99. Rod Stewart. VG Plus $9.99, and Aerosmith Toys in the Attic. Walk This Way, Sweet Emotion. VG Plus $18.99 on that. Matt Nichols on Help. I need Matt Nichols to buy this record. $18. There goes Mark on Nielsen for $10. Sold, and 10 years after, Cricklewood Green. It does have a promo sticker, not a promo label. VG jacket, because there's a piece of tape up here. VG Plus vinyl, $14.99. Another Beatles buy it now. Eleanor Rigby Yellow Submarine, $25. And Jimi Hendrix Midnight Lightning, VG Plus, $24.99. Merle Haggard, My Tribute to Elvis, $9.99. Another Paul McCartney. This is Red Rose Speedway with Big Barn Bed, and My Love Does. I got to get something to drink here in a second. Chadwick Smith on Aerosmith for $15. Sold. Turntable tried to offer $20. Fortunately, it was only priced at $18.99. It went to Chad for $15. James Chilcott was third. Elvis Costello with the bonus $45. VG Plus $19.99. The Ray Charles Story, a 2LP hits comp, VG $14.99. And Diamond Head, that's a movie with Charleston Heston. This is the soundtrack to it. VG Condition, $9.99 for Diamond Head. My Love Does It Good. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Next, The Beatles, Red Sails in the Sunset and Matchbox. A 1982 USOG collectibles label, super clean vinyl and picture sleeve, $15 on that. Paula, you were fourth on Aerosmith. Sully gets Ray Charles. That is sold to Sully. Ray Charles is done. All right, there's that. And where is my monster at? Whew, right here. Thank God. Okay, awesome. How many? Here in Middle Tennessee, we're 22 minutes away from 2026. 2026. What a year. Honestly, for me, the days kind of blend together. Everything starts to kind of blend because I sleep one half of a day. So I'm half awake during one half of a day and I'm half awake during the other half. Does that make sense? So that means I only see like half of each day, but I'm awake a lot longer than most people. I don't know if that is registering with anybody, what I'm trying to tell you, but that's the way the cookie crumbles, okay? That's the way, I like it. I'm also up here getting some Burnt Bees chapstick because I have talked my lips off tonight. Is there any more new vinyl up here I have not shown? That's about it. I have one artist up here I hadn't touched. I think I'll go ahead and try to sell them. I don't know why I kept jumping over them, but I did. I have one artist I did not show. If you want these, do not comment the name of the artist. Please comment the name of the album, okay? Please comment the name of the album on these. Please comment the name of the album, okay? We have New Order Substance, $10 off, $29.99. New Order Brotherhood, $19.99. Please comment the name of the album. New Order Brotherhood, $19.99. New Order Movement, $19.99. New Order Power, Corruption, Lies, $19.99. Low Life is $19.99. And Joy Division, $19.99. Unknown Pleasures. So only one Joy Division. That is Unknown Pleasures, $19.99. Low Life was $19.99. So did Thomas Clark. Power is $19.99. Movement is so did Thomas. No, he wanted Brotherhood for $19.99. And he got Joy Division for $19.99. I don't know why I kept skipping over those. Probably because I literally just bought them. I literally just bought some of these. Unknown Pleasures, that was already sold to Thomas Clark. Michael Snared gets Low. And that's sold to Michael Snared for $19. Mike Brangle, you were third on Joy Division. So I had New Order Substance at $29, Brotherhood at $19, Movement is their debut, also $19, and then Power, Corruption, Lies, $19, okay? So that's it. That's the New Order Joy Division collection, and I'm going to put all those right back there, okay? On sale. Quick read through here, just the titles. If you need a price, let me know. Jared Inc. gets New Order, and that's $29.99. Okay, there's that. Awesome. And this is a vintage crate number 1 of many I'm going to be going through tonight. And these are buy it now or best offer. Take advantage. Pat Frat 666 on Movement. And that's sold to Pat Frat 666 for $19.99. There's one left of those. There's one left of Brotherhood. And there's one left of Power, Corruption, Lies. Okay? Now, if you need a price on here, let me know. Elton John, Single Man. Bruce Springsteen, E Street Shuffle. Hank Williams Jr. does Hank Williams Sr. Mary Wells, that was pretty cool to see. Traffic, Welcome to the Canteen. Wes Bruce and Lang. Also, Stephen Stills, self-titled, Love the One You're With. Barry Goldberg Reunion. Oh Happy Days, Edwin Hawkins Singers. Old and Golden Compilation. Village People, self-titled. Billy Stewart Teaches. Rod Stewart, Footloose Fancy Free. 10 Years After, Cricklewood Green. Jimi Hendrix, Midnight Lightning. Merle Haggard, My Tribute to Elvis. Paul McCartney, Red Rose Speedway. Elvis Costello, Armed Forces. And Diamond Head. Diamond Head, not the metal band. Hank Williams Jr., John Barry gets this for $6. All right. We have, moving on, next crate of new vintage. Next crate of new vintage coming up right now. These have never been shown. They're all buy it now, best offer. Here we go. Let's go ahead and make this. And this is 82 USOG, $15 buy it now on the Beatles. So far, the only no bids tonight are the Beatles, and Paul McCartney. Probably because we've had about 75 of them. There's not many left, so I do have some more of these. I actually have a bizarre Russian press here to show. And then I have a Buddy Holly and the Crickets that got mixed up in the Beatles. And that's because it's one of my favorites the Beatles did in their early years. They auditioned for Decca. And they did That'll Be the Day, which is Buddy Holly and the Crickets. So this is that actual single from the Crickets, 57 OG VG with the Brunswick sleeve, $5. That's an awesome one. And then here's a Beatles Russian. A Russian press, not much information on Discogs. It's Let It Be, Across the Universe. It's 4 tracks, and this is Russian Beatles. Russian Beatles, $25 on that. Diamond Head was VG $9.99. Merle Haggard was My Tribute to Elvis, VG $9.99. And Elton John is the 50th anniversary. It has the foil cover. It's a Gatefold 2 LP. It is 25% off of $69.99, $52.49 on that. So there's the Crickets and there's the Beatles. There's only one unadvertised LP that has not went up, and that's going to go up right now. Junior Wells, Southside Blues Jam with Otis Spann, Buddy Guy, and Louis Myers. 1970 OG VG, $15 start on that. We got Merle Haggard sold for $7, Diamond Head sold for $7, Buddy Holly has a bid for $5. Let's pull those out right now. So let's grab another new crate too. Actually, Merle Haggard was VG Plus. Even better, right? The cover has a little bit of wear, and that's it. All right, so those are sold, and now Elton John is sold. Make sure this goes in for $52.49 to Jetstream. Okay, the Crickets have bids for $5 and $5, and the Beatles has a bid for $25. And guess what? We have filled up our 12th full crate tonight. 12 full crates. Incredible. Thanks, everybody, year after year, day after day, for supporting Coletco. What an amazing New Year's Eve sale. 12 crates. We did that last night, and we still got stuff to show. Holy moly. I didn't mention the cassettes over here because it's just too much going on all night. It's still too much going on, but I'm going to take a picture of these. You can count on some cassettes tomorrow night. I don't really have them ready. They're not really sorted, and there's a bunch over here that are auction worthy, just FYI. Let me see if he did another check condition crate. If he did, we're doing those first. He did. Okay, so there's 2 check condition and 2 non-check condition. Let's do these first. All right, here we go. So Beatles has bids for $25 and $35. John Durden, you're out on the Crickets. Cindy bid first at $5, so your $5 is out. Going once, going twice to her. That'll be the day. Japanese. Mark, I've got Rock and Roll Over for $34.99. I've got Rock and Roll Over for $34.99. There's all the Beatles we've sold tonight. Amazing. I've got 12 crates of that, and almost a whole equivalent crate of Beatles singles have sold tonight. That's amazing. Okay, let's do this. Dang it, I shouldn't have said cassettes. I can't really, I'm having to army crawl over here to get to this stuff anyways. Let me see what I can do. And let me show, Mark Morris has been patient with me as I've been trying to figure out what happened to these Japanese Kiss CDs that have not been shown. And let me step up here and get this because I know he's been wanting it. And Mark, I think that's the only one. And let's tag that for him. And let me find it up here. How many do I have? There are other ones I hadn't shown, but there's 2, okay? $34.99, and I have one more if anybody else wants one. Oh, I've done a lot of walking too, coming up here and getting stuff. I'm hungry. I got my mom's chili. Got my mom's chili. Got my mom's chili. All right, I got one more if anybody else wants one, okay? I got one if anybody else wants one, okay? Sold to Mark Morris. I'm going to put it over here in the crate with the Beatles singles. $34.99. Brand new seal, Japanese Rock and Roll Over. All right, what happened? I did too much at once, as usual. The Crickets had a bid for $5, another bid for $5. The Beatles, $25. The Beatles, $35. Junior Wells, $15. The Crickets, $7. And then Beatles out and $50 bundle for unsold Beatles and McCartney. Okay, so we had Rick Barron. This was 45, 25, 25, and 15. So minimum bids were $50, $95, $110. $110. We might be too far apart. $85 for the 4 unsold. $85 for the 4 unsold. Who bid first on the crickets? Do you want to bid again? It was Cindy Yarborough. Cindy, you're outbid on the crickets, by the way. And then MIT gets the Russian Beatles for $35. Junior Wells has 1 bid. Care to show us the chaos behind you? Always wondered. I can turn on the house camera here in a second. It's a lot cleaner than it normally is. It actually looks pretty good right now. It's just, for some reason, a stray table has been set up over here next to me, and it's literally blocking this entire walkway, which I hate. That's like a... So, okay. You got the high bid. Actually, you just got the crickets. You just got the crickets for $7, okay? And here we go. Buy it now, best offer. West Montgomery down here on the ground. West Montgomery is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Sticks, Cornerstone. Sticks is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Creedence Clearwater Revival, Green River, VG, $14.99. VG, $14.99. And Mahogany Rush 4. Mahogany Rush is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Historical Figures, Ancient Heads, Canned Heat, VG Plus, $24.99. And we have Elton John, Blue Moves. Elton John is in VG Plus, $18.99. Chadwick Smith, first on West Montgomery, sold to Chadwick Smith. Over here, we have Junior Wells. This is sold for $15 to James Chilcote. Thank you on that one. And then we had a pending offer on the unsold Beatles records. Rick offered $50. I was at $115. I said $85. I'm sure he's thinking about that deal. Here's another one. This is the Beatles, My Bonnie. This is one of the first records they played on. Tony Sheridan and the Beat Brothers. This is on MGM. Now, if you find this on Decca, if you're ever flipping through a bunch of records and you find this on Decca, you have found something extraordinarily rare. It's like, what now, a $10,000 record? This is My Bonnie, The Beatles with Tony Sheridan, a 64 reissue, $5 start on that. $5 start on that one, okay? That's the reissue of that. Next thing over here, we have Tales from Topographic Oceans. Awesome. Oh, a white label promo. VG Plus, $29.99. Yes, it's a white label promo. Tales from Topographic Oceans. They're about to do an anniversary release of that. $29.99. Prince, $19.99. There is some writing on the cover. It's VG, $24.99. And Journey, Departure. Journey's in VG Plus condition, $14.99. And Roxy Music, Avalon. Great song, More Than This. EX, $22.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Stephen A. Young getting Yes. The Beatles is a $5 start there. And then I have... Okay, here's a true rarity. Might be something better to show tomorrow. Might be better to show this tomorrow during Metal Night. But check out this. It's Judas Priest, Dissident Aggressor. Okay, Judas Priest, Dissident Aggressor, a rarity. The flip side is Diamonds and Rust. It's a Japanese pressing. There's only one for sale in the United States, and it's listed well over $300 in VG Plus condition. This is rare. Ours is near mint minus. Judas Priest, $275. $275, okay? Stephen A. Young got Yes. I've already pulled that right. I did. Back to the Turntable was second. The My Bonnie has a bid for $5. Judas Priest is $275. Thanks for the offer. Best I can do, $75. Let's do it. These are sold. All 4 of these to Rick Barron for $75. It's New Year's Eve. Let's do it. Sell that to Rick, those 4 to Rick for $75. Roxy Music is sold to Mike Brangle for $18. Chris Martin Prince, $15. Sell that to Chris Martin for $15. We have Staple Singers, Turning Point. In shrink, VG Plus $14.99, and Alice Cooper Goes to Hell, VG Plus $22.99 on Alice Cooper. Men at Work, business as usual. Gold stamp promo, VG Plus $16.99. Who can it be now? Ding, ding, ding. Captain Copter, this is Randy, California. VG condition, $9.99. And the band Rock of Ages, VG $16.99. The band live in concert. My Bonnie, so did Ted Keaton for $5. Take a look at that Judas Priest. It is rare. $275 on that. Next thing we have is let's do okay, here's a tougher to get Paul McCartney to. From a lover to a friend, Paul McCartney, and this is a 2001 Euro OG. At this moment, there was 0 listed in the United States for sale. A little bit tougher to get McCartney single here. And Riding into Jaipur, and that's a 2001 $20 start on that. David Jennings, it's Alice Cooper for $18. So did Davis Jennings. James Vasquez, Men at Work, $12. Sell that to James Vasquez, $12. Sully gets the band for $14. Dennis Jackson gets Captain Copter, and George Burleson next on the band, and then Kevin LeBeatty was going to pay full price. I just shot myself in the foot. But I do have Swingin' with Terry Gibbs and his orchestra, Marcy Jazz label from Mercury, VG Plus $9.99, and The Story of the Empire Strikes Back, VG condition, $9.99. No discount on that. Gosh, that should have been auctioned. Billy Joe, 52nd Street, VG Plus $9.99. Van Halen, VG Plus $29.99. There is some cover damage at the bottom. That is the second label, $29.99 for Running with the Devil. The Doors, Soft Parade, VG $14.99. Matt Nichols gets Star Wars. That's sold. Vladimir was second. Squeeze, East Side Story, Tempted by the Fruit of Another. This is VG, $12.99. Hiram third on Star Wars. And then Mark Olson on TG for $7. Terry Gibbs sold to Mark Olson for $7. So Judas Priest is called Dissident Aggressor. It's a 1977 Japanese single, rare, $275 star. Very rare Judas Priest item there. $275 on that. $275 on Priest. There's only one listed for sale, $300 right now. Next is Cannonball Adderley, Love, Sex, and the Zodiac. She's kind of nude on the cover. Cannonball Adderley is VG Plus $39.99. I don't recall seeing that one too many times. And then we have Hammer, Black Sheep, VG Plus $26.99. Hammer, Black Sheep. Also, Fleetwood Mac, Future Games, another white label promo. Another white label promo, Fleetwood Mac, Future Games, VG Plus $24.99. $24.99. White label promo. George Burleson on Staple for $5. Staple Singers. I'll do this for $8, George Burleson. $8 on the Staple Singers, and it's yours. 1 second over here. Okay. And then we had Nicky Hopkins, The Tin Man Was a Dreamer. VG Plus $9.99. And we have Fleetwood Mac, Tusk. Fleetwood Mac is a 2LP VG Plus, $24.99. So if anybody does want this Judas Priest, $275. Think long and you'll think wrong. Let's do Paul McCartney for a $20 buy it now. Paul McCartney for a $20 buy it now. That's that. And then over here we have we had one of these earlier. Here is another Tony Sheridan, My Bonnie. Now this one is a 61 German OG. Wow, the real OG German. Per Discogs, OGs did not come with a picture sleeve until 62, so someone added the sleeve. That sounds about right. There's none listed in the United States. The cheapest is over in Netherlands for $214. Wow, so a real German Tony Sheridan, My Bonnie. So someone has added a picture sleeve, and honestly, it's been repaired. So that didn't really come with it. That's just a bonus. This is how it was in stores in Germany. It was just in this right here. So wow, a real 61 German Bonnie, My Bonnie by Tony Sheridan and the Beat Brothers, who is now known as the Beatles. Wow. So VG condition, rare, none for sale. There's only one over in the Netherlands for $214, and you don't know what you might be getting into there. So $125 start on that. A Beatles rarity here at 3 minutes before midnight. Wow. First thing is Van Halen condition. Van Halen condition, we had Van Halen self-titled VG Plus, $29.99. This does have the original inner sleeve with it. Van Halen self-titled VG Plus, $29.99. Back to the Turntable Groove guitar gets Fleetwood Mac for $20. That's sold to Back to the Turntable. Did you say Ronnie Wood? I did not. Mac promo for $18. Victor, you're second on that one. Robert Warner gets Nicky Hopkins for $8. That's sold. And then George Burleson sold on Staple Singers for $8. You were third on Nicky Hopkins. And we have Kelly at Midnight, Wynton Kelly. It's 1960 mono, VG, $44.99. Josh Brown sold on the Van Halen. That's sold to Josh Brown. And then John Mayall, Empty Rooms. VG, $12.99 on John Mayall. Merle Haggard, My Love Affair with Trains. This man loved Trains. VG Plus. He loved them enough to call it his love affair. Benny Mardones, that's VG Plus, $19.99. Frank Zappa, VG, $24.99. We're only in it for the money. The Mothers of Invention, VG, $24.99. And the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. That is a U.S. Scranton original with insert. VG Plus, $36.99. Merle Haggard's Love Affair with Trains is VG Plus, $9.99. Scott Dwallow on PW. And PW for Scott Dwallow was for what was PW? What was PW? Was that something further back? If so, let me know. Merle Haggard sold a Mega Blast for $9. Final call to get a bid on Tony Sheridan for $125. Brain Toss on Zappa for $20. Sold to Brain Toss for $20. That is sold, okay? And Judas Priest, $225. Let me check a few things on that one. I had some other side notes over here. Let me check on that one. Wow, it's almost a new year. 11:59. Probably by the time y'all hear this, there'll be a delay. Not $7 on Merle Haggard. Did I not say yes? Merle Haggard sold a Mega Blast for $7. Zappa sold for $20. And then the Beatles for $25 to Michael Hamburger sold. All right, here we go. It's almost a new year. Let's bring it in all together here at Coletco. Wow, 251 people still watching. Unbelievable. Everybody's ready for these late night deals. Holy moly. Unbelievable. And we're bringing in a new year right now. Thanks, everybody, for your amazing support over the course of Coletco. This year, it's been amazing. A new year has begun. My clock just rolled over. My clock. I hear fireworks going off in Lebanon. Fireworks are going off in Lebanon. We are in 2026 here in the Central Time Zone. 2026 here in the Central Time Zone. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I guess we need to strike a deal on this Judas Priest. What do we have an offer for? We have an offer over here on Judas Priest for $225 of Mike Straws. Let's sell it. A new year, a new record sold. Sold to Mike Straws for $225. Thank you, Mike. That is sold to you. Thank you so much. Happy New Year, everybody. We have Tony Sheridan for a buy it now, $125. 2026 is here. Happy New Year. We're in the Central Time Zone. Look at all these happy people. We're here. Awesome. All right. We've had an epic night. We've sold 12 full crates of vinyl. Adam Bernardi, German My Bonnie for $100. Sell this to Adam Bernardi for $100. Awesome piece there. That's essentially the first thing the Beatles ever commercially released. Not necessarily the first thing they ever recorded, because they did some of those demos and stuff, but that's like the first thing the Beatles played on there, 61 German. The Decca single here in the United States is worth thousands. All right, there we go. Happy New Year. Unbelievable. All right. This is it, 12:01. The new year is rung in. All right, everybody came to the party. I know everybody's here like, what's Chad going to do when the clock strikes over? Well, I've literally sold every new piece of vinyl in the store except for what few leftovers we have here. And about the best of the deals I can give you is on these Buy It Now Best Offers. And we'll keep going through those. We got 2 more, okay? We got 2 more to go through. 2 more to go through. And then Paul's crates if we want to do those. All right, New Year, doors, topographic, $9. Sell this for $9 to topographic, okay? Anybody else on anything in this crate before I start going through another one? 2026, so we still got people on the West Coast. It's only 10 o'clock out there. It's only 10 o'clock out there, and I guess what other time, what's it, Mountain Time? And doesn't like Arizona have its own thing or something? There's something kind of weird that happens in a couple of those states out there. But either way, here we go, and here's what's left. We got Sticks Cornerstone, VG Plus $14.99. CCR Green River, VG $14.99. Mahogany Rush 4, that is VG Plus $14.99. Canned Heat, Historical Figures and Ancient Heads, VG Plus $24.99. Elton John, Blue Moves. Elton John is VG Plus $18.99. Journey Departure, VG Plus $14.99. We have Billy Joel, 52nd Street. Billy Joel, VG Plus $9.99. And then Squeeze, East Side Story. This is VG $12.99. So somebody asked for Squeeze, 80s rock, classic 80s rock, VG $12.99. Journey Departure was VG Plus $14.99. And then we have Cannonball Adderley presents Love, Sex, and the Zodiac. Cannonball Adderley, VG Plus $39.99. Hammer, Black Sheep. Hammer's VG Plus $26.99. Fleetwood Mac Tusk is VG Plus $24.99. Wynton Kelly, Kelly at Midnight, 60 mono, VG $44.99. Terry Gearhart gets Sticks, and Terry Gearhart gets CCR. Sold and sold. Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Terry. And then we had John Mayall, Empty Rooms, VG $12.99. And Benny Mardones, VG Plus $19.99. It's 11 p.m. in Colorado, 11 p.m. in Arizona. All right, so we got another year to bring in those West people. And then the far West people, we've got like 2 more hours. Journey and Squeeze, 10 and 10. Sell these to Classic 80s Rock. New Year deal, Garth, 125 if he's still there. I think that's the 3rd time you've offered me 125 for Garth. I better go ahead and sell it. All right, Garth Brooks is sold for $125 to Kevin LeBady. $125. That is sold. What did I have it marked? 145. All right. Thank you, Kevin. So do you. Beautiful copy. 125. Done. Cannonball Adderley, 29. Rick Berrien, done. So to Rick Berrien for $29. I came tempted by the fruit of going through another crate. Tempted by the crate that Chad's about to put up on the table. Chad's about to put another crate on the table. He's going to read these titles, and I'm going to wish I would just go ahead and buy them. He is gonna tempt me with another crate. Tempting with another crate. Here we go. I gotta take the long way. I've blocked myself in with all the sold records over here. Cannonball 29. Just dozed off. Well, you missed a whole new year. Golly, 2026. What's going to happen this year? What's going to happen? I can't tell y'all my resolutions because I don't know if I'm ready to start them tomorrow. It is to start the shows at 5 o'clock. All right, here we go. Buy it now, best offer. Whoa. Dance to the Beat of Looney Tunes. Promotional LP for in-store only. 30, Bob Seger, Barefoot Jerry, Little Feat, The Kinks. Interesting. It's all Warner Brothers stuff. $34.99. $34.99. The Tailgaters, Rock and Roll Till the Cows Come Home. The Tailgaters is $9.99. Buddy Holly Live. Buddy Holly Live, Volume 1. $19.99. Looney Tunes sold to Robert Vlodarchek. We have Steve Harley, Hobo with a Grin. That's $12.99. Also, Hero, Boys Will Be Boys. That is $19.78, $9.99. And Roy Harper, One of These Days in England. And this is a 77 prog album, $14.99. Paul Bowles is on the chat. He has said, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Paul Bowles. So, now Paul said earlier, you'll probably have to wheel me in on a wheelchair tomorrow to work. So, Paul, I hope you're out there safe and secure on this New Year's Eve day. Black Sabbath Hoss on Warner Brothers, that's already sold. You were second. El Snapatan said evening. I don't think that's a claim. And then we have George Benson with Earl Klugh collaboration. That is $12.99. And then over here, I have Jimmy Dean's Greatest Hits, Big Bad John, $9.99. And we have what? The Best of Stan Freberg, a flipback cover. It looks like a UK edition, $9.99 on that. Still got a few Beatles singles over here like I'll Get You and She Loves You. An unofficial per Discogs due to missing runout info, circa 1980s. A bootleg of She Loves You and I'll Get You from Swan. Interesting. $15 start on the Beatles. That's now up for bid. Don't drop out. Next thing over here is Mega Blast offered 7 for Jimmy Dean, and so did Black Sabbath Hoss. Danny, you were second. And then over here we have Q, Dancing Man. Q is $9.99. All staff must report to Coletco tomorrow. I don't recognize New Year's as a holiday. I recognize it as a setback. Q is $9.99. Lena Horne, live on Broadway, The Lady and Her Music. Lena Horne is $19.99. Staff meeting, 9 a.m. sharp, Paul. Staff meeting, 9 a.m. sharp. Sinatra, A Man and His Music. Sinatra's a 2 LP, $26.99. Fair Dinkum, Aussie Party, 32 sing-along favorites, $14.99. And Freddie Hubbard, Polar AC. Freddie Hubbard is $29.99. Polar AC. We have Walter Egan, Hi-Fi. Walter Egan is $9.99. Enoch Light and the Brass Menagerie. Whoa. What a cover. Enoch Light, $9.99. Kiss is $34.99. We have Michael Quattro, Jam Band. Michael Quattro is $29.99. John has covered up the nudity. $29.99. There you go. We have AEL, Enoch Light for 7. I'm thinking more like $35. It's only marked $9.99 though. The Truth About Bonnie and Clyde, as told by Jilly Bean Parker, Bonnie's sister. The Truth About Bonnie and Clyde, $19.99. And we have Shotgun Angel, Daniel Amos. That is $19.99. Over here, we have what? Enoch Light. I forgot about that almost. John Durden gets that for $7. Next thing over here is Brand X. Is there anything about? Brand X is $14.99. And Gary U.S. Bonds in the American Band. Gary U.S. Bonds is $9.99. The Language and Music of the Wolves, narrated by Robert Redford. Rest in peace. $19.99. Black Sabbath Hoss on BC for $12. So did Danny Thomason for $12. Homer and Jethro at the Country Club. Homer and Jethro, $12.99. Springfield Rifle. Springfield Rifle, 1968, $44.99. Beaver Teeth. Oh, Beaver Teeth is $19.99. And then Rod Taylor has a promo sticker on the front. Asylum Records, $14.99. Rod Taylor. Man, there's some fireworks exploding close to this building. It sounded like one just went over the top of my roof. We have Trooper, Knock 'em Dead Kid. Trooper is $14.99. And Cajun Blues, Let's Do Blues Bayou. Cajun Blues, folks, $34.99 on the Biograph. Over here, we got Keith Jarrett, Eyes of the Heart. Keith Jarrett's $24.99. The Beatles bootleg of I'll Get You and She Loves You from Swan is just a $15 buy it now. Just a $15 buy it now. We have Jimmy McPartland, Art Rhodes, Meet Me in Chicago. What a cool cover. $14.99. And then over here we have what? We got Cajun sold for $30. Danny, it's already sold. Matt Shepard on the Beatles for $15. Sell this to Matt Shepard. But yeah, the Kiss is a Japanese single of Rock and Roll Over, and it's 34. We've already sold one. That's the last one left. Okay, here is another kind of obscure Japanese single from Riot. This is Riot Warrior. It's a 1978 Japanese OG, super clean, none for sale, and one has not sold in 4 years. I can say 4 years now, 2022. Riot is a $75 start. We got Wayne Bartow on Keith Jarrett for $15. Sold. Uh-oh, we need more auctions, and I think y'all going to like these. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dang it. I got excited for no reason. Can you believe this? I want y'all to look at this. I had my first great cassette auction, and look. It's empty. Maybe I'll find it later. Shoot. No Badlands. That sucked. But I do have, oh my gosh, look at some of these titles. That'll give you an idea of what's over here in this box I'm looking at. Holy moly. All right, let's do a classic. Probably my favorite of the 80s hair bands. I think their quality of music is really high. They were really good. Rat Out of the Cellar. Nice cassette. $10 start. $10 start, okay? First thing is Bonnie and Clyde. Danny, Brent, I've already sold that to Danny. And we have Mill City Blues, Papa John Kolstad and Soupy Milton. And Mill City Blues is 1971, 1999. Tom T. Hall's Greatest Hits. That's how I got to Memphis. That's how I got to Memphis. $9.99. Nina and Frederick. This is Lovers of the World Unite. $9.99 for Nina and Frederick. Sweet Tooth Testing. A 1996 white vinyl numbered $49.99. And Elton John, Here and There. Elton John is $14.99. Here and There. Not $44.99. I think that was a miscue. $14.99 on Elton John. We also have Nicolette Larson's Radioland. Nicolette Larson is $9.99. And Treasure Tunes from the Vault, as advertised on WLS. Chess, $14.74. $14.99 on that. Tom T. Hall sold for $7 to Mega Blast. Matt Shepard on Elton John for $10. Sold. If anybody wants Riot, it's $75. Final call to get a bid in on Rat Out of the Cellar. Round and Round. $10 start on that. Next in here is Quicksilver. That's called Anthology. It does have cover damage. $14.99 on Quicksilver. And Mick Jagger, She's the Boss. $19.99 on Jagger. And then we got Stabilizers. This is called Tyranny. Stabilizers is $14.99. And Gambler, Teenage Magic. Gambler is $9.99. We have Do They Hurt, Brand X. Brand X, $14.99 for Brand X. Looking at the lineup on this one. There's Brand X. And then Spyro Gyra City Kids. That's $9.99. And nice, Rubber Soul. A Los Angeles stereo press. Really clean. $59.99 for Rubber Soul. Play Guitar with the Ventures. Walk, Don't Run, Raunchy, Tequila, Memphis. $19.99 on that. And the Pointer Sisters. The Pointer Sisters is $9.99. No bid on Rat. It's a $10 buy now if anybody wants it. And then over here we have John Barry on WLS for $8. WLS for $8. This is sold to John Barry for $8. Roy Harper still available. It's got to be because I don't remember reading that off. We had Rod Taylor. Roy Harper. Let me see here. Roy Harper. If it's in this crate, yes, it is. Roy Harper, $14.99. Yes. George Burleson gets Quicksilver for $8. Sell that to George. Rat is sold to Christina Curtis for $10. All right, that's sold for $10. Let's put that right here. Okay, and then what was left? Robert Palmer Riptide, $19.99. $19.99. Our next auction is going to go right over here. Next auction's right over here, and that's Tesla Psychotic Supper. Tesla Psychotic Supper is $19.99. Tesla Psychotic Supper is $10 on Tesla. Okay, Kathy DeMoss said take please. Kathy DeMoss said take, and that was on Roy Harper. Okay, and Christina wants to pass on the rat. So Oso Adventure, you are getting rat for $10. Okay, that is sold to Oso Adventure for $10. Tesla's our next auction. Psychotic Supper, $10 start. Now that should get multiple bids. This will be the litmus test if I put up any more auctions, cassettes. Tesla, $10 start. That is now for bid. I also take the Aussie record. So Kathy got Roy Harper, and she also wants the Aussie record, which was right back here. All right, I'm just going to read the titles that's left in here. If anybody else wants anything in here, let me know. Tesla has a bid for 11. Here's another Beatles single, and this is a 64 OG on Tolly, and this is called There's a Place. And then we have Twist and Shout, 64 USOG on Tolly Records. There's a Place in Twist and Shout. Now Shake It Up Baby now, Twist and Shout. And this is an OG. Once again, a record label, Tolly. They picked up the Beatles catalog before Capitol finally did. Nobody really wanted them here in the States. So they was on Tolly and Swan and VJ, and $15 start. So I got the Beatles, and Tesla has bids for 10, 11, 15, and now 16. Not going to go through this crate in detail, but what I am going to do is read through the titles, and then we're going to go ahead and go through the last new arrivals bin, buy it now or best offer, okay? Buy it now or best offer. Here we go. First thing I have is a quick read-through of the titles in here. I have the following. The Tailgaters. If you need a price or more information, let me know. The Tailgaters. Buddy Holly Live. Steve Harley, Hobo with a Grin. Hero, Boys Will Be Boys. George Benson, Earl Clue. The Best of Stan Freberg. Q, Dancing Man. Lena Horne, The Lady and Her Music. Sinatra, A Man and His Music. Freddie Hubbard, Polar AC. Walter Egan, Hi-Fi. Robert Palmer, Riptide, was $19.99. Sig, you're out on Tesla. Empty Matt has it for 16. Final call on the Beatles for 15. Next is Michael Quattro, Jam Band. We got Shotgun Angel, Daniel Amos. Brand X, Is There Anything About? Brand X. Gary U.S. Bonds. Robert Redford, The Language and Music of the Wolves. Homer and Jethro at the Country Club. Springfield Rifle. Beaver Teeth, $19.99. We got Christina Curtis on Jagger for $12. Let's go ahead and sell that. Don't hesitate to make any offers. We got Freddie Hubbard for 15. That was Polar. That's sold to Wayne Bartow for 15. Jazz Grog, you just missed it. We have Rod Taylor. I had Trooper, Knock 'em Dead. Meet Me in Chicago. Jimmy McPartland and Art Hodes. We had Mill City Blues. Nina Frederick, Lovers of the World Unite. Sweet Tooth, Christina Curtis gets Robert Palmer for 15. Let me figure out where I put that at. Hold on a second. And then Jazz Grog, new bid on Tesla for $20. We had MCP. Was that for this one right here, Grog? If so, that's sold to you. Tesla has a new bid for 15. Robert Palmer was sold for 15 to Christina Curtis. McPartland, yes, McPartland is sold to Jazz Grog. Springfield Rifle was $44.99. No bid on the Beatles. VG Plus 64 Tolly, $15 on that. And then we had Stabilizers. We had Gambler. We had Brand X, Do They Hurt? Spiral Jobber, City Kids. The Beatles, Rubber Soul. The Ventures, and the Pointer Sisters. Okay, so Tesla's back to Sig. We got Beatles sold to Pat Frat 666 for 10. Let's go ahead and tag that. We got John Barry on Sinatra for 10. This is sold to John Barry for $10. And we have one person pinning on Tesla. Empty Matt has it for 22. Let me make sure there's no more jazz. But first, here's another really cool Beatles. Check this out. Wow, look at that. The Beatles, Watching Rainbows. Now, that's obviously a bootleg, unofficial. Watching Rainbows, the Beatles, $55 start. Really big obscurity here. Look at the color vinyl. Awesome. Beatles, $55 start, okay? Springfield is sold to Michael Butler for $40, and that's done. Okay, there's that. And then over here, I have the following. I have, let's start from this part back. Homer Jethro, Robert Redford, Gary U.S. Bonds, Brand X, Daniel Amos, Michael Quattro, Walter Egan, Lena Horne, Q, Stan Freeberg. I got George Benson, Earl Clue. That was $12.99. Hero, Steve Harley, Buddy Holly, and the Tailgaters. Adam Minardi, Lena Horne, 7. Let me find that. Sell this to Adam Minardi, 7. Tesla has a new bid for 25. Beatles is a $55 start. And let's put this over here. So John's 3 crates are now into 1 crate. And we're about to go through another one. John's 3 crates are now into 1 crate. All right, if anybody was maybe researching or checking to make an offer, now's the time. I've got those condensed, and let's go through the 4th and final one over here. And then Paul straight marked some stuff too. Those will be sticker price. So we can either do that, or we can go through some stuff he priced the other night that's never been available for best offer. And while I'm over here by the cassettes, I'm going to go ahead and put up the next one. And the next one is looking for all the metal, really good titles, stuff that's expensive or desirable on vinyl. Find those on cassettes over here. We'll do a few auctions. We'll do a lot of buy it nows probably either tomorrow or maybe tonight. And some cool stuff over here, though. There's definitely the next one. I found it. All right, let me grab this crate over here. I'm going to squat down and take a look at it, though. Oh, gosh. Most of my bones in my body just shifted. Oh, this is a good one so far. I'm seeing some cool stuff in here. All right. Okay. Chad standing up. 1, 2, 3. Oh, yes. All right. So Tesla 25, Tesla 26. The Beatles does have a bid for 55. Final call. Let's sell Sully the George Benson for 8. All right, let's sell that to Sully for 8. You got it. As soon as I can find it. Sold. $8 to Sully. All right, final crate of best offer. Then we're going to go through these new crates that were priced for tonight. Here we go. I have Dr. John, anytime, any place. Dr. John is $34.99. This is $34.99. Dr. John, anytime, any place. What a nice looking copy too. Barometer label. Tesla's at 30, by the way. That's still getting bids. And we got Eagles, their greatest hits, $34.99. Andy Fairweather Low, Spider Jiving, $14.99. The best of the Statler Brothers, Rides Again, Volume 2, $9.99 on the Statler Brothers. Pyramid of Love and Friends, Pyramid, $26.99. Journey Escape, $19.99. It does have the original inner sleeve with it. Don't Stop Believing. The Beatles is sold for $55 to Lit Schlitz. You've bought from us before, correct? If you are a first-time buyer, let me know. If not, welcome back. That's sold to you. This is Buy It Now Best Offer. Tesla is sold to Sig for $30. And Jay Nutra is going to check to see if he has that Dr. John. I haven't had it in a long time, so I know you hadn't bought it from me. All right, let's put up another Tesla. This one's called Bust a Nut. Tesla is called Bust a Nut. Now, all these cassettes appear to be in really good shape. If you put them in new jewel cases, they would look amazing. This one done its job. It's protected it. It's kind of scuffed, but everything else is nice. Tesla is a $10 start, okay? Next is Matt Shepard was first on Journey for $15. Brain Toss was second. There's another Tesla for $10 start. And I have another Beatles. And this one is From Me to You, and Please Please Me, and that's an OG on VJ, a 64 USOG black VJ label, EX Plus condition, $15 start for Please Please Me, and From Me to You, $15 start on that. Next is the Jackson 5 third album, I'll Be There, going back to Indiana, $29.99, $29.99, because with much was Statler's. Do what now? I don't know if I got that. Oh, how much? Maybe how much was the Statler's? $9.99. How much? $9.99. Shaft, big score. Shaft is $19.99. And we have the Go-Go's Greatest Hits. The Go-Go's is a 2020 pressing on clear vinyl. A 2020 pressing on clear vinyl. So here's the lineup right now. Tesla got a bid for $11. Statler's was $9.99. Dr. John is $34. The first person asked about it was Jay Nutra, and then the second person was George Burleson. Jackson 5 has offers for $17, $20, and $20. So $20 will do it, but Adam Bernardi will have to pay $3 more. So $20 if you want it, Adam, just let me know on that. Tesla has bids for $11 and now $10. Tom Sullivan gets the Statler's for $6. That's sold to Tom Sullivan for $6. And the Beatles, here's a $15 start. Adam Bernardi said okay to the Jacksons for $20. Now Tesla's at $12. John Cale, Sabotage Live. John Cale's a gold stamp promo, $34.99. George Harrison, Living in the Material World. George Harrison's $26.99. Living in the Material World. And Asia, it was the heat of the moment. This has the original inner sleeve in it, $14.99 for Asia. And Alice Cooper, Welcome to My Nightmare. Alice Cooper has the original inner sleeve, $29.99. I'm going to go ahead and put up another cassette auction. Happy New Year, everybody. Looks like we're officially rolling well past midnight. Still going through new stuff. Still going through best offer. Still going through a new Paul crate after this, and I've got cassettes I'm putting up for auction. Here's the next one. Warrant, Dirty, Rotten, Filthy, Stinking, Rich. And Warrant is going to go up for a $10 start. Dirty, Rotten, Filthy, Stinking, Rich. George Burleson does get the Dr. John Den. George Burleson does get it for $25. Thank you for letting me know, Jay Nutra. Matt Shepard gets Alice Cooper for $20. That's so to Matt Shepard. And Patty's at $14 on Tesla. And now MT Matt's at $16. I also have the 3 Degrees Standing Up for Love. The 3 Degrees is $9.99. The Brecker Brothers Band, back to back. The Brecker Brothers Band, $14.99. Mortgage Guy Rob on Warrant for $10. That's a bid. Larry Gatlin and the Gatlin Brothers Band, Greatest Hits, $9.99. And we have Rick Nelson, Original Favorites. Rick Nelson, $9.99. This is a German press over there. Tesla's at $16. Patty and everybody else is out. Let's go ahead and make the Beatles a buy it now. $15 for that 64 OG. And now Warrant has one bid for $10. Luke's out on Tesla, but Patty is back in at $17. We have Tom Sullivan on Gatlin Brothers for $6. Sell that to Tom Sullivan. And we have the Ventures Swamp Rock. The Ventures is $9.99. We have the Lee Brumley Trio. Lee Brumley Trio is $9.99. And Stars of the Grand Ole Opry. Does have a couple stains on the cover, but that's a great 2LP country compilation. Everything from early Uncle Dave Macon and Bill Monroe all the way down to some Dolly and Bobby Bear. That's $24.99. Christina Curtis on Rick. Rick Nelson is sold to Christina Curtis for $9.99. Adam Bernardi gets the Beatles single for $10. That is sold to Adam Bernardi. Tesla is still getting bids, 20 now 21. Warrant just got one bid, and that's sold to Mortgage Guy Rob for $10. That's sold. Mega Blast 9 gets the Ventures for $6. And Tesla's at 21. MT Matt, back to you. Spyro Gyra Free Time. Spyro Gyra is $9.99. And Living Inside Your Love, George Benson. And old George there, he's a double LP. $19.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that one is looking for 80s hair metal. 80s metal, I've got Skid Row, their self-titled debut. This one, the jewel case has become disconnected. You will need to know that the hinge down here is broken, but other than that, everything looks good, and that's going to be a $10 start for Skid Row. Christina was going to pay full price for the Gatlin Brothers. Unfortunately, I've already sold it, so I just shot myself in the foot over $4. This is This is really cool. So this is a reissue of what the very first Parlophone Beatles record looked like in the UK. This is a 2012 Euro limited edition reissue, 50th anniversary of Love Me Do and P.S. I Love You. It is a 10,000 limited edition, super clean, P.S. I Love You and Love Me Do. $10 start on that. It's now up for bid, okay? Tesla's at 22, still getting bids. We got Flash in the can. Flash is $19.99. And Navarro Listen is $9.99. Also, we have Michael Murphy, Cosmic Cowboy Souvenir, $9.99. I wish all the cassette auctions were on vinyl. I do too, but instead of $22 for Tesla, which I'm selling the MT Map, it would be more like $142. That's sold to MT Map for $22. That would be good for both of us. It wouldn't be good for your wallet, though. Skid Row is a $10 start. That's now up for bid. We also have the Crusaders Hollywood, $14.99. And John Schneider trying to outrun the wind. Schneider, gold stamp promo, $14.99. Quincy Jones, the dude. Quincy Jones is $14.99. And this is Jocko. That's the story. Is that what that says? Oh, no. From the dreaded Dick Connery collection, the Sean Connery collection. This is called J. Jocko. That's the song. $24.99. Eric Van Leuven wants Shaft for $15. Sell Shaft to Eric Van Leuven for $15. David Doyle on MM, and MM was Michael Martin Murphy sold. Skid Row is a no bid. It's a buy it now for $10. It's going to go right here. Final call to get a bid on the Beatles for $10. Eric Squindo over here on the Crusaders for $9. Sell that to Eric Squindo. Thank you on that. And then the Rollers Elevator. The Rollers is $9.99. MT Matt got Skid Row for $10. Christina Curtis on John Schneider for $8. Sell that to Christina Curtis. And Rockets. Rockets is $9.99. So what's our next two cassette auctions? Going for the metal. Going for the metal. Here is, I think, more so, quote, Christian metal. Something of that relation. And then, is there some stuff in these drawers? Aha. 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 That's what George did when Jerry said, all I did was shake your hand. And George goes, aha. Baron Cross, State of Control. Baron Cross, $10 start. And Slaughter, Stick It To Ya. Slaughter, $10 start. Here we go. I have Gary Bird and the GB Experience, The Crown, $14.99 on that. Pointer Sisters Energy, $9.99 for the Pointer Sisters. And Kitaro. Kitaro is $14.99. Asleep at the Wheel, Wheeling and Dealing. I don't remember that one. Cool cover, though. That's $14.99. Red, White, and Bluegrass. Picking up $14.99. And we have the Beatles Revolver, a Winchester pressing on green capital Target label, $49.99. Nice. Nice. The Beatles Revolver. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Oh, boom, down, boom, boom, boom. Taxman, let me tell you how it will be. Dun, dun. Adam Bernardi gets Pointer Sisters for $7. And Elvis, The Other Sides, Worldwide Gold Award Hits Volume 2, $29.99. It looks like it has the souvenir photo album, and this is $29.99 for Elvis. So Slaughter has a bid for $10. Baron Cross has a bid for $10. Michael Hamburger said he would do $45 on the Beatles. Sold. This Beatles is a no bid. $10 for the 2012 anniversary pressing of their first single from 1962. That one's from 2012. George Benson, Weekend in L.A., $19.99. And Johnny Horton on stage. Johnny Horton is $9.99. Play electric bass with the Ventures, $19.99 for the Ventures Play electric bass. And Spyro Gyra alternating currents, $9.99. Okay, let's take a look at the Beatles or the Elvis full color. Something from Elvis, Wardrobe for You. Let's see. Yeah, it's supposed to come with like an article of clothing. Here's the contents. It has a photo book with water damage, okay? It has a photo book with water damage. The pages are stuck together, or were. It's got 1 LP. It's got 2 LPs. It's got 3 LPs, and it does. Something from Elvis's wardrobe for you. It literally has an Elvis piece of clothing in it. Okay. The box has some wear and tear. So, first thing was Barron Cross 10, Slaughter 10. Those are final calls. Steve asked about this first. He said he'll take it. $29.99. So does Steve Biddlecombe. That's going over the big pond to the UK. Denise gets the Beatles at $10. Seems like a great price on that. $10. That's sold to Denise. And then Michelle was second on Elvis. Mark Olson third on Elvis. Christina fourth on Elvis. Michael Manning, you were second on the Beatles. There Goes Mark gets Kitaro for $10. And There Goes Mark gets Asia for $10. Those are sold and sold. And then Spiral Gyra Alternating Currents. Spiral Gyra Alternating Currents. That one was, nope. I know which one that is. Where is it? Maybe it's further back than I thought. Maybe it's further up here than I thought. Right here, the last record. That sold for $7 to Sully. All right, so Barron Cross sold for $10 to James Chilcott, and MT Mac gets Slaughter for $10. Okay? Yeah, I don't know how that Elvis box, I'm not for sure how, I don't know the story on that. It says a piece from Elvis's wardrobe. How unlegitimate is that? I guess I should ask. Bum, bum. I was going to see if I'd seen any more. Okay. Let's go through this Paul crate. Paul said that when you start going through this crate, it's going to be like, wait a minute, this isn't records Paul normally marks. I think he's went after some classics and standards and classic rock, but there is some obscurity. So let's go through that. Paula gets Asleep at the Wheel for $10. And here we go. We have the following. The Eagles. We have Andy Fairweather Low, Pyramid, the Go-Go's, John Cale, George Harrison, 3 Degrees, Brecker Brothers, the Lee Brumley Trio, Grand Ole Opry, so to John Barry for $8. And then we have George Benson, Flash, Navarro, Quincy Jones, Jay Jocko, the Rollers, the Rockets, Gary Bird, Red, White, and Bluegrass, George Benson, Johnny Horton, and Play Electric Bass with the Ventures. All right, those are going right here. Let's go through a new crate, okay? This stuff has never been gone through before, so let's hit it. These are going to be sticker price right now, okay? These are going to be sticker price. Usually should not affect the outcome of these by putting them still usually sticker price usually. All right, here's our next auction too. Van Halen and Queensryche. I told you I got some good ones. Van Halen and Queensryche is going to be a $10 start. There's one and there's two. We've sold an incredible part of Dale's Pittsburgh Beatles collection, and I still got more. I have let me figure out what I got here actually. What do I have here? I have here's probably one of the nicest ones I probably have. Wait a second. Here, we'll match this one with this. Okay. Here we go. All right, so this is the Beatles. She Loves You. 64 OG. We had one of these earlier. The vinyl is really nice. There is an 81 written on the label. It's got the picture sleeve. $15 start. $15 start on the Beatles. Okay. Queensryche 10, Van Halen 10. Oso's also bid on those. All right. Okay, sorry. Queensryche 10, Van Halen 10. Van Halen 10, Queensryche 10. Van Halen 11, Queensryche 11. Queensryche 11, Beatles 15. We have sold a counterfeit Swan. Yes, we have sold a bootleg tonight. That's a real one, and everything in here is sticker price. We have Led Zeppelin. This is a 1975 PRC Richmond press, no condition notes, $34.99. These are no more, no less. Led Zeppelin, $34.99. Phases of Reality, William Bell. William Bell's a 1972 USOG super clean and partial shrink wrap, $34.99. And then we have the Soul Children Friction. The Soul Children's a 1974 Sonic press, $19.99. And The Warrior, Ipi Intobia, featuring Margaret Singana on Stax, Afrobeat, 1973, $14.99. From earlier, I'll take Earl Sweatshirt, $14.99, and Sky Fiara, all three of them for $19.99. Jim B just paid his next 3 car payments. He's like, hot diggity dog, Chad. I hope you stay in business because you're keeping me alive and all my kids fed. Those are sold to Jim B. Let me go over here and find them. Otherwise, they could get easily lost and forgotten about forever. Let me see if I can find those over here. He's looking for these. Jim B is still rewinding earlier, going back and doing research and figuring out what records he can still buy and triple his money on. He is cashing in. His kids are running around the house celebrating the new year. They're going to be able to go to McDonald's breakfast in the morning. They're like, hot dog, please, Chad, if you're out there hearing me, please keep putting new vinyl on sale so we can go to McDonald's breakfast in the morning. Earl Sweatshirt sold for $14.99, and this nude record here for $19.99. Jim B wants all 3 nudes. Jim B said, nude, I'll take all 3 of them. All right, this has really filled up this crate now. Let me swap out crates over here. And that is now full crate number 13 tonight. I have a feeling we can get to 14. Wow. Wow. All right, let's put this right over here then, and let's see what's going out. So, first thing is this. Queensryche and Van Halen, 15-15. Adam Bernardi got the Warrior. Adam Bernardi got the Warrior. Did that sell, George? All Elvis records are sold. And then Black Sabbath, you were next on the Warrior. We have Stu Gardner and the Sanctioned Sound, a 74 USOG, $34.99. And the Rance Allen Group, I Feel Like It's Going On. A 1980 U.S. First Press Gospel Funk, I Feel Like Going On, $34.99. And Junior Thomas and the Volcanoes, Beware. A 2021 Mono Orange Vinyl reissue, $24.99. Both cassette tapes are sold for $15 and $15, Empty Matte and Empty Matte. And then the Beatles is sold for $15. And that is sold for $15 to Eric Van Leuven. And folks, other than 2 more copies of the record I just sold, that is all the Beatles singles that was advertised. They're all officially sold. And the only thing I have left is Paul McCartney, From a Lover to a Friend, a 2001 Euro OG, none listed for sale in the United States, $20. Paul's the only one that didn't sell. And they're empty. I've got a few more of the Swan She Loves You, but I'm not going to put those up tonight. We've already sold, I think, 3 of them in picture sleeves. I've still got 3 more. I'll wait for a different night for those, okay? And I've got, so the equivalent, if we sold tonight, we could do that about 6 or 7 more times. Probably do it again next week. More cassette auctions coming. Right now, newly priced records, no more, no less. The Frank Derrick Total Experience. This is sealed, $34.99. I'll sell you Paul McCartney for $15. I'll say Paul McCartney for $15. Produced by George Martin. That is America. America has the original inner sleeve and the poster. $19.99 for America. $19.99 for that. Led Zeppelin. This is a 77 Allied pressing. $39.99. Jim B said, which Paul McCartney was that? He heard the magic words, none for sale in the United States, which makes it a very rare, highly desirable, and hard to get record on Discogs. And Jim B's eyes just rolled over like dollar signs. It's a 2001 Euro OG from a lover to a friend, 0 for sale in the United States. If you don't want it, it's Adam Bernardi's for $15. He heard 0 for sale in the United States, and he went, hot diggity dog. If I can acquire that, then I'll have the only one for sale literally in all of the great land of the United States of America, except for the one Chad has for sale right now, here live on Collectco. Next 2 auctions are killer. Warrant and Pearl Jam. Warrant Dog Eat Dog, a $10 start. Warrant Dog Eat Dog, a $10 start. And Pearl Jam, a $10 start. Jim B said, hot diggity dog, another $75 record for $15. He's paid 2 or 3 months payments. Adam, he just beat you that for $15. I can't believe no one bid on it originally. And then look at Riot over here, $75, hadn't sold since 2022, none for sale in the United States, another $500 record for $75. I'd already claimed it. Jim B asked which one it was before you, though. He's put, which Paul was that? And then you made an offer, and then you said, okay. He technically beat you to it. He technically beat you to it. We have the Bears. This is a gold stamp promo, $9.99 for the Bears. We have Wrapped in My Baby, Chicago Blues, a white label promo, $14.99. $14.99. Wrapped in My Baby. Malcolm Kopp Lit, a 2006 U.S. gray marbled instrumental down-tempo experimental, $19.99. Hello, is our cassette buyer still alive out there? We got Warrant Dog Eat Dog, extremely, extremely rare on vinyl, and a band like Pearl Jam, if you're talking about OGs, very tough to get on vinyl, and they're just sitting right back here, no bids, $10 start. Chad needs more ice. I've got an ice maker up front. It makes cubed ice. I got to go get some more. I need something desperately. I have talked my lips off tonight. We'll probably do some $6.99 vintage discount. I'll try to go through this Paul crate as fast as possible. Still want to do some vintage and still want to do some best offering. So don't go anywhere. Let me put some ice in here. Ice. Nice. Fantastical. Do you believe in magic? Pass to Adam. Happy New Year's. Oh, man. Too bad that will charge you a putback fee, though. Oh, boy. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All right, I had to grab some energy right quick. Chocolate covered raisins and Monster. I'm good to go. All right. James Chilcote put Wrapped. Wrapped in blue, so did James Chilcote. Pearl Jam 10, Warrant 10, a Warrant 11, Warrant 12. And then over here, Paul McCartney is sold to, make sure this goes to Adam Bernardi for $15, okay? There we go. Next, Rolling Stones Metamorphosis, $24.99. Also, Blues Boy Willie, Be Who. Blues Boy Willie is sealed, a 1990 press, $9.99. So Warrants at 11, now 12. Mortgage Guy Rob, you're out. Sig, you're out. And then Pearl Jam just had one did with Mortgage Guy Rob. Blah, 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 blah. America, Homecoming, right? Hideaway, excuse me. This is sealed for $24.99. Also, 12-inch single of Kool and the Gang, Fresh. $14.99 for Kool and the Gang. And Bill Fay Group, Tomorrow, Tomorrow, and Tomorrow. 2006 U.S. This record was recorded between 78 and 82, and he's a legendary British folk artist. Sealed, $44.99 for Bill Fay Group. Bobby Woodrow's Live at Gutter Island, $59.99, a 2003 Garage Sock. We're in a new Paul crate. All these are sticker price, no more, no less. Cool price. Kool and the Gang is $14.99. Pearl Jam is sold to Mortgage Guy Rob for $10. Warrant has a new bid for $15. And The Unknown Visitor, A Rise from the Galaxy, a 1998 Japanese psychobilly hardcore. Boy, look at his hairdo. That is $14.99. And Shaka Khan, I Feel You, maxi single. Shaka Khan is $9.99. Billy Ocean, Lover Boy, $9.99. And then over here, we have Evelyn. This is Evelyn King, and this is called Get Loose. Evelyn King's a 1982 U.S., $24.99. So Bobby Woodrow's Live at Gutter Island was a 2003 Garage Sock, $59.99. We have Tina Marie, Love Girl. The B-side is Love Girl Instrumental. That's $9.99. Warrant has a new bid for $15. Warrant has a new bid for $15. Next thing over here is this. More cassettes. Oh, my gosh. Okay, so we have, oh, man. Let's do Bullet Boys. Bullet Boys is going to go up for a $10 start. This is now up for bid. $10 start on that. Also, we have Led Zeppelin. This is a U.S. Club reissue, probably from the 80s, is a note from Paul. It doesn't have a barcode on it, though. Super clean, $39.99 for only one of the best albums of all time. Here's America's Greatest Hits, $19.99, and this has the original on her sleeve. I've Been Through the Desert on a Horse with No Name, $19.99, and Mike Aldridge, Blues and Bluegrass, $9.99 for Mike Aldridge. I'm assuming we're done on Warrant, which means that Empty Matt, you got outbid, and Mortgage Guy Rob, you got outbid. Neither one of them said out, but I'm assuming they're done. Matt Shepard on Be America. Be America. I'm assuming that's for this Greatest Hits album. If that's not right, let me know. MT Matt's out. Bullet Boys is a $10 start. Cash Perkins Lewis, $19.99 for the Survivors. And then we had Little Richard, Lifetime Friend. Little Richard's $9.99. Amenities on Led Zeppelin. That is sold. And then over here we have Mott the Hoople Mott, $19.99. John Barry on Aldridge. That's sold to John Barry. Thank you on that one. And then what is this? It's a 1986 U.S. pop rock. It's under the title of what? Price Schulten, Lights On, $14.99. Warren is sold for $15 to Sig. Final call to get a bid on Bullet Boys. And this is Who, $14.99. She's got some wild hair. It is Toha Yaha. That's a Toyah, Toyha. Toha, $14.99. I think that's supposed to be pronounced with some sort of Japanese dialect. We have Great Rockabilly Showdown live at Dronland Ballroom, Hot Rod Gang, 89 German import, $9.99. So once again, I go through records basically 8 hours a day, every day, and I'm in a crate with more stuff I've never seen before in my life. That's amazing. All the music out there in the world, just simply an incredible thing. Here's our next cassette, which is Great White, Twice Shy. Let's go ahead and put this up. Great White Twice Shy. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Whoop. $10 start. So there's that and there's that. Robert Fripp's wife. Wow, didn't know that. That's the Toya, evidently. And then over here, we have Melodious Jazz. Sorry, I had to spell that one out. Melodious Jazz is $9.99. Bad Company Straight Shooter. Feel like making. Bad Company, $19.99. Jim Croce, Life and Times. Operator, won't you help me place this call? $14.99 for Croce. These are all sticker price, no more, no less. And Yardbirds Greatest Hits, $24.99 for the Yardbirds Greatest Hits. Yellow Epic Label and Adventures in Utopia, $14.99. And 20 Monster Hits. Great looking comp here. VG $9.99 on that one. Had those before. Steve Winwood, Talking Back to the Night, EX $17.99. And Edgar Winter's White Trash, EX $12.99. Bullet Boys got a bid with MT Matt, sold for 10. Great White has a bid for 10. Going once, going twice. Steven Steels is VG Plus $11.99. Richard Yeager on the Yardbirds, For Your Love. And then over here, Regina wants Live and Toya. Live and Toya. So I think she wants this and she wants this. These are both sold to Regina Tabor. And then over here we have two left. And that was Eddie Floyd, I've Never Found a Girl, a 68 Terre Haute on Stax, EX $17.99, and a tough to get Santana, Lotus, a Euro import. It does have cover damage, $17.99 on Santana Lotus. Great White is sold to MT Matt for $10. Next auction is going to go up right now. We're going to do two Michael Sweets. He was in a band called Striper. We're going to do a lot of two Michael Sweets. And we're going to do Whitesnake, 87. Here I go again on my own. Down the lonely road I've never known. Something, something, and something, something. Michael Sweet, $10 for both of them. And there's Whitesnake. In the Still of the Night. Okay. I'm going to remain calm. I'm going to go put all the sold 45s in here on the tableau. In the still of the night, I hear the bum bum dee doo, shooby dee bum bum, doopy ba da. Try to see it my way. Every time I'll tell you if I. Every night I just want to get up. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Dang it. My mic wasn't on. Sorry. Let's go through this last crate of check condition from Paul. This is all priced as marked. No more, no less. Check condition stuff. Michael Sweet, they both have bids for $10 with Luke Rosenberger. Whitesnake has a bid for $10. Richard Yeager wants Bad Company. Sorry, I was talking to myself. Santana, what kind of inserts is it supposed to have? And I'll check. It doesn't. Paul didn't make any notes about inserts, though. Bad Company, nice copy, and that's sold. Michael Sweet has a new bid for 12. Sorry, I'm muting my mic to take another drink and eat more chocolate-covered raisins. I forgot to unmute it. And then here is Alex Corner, Get Off My Cloud. EX $12.99. Denise Eddie Floyd is $17.99. Sticker price for the last crate. And then we got Rush, All the World's a Stage. A 76 Terre Haute, VG plus $24.99 on Rush. Otis Redding, I'm a love man. Otis Redding is a 69 Terre Haute, EX $27.99. Jerry Reed, Mind Your Love. Jerry Reed is EX $12.99. And yes, I missed it. Happy New Year's for the Colorado, Arizona, that time zone, whatever y'all are. Happy New Year's out there. They just got a new year. We got one more time zone to go, the East Coast people. We got one more time zone to go, the East Coast people. So, yeah, Happy New Year's to y'all. Happy New Year's to y'all. Okay, no problem. And I'm sure Denise will take it at sticker price, right, Denise? Michael Sweet's at $12. Michael Sweet has another bid for $12. Matt Shepard on Rush. All the World's a Stage, sorry. Black Sabbath Hoss on Jerry Reed, sold. Mega Blast 9, Mountain Time. Sherry Darnell on Otis Redding, West Coast, not East Coast. Christina next on Jerry Reed. BB King, King Size. EX $12.99, some kind of coast, not for sure which one. We have Jean-Luc Ponty, Cantaloupe Island. Jean-Luc Ponty is VG plus $11.99. And Art Blakey, Big Band, the finest of Art Blakey, VG $9.99. Jay Neutral gets BB King. That's sold to him. Also, we have Vangelis Hypothesis. Vangelis is a 1980 Italian import. VG $9.99. White Snake is sold. White Snake is sold to Luke Rosenberger for 10. That's sold for 10. Jay Neutral on BB, and that was BB King. These are sticker price, no more, no less. Michael Sweets at 14. We have Battle of the Something, Battle of the Bands Volume 1, a 2020 Record Store Day black swirl colored vinyl, $19.99. Albert King, Years Gone By. Albert King is a 69 US. It does have some cover damage. VG condition, $12.99. Mel and Tim Starting Over Again, a 72 press, EX $12.99. Michael Sweets at 16. Jay Neutra gets Albert King. So did Jay Neutra. Michael Sweets at 14. Isaac Hayes Enterprise, his greatest hits. What is that, a Walther PPK? It looks like it. VG Plus $14.99. I literally think it is. VG Plus, $14.99. Over here, we have California Girl, Eddie Floyd, 1970 US, VG Plus, $14.99. And then what is the Battle of the Bands lineup? Some of the bands is the Mysterious Light, Johnny's Uncalled For, the Archaics, Michael Rawl, Benny Trokin, Jay Vaughns, the Fame Beat, Steady Sun, T. Benny, the Buzz Brothers, and Mark Sultan. No Condition Notes, $19.99. We have Fortune Teller, Any City Scream, a rare 1978 Private Press Acid Rock, VG Condition, $119.99. VG, $19.99. Curtis Mayfield, Back to the World, VG Plus, $19.99. Michael Sweet has a bid for $20. John Barry on Canner, California, Canner, Mel and Tim, Vangelis, Canner, something. Next auction's going to go up right now, and this is for the most greatest cassette you've ever seen in your life. When I put this up, there's going to be some people say, my gosh, that's one of the greatest cassettes I've ever seen in my life. This is Blue Murder. $10 start on Blue Murder. $10, Blue Murder. Next is Frank Foster, The Loud Minority. Frank Foster's a 1972 USOG, VG Plus, $59.99. Lager Blues Machine. This lady on the front with snakes for hair is exposing her breast. It's a 1988 Belgium import. It's a Prague Psych, EX, $17.99. Next is Hiram Ponte on Michael Sweet for $23. Over here, Michael Sweets at $23. That was Alex Corner. Okay, this over here, Alice Corner. That is sold. Next thing is D. Erna Rock Von something Fresca. It's a Mexican Psych reissue, EX $12.99. We have Crazy Caven and the Rhythm Rockers. That's an 81 finish import, EX edition, $37.99. Both Michael Sweets are at $25. Blue Murder's a $10 start, going to once and going to twice. And next is The Babies. The Babies is a 78 UK only time on vinyl. VG Plus, $11.99. And Denise is passing on Eddie Floyd. Well, dang it, I'd already charged you $99.99 for it. Shoot. Led Zeppelin, 1972 PRC Richmond VG condition, $24.99. Nice. Anybody ever listen to that? $24.99. Blue Murders at 10. Camper Van Beethoven, that's an 88 US VG, $19.99. 88 US. Powerhouse Loving Machine, VG Plus, $9.99. Michael Sweets at $28. Still getting bids. Blue Murder, final call. The Bohannon Drive, this is EX, $12.99. And Aerosmith, Rock in a Hard Place. It does have some cover damage, quite a bit of wear. Vinyls EX, $17.99. The OJ's Live in London, VG, $9.99. Eric Van Leuven on Camper Van Beethoven. That is sold. Blue Murder sold to MT Matt for $10. Michael Sweet has a new bid for $30. Historic Dead, The Grateful Dead, a 71 US. The seams are splitting, VG Plus, $19.99. And Mountain, Flowers of Evil, VG condition, $9.99. And Vanilla Fudge, VG, $9.99. You Keep Me Hanging On, VG, $9.99. Next auction is going to go up right now. And this could be possibly, if not, definitely one of the greatest cassettes you've ever seen in your life. And when I select it, and I'm going to walk it over here, I'm going to put it on the table, and there's probably going to be some people that say, Chad, not just saying this because I like you, this is possibly one of the best cassettes you've ever put up for auction. And I'm going to say thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the positive. We're positive here. Very positive. Poison. Open up and say, ah, $10 start. Poison's a $10 start. Next, over here, Michael Sweet 30, J Neutron, M for Mountain. Black Sabbath Hoss on Vanilla Fudge, sold. What was the condition on Foster again? That one was, Frank Foster was VG Plus, $59.99. The Loud Minority. Mainstream VG Plus, $59.99. This is new arrivals. I'm doing these sticker price right now. Sticker price for these. We have Led Zeppelin, Physical Graffiti, a 75 Monarch OG, VG, $24.99. The Rolling Stones, Love You Live, VG, $14.99. Ox Pedals, VG, $9.99. And we have Don Convey checking in with. Don Convey, VG Plus, $14.99. Bad Company, Burning Sky, VG Plus, $14.99. Black Sabbath Hoss on the Rolling Stones. Poison's a $10 start. Michael Sweet cassettes are at $35. James Vasquez, you're out. Okay? Next is Live Cream Volume 2. VG, $11.99. In the white room with black curtains in the station. Wow, 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 wow. Sunshine of Your Love, Robert De Niro scene. We have Black Sabbath Hoss on Bad Company. That's sold to him. We have the Dales versus the Dramatics, VG, $9.99 on that. Buddy Miles Express, Expressway to Your School, VG, $9.99. No one bid on Poison. It's a $10 buy it now. It's up to James Vasquez on the Michael Sweet cassettes. The OJs, this is Message in the Music, EX, $12.99. And Aerosmith's Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $19.99. Okay? First thing is Peter Hoss. I think I'm going to start 2026 by watching The Fugitive in Chad's honor. Great movie to get your year started with. The Fugitive of Harrison Ford, Tommy Lee Jones, a classic. Go ahead, start your ear off right. Start your ear, your eyes, and your life off right. Eddie Floyd is sold to Jay Nutra. He wants to buy this. He wants to pay for it, and he wants to send it to Denise Vinyl Vixen over on Twitch for a gift to start her ear off right too. Jay Nutra's buying that. He wants to pay for it, and he said send it to Denise for free. Jazz Grog on the Frank Foster, that's sold. It's Poison. Open up and say ah. I got to go ahead and sell these Michael Sweets. I lost somebody. Hiram Aponte gets both of these for $35. Thank you, Hiram. Those are sold to you. And then Led Zeppelin 3, and this is A 1970 OG Shelly press, EX condition, $37.99. Dun da 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 dun, dun da 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 dun, dun da da. That is Led Zeppelin 3. We have Tommy Conwell and the Young Rumblers, Rumble. That's an 88 US EX $9.99. Mortgage Guy Rob gets Poison for 10. The Best of the Young Bloods. Come on, people now. Smile on your brother, everybody. Forrest Gump. VG Plus, $9.99. Led Zeppelin 3 is sold to Matt Shepard. And we have Bad Company, Run with the Pack. Honey Child, you know you drive me wild. That's a good one on there. $14.99. The Dales Condition. The Dales versus the Dramatics. This was VG $9.99. Black Sabbath on Young Bloods. Come on, people now. Smile on your brother. We've already sold a bunch of cassettes. I'm going to take those right in here around the corner right now. Right now. Right now. Come on, people now. Smile on your brother. Everybody get together. Listen, you are the one. Ooh, singles. All right. I got a vintage advertising item. This is an original vintage Coors beer advertising tray going up for auction. Metal as metal can get. $25 start. Vintage Coors beer server tray. Rocky Mountain spring water brewed with pure Rocky Mountain spring water. Coors beer advertising tray. $25 start. $25 start. Coors vintage beer. $25. I will literally sell anything here, whatever gets the bills paid. We have Young Blood sold to Danny, and then we had Christina Curtis on the Babies, and that was right here. So to Christina Curtis, Brain Toss second on Young Bloods. The Bad Company was in VG Plus, $14.99, and then over here. We had Pack Condition. That was Run with the Pack, VG Plus, John Durden on Dales. And then let's read through these again, okay? Let's read through these again. Adam Passes. So this is still available. This is Bad Company, Run with the Pack, okay? And whoever asked is next in line, which was Adam Bernardi and then Rock Show. That's still available, okay? $14.99. All right, here we go. Let's touch my toes. Oh my gosh, what a knee adjustment that was. All right, let's get into some $6.99 stuff. I'm going to read what's left in here. $25 start on that. I asked for Running with the Pack 15 minutes ago. Jay Nutra said he was trying to buy this 2 or 3 hours ago. Okay. The first person who asked for this was Adam Bernard. He said, BC Condition. Okay. Adam said pass, and then you asked about it, and then you said how much. That was the first time your comment had come across. But luckily for you, you still get it at $14.99. Okay. Okay. $5 to mute knuckle. That was my knees. Those crazy noises. Oh. I have hot picks for Metal Night. I do. Laura has sent me hot picks for Metal Night. Whoa. Yeah, let me airdrop them over here, and I'll show them in just a second, okay? Remind me. Chad's Mac Mini. Okay. All right. Okay. Cool. All right. Cores is $25. Just FYI. Okay. Here's what's left in here. If you need a price, let me know. I have Jean-Luc Ponty, Cantaloupe Island, Art Blakey Big Band, Vangelis Hypothesis, Mel and Tim Starting All Over Again, Isaac Hayes Enterprise, his greatest hits, Eddie Floyd California Girl, Battle of the Bands Volume 1, Fortune Teller, Inner City Scream, Curtis Mayfield Back to the World, Lager Blues Machine, or Lager, I guess that's Lager. This was completely in a different language for me, Spanish, I guess. It's a psych album, EX 27.99, Crazy Cavin and the Rhythm Rockers, and Led Zeppelin 2, VG 24.99. Jay Nutra wants one of the chorus trays for $20. I actually have one more if anybody else wants one, but this is sold to MT Matt, excuse me. MT Matt gets this for $20. I've got one more, actually, if anybody else wants one, okay? Also, we have Powerhouse Lovin' Machine, VG Plus $9.99. The Bohannon Drive, EX $12.99. Aerosmith was EX $17.99. The OJ's Live in London. The Art Blakey is the finest of Art Blakey. It looks like it was at a radio station or a library. Somewhere, I guess a radio station. Yeah, they logged the days they played it. It's a 76 US, obviously with cover damage. VG condition, $9.99. Regina Tabor wants Blues Machine. This one right here, that's sold to Regina Tabor. And then we have The Dead, Historic Dead, VG Plus $19.99. Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti, VG $24.99. FT price, FT was for Fortune Teller. Fortune Teller is a rare 1978 private press acid rock, VG $199.99. VG $199.99. The Ox Pedals, VG $9.99. Don Convey checking in with Live Cream Volume 2, The Dales versus the Dramatics. That was sold to John Durden. I never did pull that. That's sold to Mega Blast 9. Buddy Miles Express, The OJs, and Aerosmith's Greatest Hits. And that's VG Plus, $19.99. Okay? All right. I'll take the other chorus tray that's nice for $15. Well, actually, the note I had over here was whoever tagged this stuff for me said 25 each or 40 for both. So if you want both of them, well, I'll do them for $40. And yeah, it's also nice. I think it needs a dusting. I think the other one was kind of cleaned up. So that's not rust, that's dust. So yeah, I'll say both of them for 40. They're supposed to be both for 50 or 25 each or both for 40. All right, let's do some $6.99 vintage. And then MT Mac gets both of the cores for $20. I got some other random miscellaneous stuff over here like that. And then we've got, we're going to do some $6.99 vintage. Whatever's left, we're going to bundle and try to send to new homes, okay? So I'm going to go condense this. Both Paul crates have turned into one Paul crate. That means we sold a whole crate of Paul stuff. 50% sell rate at 1 a.m. I'll take it. That's not bad at all, honestly. Let me just condense this with this. And, all right, let me take this crate up here. Let me figure out where to pick from. $6.99, Jim B just stood up in his recliner. He just popped his knuckles, and he said, oh, boy, here's my time to shine. So what I do is I come up here, and I just grab random records, and we do them for $6.99. I just kind of thumb through these, but I haven't pulled anything out. I don't care what's in here. It does not concern me. If there's a $299 record that slipped through here that I'm about to sell for $6.99, Well, that's my fault. We should have probably already pulled it out and put it on Discogs. So this is all $6.99 vintage discount. This is better than half off. Unless it's a $9.99 record. But overall, it's much better for $6.99, okay? Here we go. Picked a bad night or the night before to do a workout, because I think I almost did 100, but I stopped. I try to do 100 about once a week. I think I end up doing 80 or 85 body squats, and my legs are pretty much jello. So I'm going to sit down for 1 second and fix my shoes, because I've done a lot of stretching throughout tonight, and I got to lace up. Okay, put me in coach. I still got work to do. So let me fix my left shoe, and then let me fix my right shoe. I rarely have a chair over here. I don't keep chairs around me because that will cause me to sit down. And I have sit down before and just started talking like y'all were in the room with me, and then 20 minutes goes by. Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. I think I walked 5 miles while I watched the Beatles anthology. Then I did 80 body squats and 80 100-pound curls. That was my workout last night, and I was exhausted. I fell asleep ordering vinyl by the time I got to my house. It was like 10 or 11 o'clock in the morning, and I was like, oh my gosh, I got to set my alarm for 3:30. I was like, oh, I got to get up and get right and do this again. Okay, $6.99. Here we go, $6.99. Everything in here. We have the Dirty Dozen soundtrack. Music from the original soundtrack, Dirty Dozen, $6.99. That's an early 80s reissue of that. The Who Face Dances, that's $6.99. It does have the original on her sleeve. The Who is $6.99. Dirty Dozen is sold to Mega Blast 9 for $6.99. Black Sabbath was next. Linda Ronstadt, Mad Love. Linda Ronstadt is $6.99. And Chicago, Along Comes a Woman, 12-inch single, and that's a promo from Chicago, $6.99. Jason and the Scorchers, Lost and Found. Jason and the Scorchers is $6.99. And Haircut 100, Pelican West. Haircut 100 is $6.99. Also, the box top super hits. When I think about the good love she gave me, I cry like a baby. Next thing is Haircut 100 is sold to Mega Blast for $6.99. Jason and the Scorchers is sold for $6.99. And Peter, Paul, and Mary, See What Tomorrow Brings. Peter Paul, $6.99. All right. So what else do I have over here? I have, let's see what Tanner's got for me here. I have, oh, cool item here. Any Thin Lizzy fans? And then some Star Wars stuff here. We had one of these the other night. It was for, I think it was a Judas Priest. So this is a vintage Thin Lizzy battle bracelet, leather with the metal studs. Very cool. That was probably worn at some point at a concert. $50 start. Very cool vintage original collectible there. Thin Lizzy battle bracelet is what we call that. Rare vintage leather studded wristband cuff. $50 start. And then I have for $9.99 Funko Star Wars enamel pin set for $14.99 each, excuse me. Pop pins, enamel Funko. I see Darth, I see Obi-Wan, $14.99 on that one, okay? Next comment is Face Dances, 80s Classic Rock. That's sold for $6.99. Ted Keaton, The Who, has already sold Ted. And then we have his letter on the box tops. Yes, that is right after. It's actually billed at the top. She wrote me a letter, my baby. Yep, $6.99. Clean vinyl on that. This is all $6.99 stuff. And then over here we have Lou Christie. Lou Christie is $6.99 for Lou Christie. And we have Leroy Van Dyke, Walk On By. Leroy Leroy Van Dyke is $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99. Even Smokey, the other side of the road, Smokey is $6.99, a 79 German import. And then also we have Steve Biddlecombe on the box tops for $6.99. We have an offer on the right for $40. Give me 1 second and I'll let you know on that one. But I also have Dark Orchid. That is Sammy Nastico. That's an 81 US jazz album, originally marked back in August at $29.99, and that was probably a comp from Discogs, and now you can get it for $6.99. Smoky Claim, Smoky Genre, 79 German import. I'm going to say these guys are in the realm of rock. I just don't know what kind. $6.99 for Smoky, though. And then we got Leroy Van Dyke, sold to Steve Biddlecombe for $6.99. And over here I have, the Monsters. The Monsters is sealed, a 2011 Garage, and this is $6.99. Jim B on Sammy Nastisto, that's $6.99. Thin Lizzy, this is still up for auction right now. There's no bid yet. It's a $50 start, final call on that. That was an auction, so right now price is not negotiable, but it's a $50 start, going once, going twice. Shakedown gets the Monster for $6.99. Jim B was second. Let me figure out if I can find some more information where I was at on that. Over here we have Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth. Rick Wakeman is $6.99, and Jim Stafford, $6.99. Rick Wakeman, the keyboardist from Yes. This album actually went to #1 on the charts. $6.99 on that one. And then Rhodey, Benatar, Stephen Bishop, Blondie, Cheap Trick Sticks, $6.99 for the Rhodey soundtrack sampler, and the Platters Reflections. The Platters is $6.99. So Riot was marked $75, 1978 Japanese OG, rare, obviously, none for sale in the United States and not sold since 2022. So 75, I don't know, that's a pretty tough one there. $40 offer. I'll do $60 on it. And then Adam Bernardi gets the Platters for $6.99. That's sold to Adam for $6.99. And then Johnny Rivers, Outside Help. Johnny Rivers is $6.99. And Jim Stafford, again, not just another pretty foot. Jim Stafford, $6.99. No bid on the Thin Lizzy. That's a $50 buy now. Still have these Star Wars enamel pins for $14 and $14. And then over here, I have something very heavy. The Ames Brothers. Music with Words from the Ames Brothers. It's called Music and Words with the Ames Brothers. What a jacket. Looks like it has a book with it, $6.99 on that. And then another Lou Christie, we had that same exact record right back here, I think. Yep, there's two of them, $6.99, $6.99. The Gold Diggers today, $6.99. And we have the Outlaw Blues Band breaking in. The Outlaw Blues Band is an original 1969, marked down to $6.99. VG condition was $49.99. There you go. We have 24 great heartbreakers and tearjerkers, original artist. This is $6.99. Black Sabbath Hoss on Outlaw Blues Band, $6.99. And then we have the Outlaws bringing it back alive. The Outlaws is $6.99. And also $6.99 is Gary Puck and the Union Gap featuring Young Girl, Get Out of My Mind. $6.99. And then GMB was next on Outlaw Blues Band. John Barry on Ames. Ames Brothers, sold for $6.99. MT Matt, I will sell you the right for $45 only if Jay Nutra does 45 on the Thin Lizzy. That'll be a 45 and 45 for the 45 and the Thin Lizzy. I'll do 45. You got to convince him to buy Thin Lizzy for 45. Your deal is pending on him. Regina wants the first Jim Stafford. That one was right here. Sold to Regina for $6.99. We have Amazing Rhythm Aces, Two Stuff to Jump, $6.99. And we have Doug Kershaw, The Cajun Way. This is $6.99. Liner notes on the back by Johnny Cash. There is Dave's handwriting on the front. $6.99 on that. Doug Kershaw, alive and picking. Doug Kershaw, $6.99. Back to back there. Danny gets his first one for sure. And then we have Bobby V, Gates Grills and Railings. $6.99 for Bobby V, Gates, Grills, and Railings. He also said he'll take the other one. $6.99 on that one. And B4, Brian Auger and the Trinity. B4 is $6.99. All right, let's sell Riot for $42.50 MT Matt, and let's sell the Thin Lizzy for $40 to Jay Nutra. Those are sold and sold. Thank y'all and thank y'all. Let's put these right here on the table so nothing happens to Riot. Whoever's tagging, I'm going to put it in the 45 crate. I'm going to lay Thin Lizzy right in here, and then let's see what else is going on, okay? Nice items there. Very cool items. I'm going to put Riot right there in with the other 45s. Nice. Young girl, get out of my mind. Something down, young girl, roo-doo-doo-doo, da-da-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da, psh, psh. Band on the run, run, da 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 da. Band on the run. We have Sweet Tooth testing, a 1996 red vinyl numbered, $6.99. Richard Yeager, I'll take the Fortune Teller. That was Fortune Teller. Where'd you see that at? Fortune Teller. Before that was Fortune Teller. What was is that a Jim Stafford? No. What was Fortune Teller? And then Jim B on Sweet Tooth. Cashing in. Here's some video games for $10 a piece. We have Astro Mash from Intellivision. We've got Demon Attack for Intellivision. And we have Advanced Dungeons and Dragons for Intellivision. $10. Oh, Fortune Teller, this. Nice, big purchase. Thank you, Richard Yeager. $199.99. Let's please make sure that don't get tagged for $6.99. Richard Yeager would like that, but that's sold to him for $199.99. Thank you. Thank you on that one, okay? Appreciate that. Okay, over here for $6.99 is Ronaldo and the Loaf. That is originally $49.99. Ronaldo and the Loaf, $6.99 on that one. The Fabulous Knickerbocker's Lies, originally $49.99. Ronaldo is sold a shakedown for $6.99. And this is $6.99. And this is Earthquake, $6.99. That's interesting. And we have Crime Shame Synthesis. $6.99 for the Crime Shames. $6.99 on that. Ronaldo, Eric Van Leuven was second. Jim B on the Fabulous Knickerbockers for $6.99. And then Ike and Tina Turner, Let Me Touch Your Mind. That is $6. Has this original die-cut open cover. $6.99 on that. Gene Parsons, Kindling, in shrink, a white label promo, originally marked $39.99. So all these Intellivision games, $10 each. Even the really cool Dungeons and Dragons. Man, how cool is that? That is pretty awesome. You bought that at the store like, man, I'm going to go home and immerse myself in this graphics. Of course, it looks nothing like that. But when you're a kid, it looks like that, right? It's like I've been watching people replay Xbox games on TikTok. And I was like, man, as a kid, I remember it looking much better than that. I look at it now, I'm like, boy, that was pretty crummy graphics. But as a kid, you're just like immersed in it. You're like, wow, this is what it looks like when you're walking around hunting those dragons. But years later, you're like, man, we thought this was good graphics. Gene Parsons is first. Adam Minardi on Ike. Jim B on Gene Parsons. Preston Rose second. Victor Guerra on Ike. This is a great $6.99 crate. Port Radium District 17. A 1999 press. That's $6.99. Black Mirror Smithereens. This is not the Smithereens. This is not the Smithereen. This is Rachuchi Sakamoto. That is sealed for $6.99. We have the Hard Lessons Gasoline sealed, $6.99. Hall & Oates Big Bam Boom, $6.99. And John Cougar Mellencamp, $6.99. Jim B has offered 7 for Dungeons & Dragons. So he's offered 7. That means my $10 price is off the table. So that means I'm countering at $25. So he canceled out at 7, countered at 7. That means my 10's off the table. Jim B, I'm going to say $25 on Dungeons & Dragons. 25 on Dungeons & Dragons. We have Ray Red on Black, and that is Black Mirror. That's sold to Ray Red. Adam Bernardi second. Hall & Oates is sold to Kelly Cook for $6.99. Okay? Thank you on that one. All right, let's go back through these one more time quickly at $6.99. These are no more, no less, and then I'm going to offer them as a bundle. So this is a time that if you were thinking about something, you must pay close attention, because I bet there's a guy lurking, and his name is John Berry, and he's about to be all over this bundle, and you better go grab something if you want it. Over here, we have Get Back to Me If You Can. Get those 3. I'm going to bed. Happy New Year. Rock Shoal. I don't know really what that says. What is, let me read this again. Get Back to Me If You Can. Get those 3. I'm going to bed. Happy New Year. What 3 are we talking about? Okay, and then genre on gasoline. Genre on gasoline. Genre on gasoline. Let's find that. The Hard Lessons by Gasoline. Garage. Sealed. $6.99 on that. Sealed. $6.99. GMB says Chad is getting soft, and he pulls that business. Yeah, well, that's the basic rules of negotiation. If something's priced for 10 and then somebody makes an offer, you have the right to raise your original price. Now, do I do that here rarely? No, because that would make a lot of people mad and frustrated. But that is a basic 101 of negotiation. That means that offer has been canceled, and I reserve the right to raise it. So Jim B offered, and now I've more than 4 times, almost 3 or 4 times the price on them. One day, Jim B will learn. Gasoline is sold to Victor Guerra for $6.99. Do I have any silver tonight? I don't know, but maybe. 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 We have $6.99 records, though. Linda Ronstadt, ask me again in about a half hour. We got Linda Ronstadt for $6.99. Chicago, Along Comes a Woman. Peter, Paul and Mary, See What Tomorrow Brings. Smokey, The Other Side of the Road. Rick Wakeman, Journey to the Center of the Earth. Roadie soundtrack. Johnny Rivers, Outside Help. Jim Stafford, Not Just Another Pretty Foot. Lou Christie and Lou Christie. We have The Gold Diggers, Today. Also, 24 Great Heartbreakers and Tearjerkers. Look at this guy. He was going to take this girl some flowers, and he found out something he didn't want to find out. He's sitting on a bench crying, and then he's going to go home and listen to Bobby V, Run to Him, and then he's going to go listen to the Shirelles, Will You Love Me Tomorrow, and then he's going to go home and listen to D. Clark doing Raindrops. $6.99. The Outlaws Bringing It Back Alive for $6.99. And then Gary Puckett, The 3 New Vine. Okay, yes, I will have an answer by Friday, probably by Friday, because by the time they get that list to me and I'll sit down to order them, probably, okay? Probably Friday. Amazing Rhythm Aces, $6.99. Before, Brian Auger and the Trinity. And then we had Bobby V, Gates, Grills, and Railings. And then we have Earthquake. And then Crying Shames, Port Radium, District 17. And then John Mellencamp, $6.99. I'll offer 8 for it, and then you can mail it to Jim B. Jazz Grog is offered 8 for Dungeons and Dragons. He's saying he'll pay for it, and I can send it to Jim B. Are you sure you want to do that? Because you're going to see it on eBay for $29.99. So are you sure you're going to fund Jim B's profit sharing over here? Are you getting a cut of the profits? And then over here is Tracy Sorg on the Crying Shames, $6.99. $6.99. All right, let's offer these as a bundle. I'm going to make sure nobody else wants anything out of here. The Outlaws is $6.99. John Durden wants to know what kind of crate's next because he's thinking about going to bed. He can't hang with us. We have Outlaws Bringing It Back Alive. The Outlaws is a 2 LP, no condition notes, $6.99. $6. No, it's pretty clean. It's pretty dang clean for $6.99. Young girl, get out of my hand. Derek Clark wants Smokey and Earthquake. Derek Clark makes some claims. Derek, you give so many recommendations. You give so many recommendations, Derek Clark. I forget sometimes you actually might be wanting to buy something. But he does want Earthquake and he does want Smokey. And those are sold to Derek Clark. I hope so. That's what he just commented. Those are sold and sold. Lonnie Jolly wants the 24 Great Tearjerkers. Hope no one just broke up with you, Lonnie Jolly. $6.99. And then I'm going to make sure Luke doesn't want this. How could you say no? All right, here comes the bundle deal. Luke says yes, $6.99, okay? Over here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16. Who's ready for a bundle deal? My price is $75. $75. $75. 16 records. $468 each. One, two, three, four. Come on, John Barry. Do, do. Come on, John Barry. Do, do. Come on, John Barry. Shoop, bitty, bob. Bom, da, 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 da. Dee, dee, dee. Shoom, ba, da, da. Come on, John Barry. Come on, John Barry. Come on, John Barry. Barry, Barry. Come on, John Barry. Boy, I wonder how many of these survived. Look at this. What about a throwback here? A throwback here. Star Wars Episode 1 Kids Meal Original Taco Bell bag. Wow. Man, that tastes good. Golly, big old Taco Bell. Oh, gosh. I had that one right there as a kid. When Episode 1 came out, I was 4 or 5 years old. I remember getting some of these. I had that one. I had that. I thought that was so cool, but I never did get it. And I had that. I had those 3. I remember having those 3. I got like 3 of those. I got 3 Jar Jar Binks, and I was like, oh my gosh. I kind of want to keep this. This is like a throwback, man. I mean, think about that. How many of these just got wadded up and thrown away? I'm sure it doesn't have a lot of value right now. When that movie came out, it was like everybody was buying everything Star Wars and keeping it. They kind of did that for the first movie, but, you know, $50, John Barry. Sold! All right, let's tag these. Let's go through another bin of $6.99. John Barry has struck. I can wait another day. For you to call me. I've got my heart on a string, and everything's a flutter. I know what I feel to be mine. No more lonely nights. No more lonely nights. You're my guiding light, day or night, I'm always there. No more lonely nights. Dun, dun, dun. No more lonely. No, Paul didn't play that one. He didn't have David Gilmour there to play the guitar. The best Jim we got at the Nashville concert is he played every night. He played every night. That's a great song. Every night I just want to get up Get out of my mind. $6.99. Roadwork, Edgar Winter's White Trash with Jerry LaCroix and Rick Derringer. VG $6.99. A Date with Riverside. Wow. Riverside Jazz, VG Plus, $6.99. Chauncey Gray, Jeffrey Holder, Gene Ritchie, George Lewis, Ed McCurry, Coleman Hawkins, Mudlow Lowe, VG Plus, $6.99. Jazz Grog on Riverside for $6.99. These are $6.99, no more, no less. Johnny B. Moore, Hard Times, 1987, $6.99 on Johnny B. Moore. Tamboo, Charles Roots, Culture. That's a Calypso from 1988. $6.99 on that. $6.99 on that. And then over here I have also $6.99. Peter, Paul, and Mary, A Song Will Rise. Peter, Paul, and Mary is $6.99. Also for $6.99 is The Radiator, New Orleans, Raw Law of the Fish. That is $6.99. And Jimmy Lewis and the Checkers, yeah, right. Jimmy Lewis is a 1980, $6.99. We have Mercury Presents as a public service, Hoot and Annie. Hoot and Annie, a Hoot Nanny, $6.99 on that. Also for $6.99, we had the great Linda Ronstadt compilation. This is called a retrospective. It has her early works with the Stone Ponies as well, like To the Beat of a Different Drum. Tamboo is sold for $6.99 to George Burleson. Also $6.99 is WIXY's Top Bananas. Should be a pretty cool compilation. It is. $6.99 with War and Gary Glitter and Mountain and Charlie Daniels and Focus and Stories. $6.99 on that. George Burleson on Radiator for $6.99. Adam Bernardi on the Linda comp for $6.99. That comp is $6.99. Also $6.99 is Amy Grant in Concert, Volume 2. $6.99 on that. And Roosevelt Sykes Sings the Blues. That's a 63 on Crown Records, $6.99. Also, we have Donna Bertram on WXY. That's sold to Donna for $6.99. Also, $6.99 is Doug Kershaw, Flip Flop and Fly. Doug Kershaw, no condition notes, $6.99. Same price for Bobby Bloom. In Shrink includes the hit Montego Bay, $6.99 on that. We have the comp with Charlie Daniels. That's already sold to Donna Bertram. I also have Stan Freberg, the United States of America. Oh, Stan is $6.99. And David Frizzell is a gold stamp promo. The family's fine, but this one's all mine. $6.99 on that. And another Radiators. Here's another one. If you missed out on the last one that just sold, there's another one. $6.99. Procol Harum, Something Magic. That is $6.99. And we have Manfred Mann's Earth Band, Angel Station. Everything in here is $6.99. Even Jean-Luc Ponty, Civilized Evil. Gold Stamp promo time and strip, Atlantic Records, no condition notes. Procol Harum sold for $6.99 to Adam Bernardi. We have Jay Giles Band, Ladies Invited. That's VG for $6.99. Brian Call second on Procol Harum. And we have Outlaws, Hurry Sundown. Outlaws is $6.99. And Roland Mann, B. Lance. Unfortunately, it's from that Connery collection. What's that mean? His name's written on the front. His name's written on the back. But it is a 1972, $6.99. Adam Bernardi on Jean-Luc. That's sold to Adam for $6.99. Also $6.99 is Wild Bill Davis, Midnight to Dawn. Wild Bill Davis is $6.99. And Country Joe and the Fish. Country Joe and the Fish is $6.99. No condition notes on that. Same price over here for Ray Parker Jr.'s Greatest Hits in Shrink and Hop Sticker. Ray Parker is $6.99. And Ian Lloyd is EX Polydor, $6.99. We have Jazz Grog on Davis. That's Wild Bill Davis, so to Jazz Grog. Next thing is Jay Giles of Comp. Nope, that is an original studio album. Ladies Invited. VG Condition, $9.99, original full cover. Country Joe and the Fish is sold to Brian Call. Brian Call, Black Sabbath Hoss was second on that one. And then Underworld, Underneath the Radar. Underworld is in Shrink, VG Plus, $6.99. And the Statue Makers of Hollywood, Alpha Band. Alpha Band, the Statue Makers of Hollywood, white label promo, original under sleeve, $6.99. Also, on a clear day, the tapes. The tapes is EX, $6.99, and Zooter Z. This is in shrink, $6.99. Another white label promo, Zooter Z. And then we had White Heart, Vital Signs, EX, $6.99 on that. And The Rings, a gold stamp promo, VG Plus, $6.99. And Wild Angel, Nelson Slater, in shrink, EX edition, $6.99. The Truth, Playground. The Truth is in VG Plus, $6.99. And Paradise Lost. Paradise Lost is a gold stamp promo, $6.99. Speaking of lights, a big pre-order was dropped today over at Whole Lotta Records, and that's for the Pink Floyd light. So if you don't have that, if you don't have a YouTube and or if you're on YouTube, you don't have a Facebook, we got Pink Floyd lights up for pre-order, $59.99. Just like all the other ones, this one features Pink Floyd The Wall. It's going to be a cube box, and that's $59.99. So if you don't have a Facebook and you want me to put down your name right now, we've already got 25 pre-orders, including some people have messaged us, I think, and some people have bought two. So $59.99 if you want me to put down for one of those, okay? That's an awesome looking light box. Next is Jay Neutral on PL for Paradise Lost, $6.99. Victor Guerra on Underworld. Underworld, that was Underworld. Let me find that. Underworld. This is right here. That's sold to Victor Guerra. Thank you on that one. And then, does the Outlaws have an inner sleeve? The Outlaws have an inner sleeve. This one back here, Outlaws Hurry Sundown, does have the original inner sleeve. Yes, does have the original inner sleeve. It does. No condition note, $6.99, Luke. And then over here is this. We have Susie Breedlove on Pink Floyd and Todd Saw Pink Floyd, okay? We'll go ahead and tag y'all. There's Susie. There's your name. And then Todd Saw, I've tagged you. Y'all are officially down. Todd Saw. And there you are. Y'all are officially tagged in Whole Lotta Records in that post. You're officially down for one. Ray Monday, Bible Log. Ray Monday is $6.99. And we have Artful Dodger, Babes on Broadway. Artful Dodger is $6.99. Luke Rosenberger does want the Outlaws at $6.99. Straps. This is $6.99, $6.99 on Straps. Also, we have Francois Brandt. That is $6.99. I hope I said that correctly. Tony Koncic, Bad Girl Song. This is $6.99. Tony Koncic, Bad Girl Song. The Kids, Anvil Chorus. The Kids is $6.99. TV Smith Explorers. The Last Words of the Great Explorer. That's a gold stamp promo, $6.99. Casino. I love casinos. $6.99 for Casino. And we have Crazy. We have what? Crazy Head, Desert Orchid. Crazy Head is in shrink, $6.99. Derek Clark wants Straps and Ian Lloyd. A couple more from Derek Clark. There's Straps. And let's also tag him for Ian Lloyd. These are sold and these are sold. The Pink Floyd lights are a pre-order. No exact date pinpointed. 2 to 3 weeks. 2 to 3 weeks out. 2 to 3 weeks out. Right now, they're working on Van Halen. King Diamond has shipped, and then they're about to start production on Pink Floyd. Straps is second to Victor Guerra. We have the Kings are here. $6.99 for the Kings. And Deco Disco with Camp Galore. That is VG Plus, $6.99. And Leo Sayer, Living in a Fantasy. Leo Sayer, $6.99. Okay? Leo Sayer, $6.99. All right. Facebook is weird now. Facebook is that time of year when the years roll over. And when the years roll over, it doesn't say posted one day ago. It starts posting like you posted last year. So it's going to be weird on Facebook for a while seeing posts. But it actually will give you the date now instead of like 1 week ago where it'll say that because it's in a different calendar year. Brian Call on the Kings. That's sold to Brian Call for $6.99. Okay, there's a lot still left in here. to probably knock out another crate, I'm going to just do a quick scan, and then we're going to try to bundle these and hopefully get them sold. Let me mute this. Wow, 149 people still watching at going on 2 a.m. And it's about, I knew I was going to stay live at least till East Coast. We could say Happy New Year to all the East Coast people. So Happy New Year in just a few minutes to all the East Coast. We've brought in the New Year on the I keep saying West Coast. I keep saying East, West Coast. California, you know, Washington, Oregon, those states. So we've brought in the new year from the East Coast, Central Time Zone, Mountain, and now we're about to bring it in. We've went through all 4 time zones selling records, and we have officially filled up 14 crates. We're working on our 15th crate of sold records tonight, and this isn't like just randomly tiddly diddlies. That's full packed crates of sold records. Amazing. All right, so here's what's left for $6.99, and then we're going to do a bundle. We have Road Work, which is Edgar Winter's White Trash with Johnny Winter, Johnny B. Moore, Peter, Paul, and Mary, Jimmy Lewis and the Checkers, Hootenanny, Amy Grant, Roosevelt Sykes, Doug Kershaw, Bobby Bloom, Stan Freeberg, David Frizzell, The Radiators, Manfred Mann's Earth Band, Roland Man B. Lance, Ray Parker Jr., Jay Giles, the Alpha Band, The Tapes, Zooter Z, White Heart, The Rings, Nelson Slater, The Truth, Artful Dodger, Ray Monday, Tony Koncic, Francois Brandt, The Kids, TV Smith's Explorer, Casino, Deco Disco, Crazy Head, and Leo Sayer. And then Tim Jensen's up in Alaska. Wow. Yeah, Tim, what time is it right now in Alaska? Let me put down Richard Yeager. Also, whoever's writing, make sure we write down these names, but I'm typing them in live because I'm going to go ahead and get a production order submitted for this. Richard Yeager, you are in our group Whole Lot of Records, right? Richard, Y-E-A-G-E-R. There you are. All right, you're tagged. And then, so, Donna Bertram on Rings. Let me figure out which one that was. The Kids, The Kings, Rings. Tim's up in Alaska. There's the Rings, so to Donna Bertram. Tim's up in Alaska. It's 11. Oh, man, I don't know if I can stick with you a whole nother hour, but we'll be close. And then a Hawaii is 2 hours. Wow. Okay, here comes the bundle. I think we got viewers right now literally in Alaska, the UK, Dominican Republic. Is Richard still watching in Berlin? We have an American viewer, but he's been staying in Berlin. I think it's Richard. And he watches every night. Brian Toss gets Leo Sayer for $6.99. I mean, we literally, and then, who is it, Ziggy? The guy that pops in from the Australia, which, man, that's completely on a different, golly, that's amazing. And then every once in a while, we'll have somebody, hey, Chad, I'm on vacation in Japan. And we're watching from our hotel in Japan. I'm like, wow, that's amazing. It's amazing just going live on these platforms, how you can reach everybody. It's not like any problem. As long as you got access to internet, it's amazing. So we got viewers like in different countries, time zones, states, everywhere right now. All right, so here's what's going on. Here is the count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. I counted 31. That's close enough. Whatever's in here. And my bundle price on these are $115. 115 divided by 31 is $3.70 each. Happy New Year. It just hit over 2 a.m. Happy New Year to the West Coast. Happy New Year to the West Coast viewers. I know we got a bunch out there. California, a lot of people watching up in Washington, especially in the Seattle area every night. Oregon for sure. There it is. All right. John Berry offered 95. Great variety in here. I think John likes these bundles with a little bit more different kind of stuff. That's a great sampling of listings. Sell those to John Berry for $95, folks. And let's do another one. We'll go until at least probably my Facebook feed expires, which is going to be pretty close to 2:30 a.m. Maybe. I don't know. I am plumb. Well, this has been a heck of a night. Man, we're going to end up, by the time we do a couple more crates maybe, or one more, we're going to be around that 16 crate mark. That is crazy. That is crazy. Almost bizarre. What a crazy amount of vinyl sold. Happy New Year to West Coast viewers. Happy New Year to everybody. Hope you've set your resolutions and stick to them. I've got a few. Usually they always involve what? The most common resolution is what? It has something to do either with health or weight. That's probably the number one on everybody's. Probably health or weight. It's always something like that. It's always something like that, health and weight. Mine's probably a little bit of that. I need to get some better sleep, and I gotta get in a better routine. I just got to get in a better routine. If I can get in a better routine of sleep, the health and everything else will get better. But these 3-hour naps I do every day just doesn't help. And then staying awake for 20 hours at a time. That just doesn't help. 3 hour taking, I've told y'all, some weeks I'll go 2 weeks straight. I feel like for 10 or 14 days I've just went home and took naps and not really ever went to bed. Let me close all this out. Okay, here we go. First thing is this, $6.99. $6.99, everything left in here. Alaska's awesome. I still got to come up there. How about we do a meet and greet day with Chad? We're going to have a Coletco Woodstock one day. I keep saying that, but trying to get everybody here around the country would be tough, but we could have it happen one day. Okay, $6.99. Here we go. We have, I don't know, who is this? Right off the bat, it's sealed for $6.99. Looks like Saudi Arabia. What is this? There's nothing on the spine either. Shabazz, Palaces of Light. Shabazz, Palaces of Light. It was sealed, $19.99. Now it's sealed for $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99. Shabazz, sealed, Palaces of Light. Skyhooks, hot for the Orient. Skyhooks is $6.99. Jim Beat on Shabazz for $6.99. Also $6.99 is Moving Hearts, The Storm. 1985 Ireland Celtic music. Celtic music, $6.99. Also $6.99 is the John Street Rockets. Rock and Roll the Hard Way. Oh, wow. Now just $6.99. 1979 Southern Rock was $60. That's been here over a year and 2 months, though. So how about $6.99? Also $6.99, Matthew Wilder. I Don't Speak the Language. Matthew Wilder, $6.99. $6.99. Jim B on John Street for $6.99. Victor Guerra on Rockets, which was John Street Rockets. Victor Guerra second. Eric Van Leuven third. Jay Nutra fourth. The 3Ds, New Dimensions and Folk Songs, 64 US stereo, $6.99 on that. The Peacocks, Touch and Go, nice. Originally $50. It's been here a year and 1 month. 2007 German sealed colored vinyl. Peacocks, just $6.99. Wow. We have Wilding Bonus Pleasure Signals, and this was $24.99, now $6.99. Shakedown gets the Peacocks, Bart Knoxville second, then Adam Bernardi, then Victor Guerra, and then Jim B. And then Sanford and Townsend Duo Glide. Sanford and Townsend, $6.99. Wild Bonings sold to Victor Guerra for $6.99. Herman Brood and the Wild Romance, that's $6.99. And 20 Twine featuring Lenny White, Best of Friends, Gold Stamp promo and White Label promo, $6.99. Flute Suite by A.K. Silent. Wow. Originally $50, a 1957 mono bop jazz, and this is now just $6.99. It's been here since February. That's going on in 2 months, and it's going to be a year. And now Shakedown has it for $6.99. Adam Minardi was second. Wow. Good stuff in here. Love Song, Final Touch. Love Song's a country Christian album. VG Plus, $6.99 on that. And then John Stewart, Cannons in the Rain. John Stewart EX, $6.99. One Step Beyond, Johnny Taylor. Does have some writing, but it does have a hop sticker. It's in VG for $6.99. CC Allen on FS. And FS was for CC Allen. That was for Flute Suite. You would have been next on that, CC Allen. And then Vicky Sue Robinson, Never Gonna Let You Go. Cece, while you're on the chat, I saw a message come in, and I was scrolling through all my unreads the other day that got buried. And, yeah, I think I opened yours, and then did Ed reply to you, Cece? I see it was sent back on December 22nd. I just want to make sure you've been covered. I messaged Pay Friday. Make sure you don't get the bad lip. Okay, yeah, so I just want to make sure he's taking care of you. Please let me know, and I'm sorry I didn't reply. You got buried in my message request, not my unreads, my message request. Because we weren't friends, you went into my request folder, and I get a lot of spam, and I get a lot of people from Whole Lot of Records that message me there, and they don't realize that they're not messaging Collectco. But sorry, I just seen your name. That reminded me. I remember stuff from 3 weeks ago. Taken care of. Good. $6.99 for Blues Magoo's. Nice. Electric comic book in shrink. This was $39.99. This was $39.99. Also, Les Paul and Mary Ford, Brazil, $6.99. Ed Bruce, Night Things. Ed Bruce is in shrink, $6.99. The Beach Boys does have some writing. This is $6.99. $6.99 for the Beach Boys. Mega Blast gets Ed Bruce. Jim B gets BM, and that's for Blues Magoo's, sold. Also $6.99 is Endless Beach. That's a 2 LP compilation, $6.99. Blues Magoo's, Eric Squindo was second. Head East is $6.99. And Ryan Adams, Belle Sebastian, Nora Jones. Whoa! $6.99. This is called a New Year Spectacular. Look at the original sticker on that for Nora Jones. Holy moly, we've let one slip through. Nora Jones. That's about the 20th we've let slip through. Holy moly. $6.99 for Nora Jones. And this is sold to Shakedown, and then Matt Shepard, and then Eric Van Leuven, then Victor Guerra, then Jim B, then Preston Rose. We got to put back on Ed Bruce. He's still available. All right, Ed Bruce is still available. So Mega Blast was trying to go after Blues Magoo's, which with the Jim B, Eric Squindo was next. And we have Lulu, Melody Affair. Lulu is $6.99. Peter next to Nora. Sherry next to Nora. Matt Shepard on Head East for $6.99. Also, we got Chicago Blue Stars Coming Home. VG, $6.99. And John Denver. Some Days Are Diamonds. John Denver is $6.99. The History of the Bonzos. A EX condition record, and the note from Paul, underrated band. Underrated band, $6.99. Matt Shepard on John Denver. That's so to Matt Shepard. Also $6.99 is John Kay. And John Kay was in a band called Steppenwolf, $6.99. Adam Bernardi on the Bonzos. That's sold for $6.99. Preston Rose was second. And the Diner soundtrack. Diner is $6.99. Great compilation. Somewhere Beyond the Sea. Whole lot of shaking going on. Jerry Lee Lewis. Fats Domino. Bobby Darin. Don't Be Cruel. Elvis Presley. Carl Perkins. Dion and the Belmonts. Sold to John Durden for $6.99. Also, we have Jerry Lee Lewis Keeps Rockin'. $6.99 for Jerry Lee Lewis. Also, who is this? $6.99. Charlie Puth, Charlie. Charlie Puth, Charlie. $6.99. $6.99. We have HFXNS Oakley. What is this? $6.99. Oakley? It's called Nova, I guess. Oakley, $6.99. Jim B on Charlie Puth, $6.99. We don't talk anymore. That's the only song I know by Charlie. The Worst, not the best. This is The Worst. It's a 1993 French garage record. Was $29.99 for The Worst. $6.99 now. Christina gets Jerry Lee Lewis for $6.99. John and the Night Riders Stampede, a 1987 Poland press. That's a surf record. $6.99. Victor Guerra gets The Worst. The Worst. Mega Blast is not claiming something. I think he's replying. The R&B Bombers. That's 1987, $6.99. Christina, you were second on Puth. Jim B already got that one. The Osmonds Live, $6.99 for The Osmonds. Also $6.99 is John K, My Sporting Life. Another John K, VG Plus, $6.99. And Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. That's the one that Kramer wore, remember? I'm not a pimp. $6.99 for Andrew Lloyd Webber. We have, what do we have here? A 1988 German alternate rock album. It's called Ferry Boat Bill. Ferry Boat Bill. Ferry Boat Bill, $6.99. And we have Bee Gees, the special disco version of Boogie Child, You Stepped in My Life. You Should Be Dancing, Subway. There weren't more sirens by the store. You can tell it's New Year's Eve in Tennessee, or in Lebanon. We're in Tennessee, though. Rare Earth Band Together, $6.99. Jim B has realized he can't make any money on Charlie Puth, so he wants to pass it to Christina Curtis. Christina's like, thank you. This is sold to Christina Curtis for $6.99. That's sold to Christina for $6.99. Victor Guerra gets Ferry Boyd Perry is sold to Victor Guerra, and then Adam Minardi gets the Bee Gees for $6.99. Let's read through these one more time. That was a pretty dang good one right there, eh? And then let's count them and do a bundle. So here is your last chance, okay? These are all $6.99. $6.99 as soon as I touch my toes. Ooh, okay. I was just being a gentleman. Yeah, sure. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay, $6.99. Skyhooks, Hot for the Orient. Everything in here is $6.99. Moving Hearts, The Storm. Matthew Wilder. The 3Ds, New Dimension in Folk Songs. Sanford and Townsend, Duo Glide. Herman Brood and His Wild Romance. 20 Wine featuring Lenny White, White Label promo. Love Song, Final Touch. John Stewart, Cannons in the Rain, $6.99. Johnny Taylor, One Step Beyond. Vicky Sue Robinson, $6.99. Les Paul and Mary Ford, Brazil. Adam Minardi on Skyhook, $6.99. The Beach Boys, $6.99. Ray Red, the Bee Gees promo already sold, by the way. That Bee Gees promo already sold. Endless Beach, $6.99. Ed Bruce, Night Things, $6.99. Lulu, Melody Fair. In Shrink, $6.99 for Lulu. Chicago Blue Stars, Coming Home. VG, $6.99. John K, All in Good Time. VG Plus, $6.99. Oakley, $6.99 for Oakley. John and the Night Riders Stampede, $6.99. The R&B Bombers, same price. The Osmonds Live, You Got It, $6.99. John K., you got it. Adam Bernardi, $6.99. John K. again, VG Plus, $6.99. Rare Earth, $6.99. And Joseph and the Amazing Color Technicolor Dreamcoat. Joseph and the Amazing Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat for $6.99. Final chance to get in claims before I count these, and they're sold in a Come On John Barry bundle. And you know they will. Everybody wants you. Who was that? Billy Squire? Dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. Jump down. Down, 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 down. Wow, yeah. Jump down. Down, 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 down. Wow, yeah. Les Paul, so to Tracy Songer. Boom, run down. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. There's always like about 22, it seems like. Bundle price, $85. 85 divided by 22 is $3.86 a piece. Chad, you know that the hooker in the Seinfeld episode was Ray Liotta's girlfriend in Goodfellas, Janice Rossi, real life. Horton passed away. I did not make that connection, no. Are you talking about the one George asked for information and it looks like he's paying her? It looks like he's paying her and then Susan walks up. Sold John Barry, $70. Sold John Barry, $70. We are still going. And we just did a bundle deal. Okay. And whoever's tagging, this bundle is going to go into one bin, and then we're going to finish it in the other bin, okay? So the first sticky note indicates where it starts, and then it's going to spill over, and we're going to put it in another one over here. Zoom, ba-dum. Oh yeah, I live my life like there's no tomorrow. All right, let's do another one. We got time. We're starting our 16th crate of sold records. That might be a record. I'll have to ask Tanner. I'll have to check the official books. I don't think we've ever done 16 crates. I don't think we've ever done 16 crates. That's about insane. That's almost, well, on a slow night, on a unusual slow night, that would be, we've done 4 sales in one night. Here we go. Oh, I saw some good titles. $6. This might be the last one because Facebook expires at 2 a.m. and I've got homemade chili to eat. Facebook expires at 2 a.m. and folks, I've got homemade chili to eat. This might be the last one. We've got about 12 good minutes. Let me refresh my official feed over here and see how long we've been going. But I have a feeling we can fill up our 16th full crate by doing all these. And here we go. Derek Clark. Yes, I saw that. Derek Clark wants Buddy Miles Express and Flash. Buddy Miles Express and Flash. That was from the Paul crate, I'm pretty sure. Should be right here. There's Buddy Miles and then Flash. That was from Paul's priced records, I think. Okay, there's Buddy Miles. Let me find Flash. Here we go. I got him. Yep, these are sold to Derek Clark. Sticker price on these. Thank you, Derek. These are sold to Derek Clark. Chad, please pull Buddy Moss Expressway. Got it. And then over here, and then over here, we have this. And was there a Bell Sebastian? No, there wasn't. Okay, final crate, $6.99. So let me refresh my feed here. I started tonight's feed. We got 17 minutes before Facebook expires. Here we go. These are all $6.99. The Miracles, Love Crazy. The Miracles is VG Plus, $6.99. To Bonnie from Delaney. Delaney and Bonnie, no condition notes, Clapton related, $6.99. Also $6.99 is Electro Reggae. Electro Reggae, $6.99. Everything in here is $6.99. Even Daniel Amos Alarma, no condition notes, $6.99. David Merrick presents his hits from his Broadway hits. John Gary and Anne Margaret, $6.99. Victor Guerra on Electro. Sold to Victor Guerra for $6.99. Little Red Riding Hood, Sam the Sham and the Pharaohs, a German press, $6.99. Very quickly, I do have a few on sale new vinyl LPs left to remind you of. The only thing that's left new that's not on sale that came in yesterday is Alt J, an Awesome Wave gold vinyl, new. It's been out of print, $29.99. Olivia Rodrigo, Live from Glastonbury, is a 2LP blue vinyl. It was originally $49.99. We accidentally double ordered them. They're now $20 off at $29.99. Buckingham Nicks, I'm down to 3 copies. The Rhino Hi-Fi, $5 off, $34.99 for Buckingham Nicks. That will be the final discount. And then we had new orders here, $19.99 each, which is cost, $10 off on these. Brotherhood, Movement, and Power, Corruption, and Lies. I do have 2 other crates left, but that right there, just so you know, that's all on sale new vinyl, in case you missed that earlier. $29, $29, $34, and $19 on the new orders. Everything in this crate is $6.99. Sam the Sham and the Pharaohs including. And the Moths Labyrinth, a 1988 Australian alternate rock, was marked $29. These are closeouts, $6.99. Last chance you'll see these. Aliota Haynes, A-L-I, Olota Haynes, Jeremiah, a 71 promo, $6.99. Victor Guerra gets Labyrinth for $6.99. Spiky McVeigh was second. Tony Joe White, Eyes, that's a 76 Terre Haute in shrink, $6.99. Also $6.99 is Chet Atkins, the first Nashville Guitar Quartet. $6.99 on Chet Atkins. Daniel Amos again. This is also $6.99. Bo Deans is $6.99. We have Wes Wilt on Jeremiah. That's sold to Wes Wilt. Everything in here is $6.99. Even James Brown, I Got the Feeling. No condition notes. The cover has a little bit of wear, but man, James Brown for $6.99. I'm going to grade it VG++ EX. We got Glenn Phillips Band, St. Valentine's Day, $6.99. Sully on Bo Deans for $6.99. Eric Van Leuven on James Brown for $6.99. Then Adam, then Mega Blast, then Jim B, then Victor, then Joe Castillo, then Steve Biddlecombe. Wow. Then we got Jordan Sankey and Jackie Bird and Company featuring Milt Hinton, an 86 US Jazz, $6.99. Also $6.99 is Kenneth Nash, Mr. Ears, a 1986 Fusion, $6.99. Peter Haas, you were second on Bo Deans. Jackie is sold to Jazz Grog for $6.99. Christina next on James Brown. The Bostonians, music by Richard Robbins, sealed, $6.99. The Neighbors, the High Hard One, an 86 Power Pop Punk, $6.99 on that. Jazz Grog on Rhythmin'. And I think that was the one with Jackie Beard, right? Rhythm is our business, yeah. So we have right over here, Jackie Was Mine. That is sold to Spiky McVeigh. Yes, this is the one you got. Jazz Grog was second. Spiky McVeigh also on The Neighbors, $6.99. Victor Guerra was next. Tinsley Ellis, Georgia Blue, autographed by Tinsley Ellis, signed, and it's got another signature on the back as well. Those are all $6.99. Also $6.99 is The Rumors VG Plus, $6.99. And Walking the Streets, Webb Pierce, $6.99 for Webb Pierce. Walking the Streets, $6.99. Also $6.99 is Platterama, The Platter's original greatest hits. The Platter, $6.99. What else is $6.99? Per Egeo, Fontana Morgana, that's $6.99. And also is $6.99. $6.99 is what? Live electronic music improvised from Rome, Mev from London, AMM. Not for sure what's going on here, but it's $6.99. Also, Linda or Lida by Linda Cohen. Linda Cohen, $6.99 on that. Spiky McVeigh on Per Geo. He also gets AMMN. This is also sold to Spiky. Next for $6.99 is You're My Superman, You're My Incredible Man by Louise Mandrell and R.C. Bannon. Looks interesting. It is $6.99. Victor Guerra on Linda Cohen. Jay Dutra next on electronic. Anna Bernardi next on Linda Cohen. Also $6.99 is Tapes and Tapes. That was originally $29.99. How about $6.99 for Tapes and Tapes? What else is $6.99? A Point of View by Bobby Cole. A sealed record store day mono that was $30. How about $6.99? Spiky McVeigh on Tapes and Tapes for $6.99. Victor Guerra was next on Tapes and Tapes. M. Ross Perkins, E. Pluberus M. Ross, sealed on clear vinyl, $6.99. Adam Bernardi on Bobby Cole. Jim B was second, and he immediately starts hitting his fist on his keyboard. Robin Gibb, Secret Agent. Robin Gibb is $6.99. M. Ross sold to Jim B. Then Jim B yells out in jubilation. Pete Seeger and Arlo Guthrie together in concert, $6.99. The Age of Pleasure, Janelle Monáe, sealed. Holy moly! This was originally $70. Now it's $6.99. We have I Forget We Were, Ben Howard, a folk acoustic for $6.99. And we have C.W. McCall for $6.99. First thing is this. We had what? We had Tape, so to Spiky McVeigh. Victor Guerra was second. Adam Bernardi got Cole. Jim B was next. Jim B got MR, which was M. Ross. And then George Burleson says he'll take Tinsley Ellis for $6.99. That's so to George Burleson. Mega Blast on JN for Janelle Monáe. And then Jim B starts pounding his keyboard with his fist. That's so to Mega Blast for $6.99. Spiky McVeigh was second. Jim B was third. Victor Guerra wants Asia. No Asia in here to my knowledge. Ray Red was next on Janelle Monáe. Then Joe Castillo. Louise Mandrell to Regina Tabor. That's this one right here. And then Jim B on BH for Ben Howard. So did Jim B. And then over here, we got Christina Curtis on JM. And that was something already sold, I guess. And then Peter Haas on Monet, already sold. And then Victor says it was JB. And then over here, this is $6.99. The Black Sorrows, Hold Me On To Me. The Black Sorrows is $6.99. Also $6.99 is Roy Rogers, Take a Little Love. Oh, Roy, just $6.99. Who else is $6.99? England Dan and John Ford Coley for $6.99. And Lee Wiley, Back Home Again. All new performances, autumn of 1971, from 1971, $6.99. Adam Bernardi said, hey, Chad, pass it to Jim B. Oh, man. Adam Bernardi is passing the coal to Jim B. And Jim B is jumping up and celebrating like he is on cocaine. So Jim B gets the Ben Cole, I think is the one we're talking about, right? Past the Jim B. His net worth just went up. Bobby Cole. This is sold to Jim B instead of Adam Bernardi. You just helped out his net worth. That is sold for $6.99. All right, here's what's left for $6.99. Then we're going to offer these as a bundle. $6.99. The Miracles, Love Crazy. Bonnie from Delaney. Delaney and Bonnie. Daniel Amos, Alarma. David Merrick presents hits from his Broadway hits. Little Red Riding Hood, Sam Sham, The Pharaohs. Tony Joe White, Eyes. Chet Atkins, The First Nashville Guitar Album. Daniel Amos again. Glenn Phillips Band, St. Valentine's Day. Kenneth Nash, Mr. Ears. The Bostonians, music by Richard Robbins. The Rumor. Webb Pierce, Walking the Streets. The Platters. Robin Gibb, Secret Agent. Pete Seeger, Arlo Guthrie. C.W. McCall. The Black Sorrows. England Dan. Roy Rogers. Lee Riley, Back Home Again. Those are all $6.99. Somebody asked for me to show the hot pictures. I've got them over here ready to show for tomorrow. But first, there is solely on the Black Sorrows for $6.99. Before Facebook time expires over here, of course, we're going to do a bundle. I'm going to show y'all at least one crate of leftover on sale new vinyl for y'all late night viewers that missed it. Facebook's about to expire in 6.5 minutes, so we got to get going. Here's the count on these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Mega Blast gets Little Red Riding Hood. I think I was on 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Let's call it 19, give or take one record. And the bundle price for these are $75. $75. Come on, John Barry. Everybody snap your fingers with me. Sing it along, folks. And the first lyrics is, come on, John Barry. Do, 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 da, 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 da. Beep, ba, bop. Da, do, 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 do. A bop, ba, ba. Come on, John Barry. I'm trying to get my keyboard to work. Come on, wake up, wake up, wake up, keyboard. Wake up. There it is. Okay. So let's make this full screen. Hot pictures for tomorrow. Quickly. Hot pictures for tomorrow. Tool, Slipknot, Lamb of God, Slayer, Metallica, Mastodon, Pretty Maids, Lamb of God, Iron Maiden. Bloody Six, Wasp, Violets, Venom, Pantera, Coroner, Savatage, Mortal Sin, Ozzy. Motorhead, I don't know. Looks like Ozzy. Yeah, that's Ozzy. Megadeth, AC/DC, Motley Crue, AC/DC, Slayer, Dio, Wasp, Morbid Angel, Kicks, Gravedigger, TNT, Raven, Megadeth, Killer Dwarfs, Ultimatum, Madam X, Mass, Black Sabbath, Wasp. Who is that? I don't know who that is on the left center. I don't know who that is. Dio, Judas Priest, Hellstar, Motorhead, Metallica. And then that's it. Tool, Slipknot, Lamb of God, Slayer, Metallica, Mastodon, Pretty Maids, Lamb of God, Iron Maiden, Bloody Six, Wasp, Violence, Venom, Pantera, Corner, Savatage, Mortal Sin, Ozzy, Motorhead, Ozzy, Megadeth, ACD, Motley Crue, TNT, AC/DC, Dio, Wasp, Morbid Angel, Kiss, Gravedigger, TNT, Raven, Megadeth, Killer Dwarfs, Ultimatum, Madam X, Mess, Black Sabbath, I don't know, Dio, but Judas Priest, Hellstar, Motorhead, Metallica. Whoa, what a lineup! Plus some bonus surprises. Holy moly. John Barry offered $65. Sold. Come on, John Barry. $65 bundle deal is sold. $65 to John Barry. That's Barry, folks. John Barry. Ra-da, da-da, da-da-da, ba-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da, ba-ba-da-da-ba-ba-ba. The Monty Norman Orchestra. Ra-da-da-da, da-da-da, do-do-do, da-da-da, 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 da-da, da-da-da, da-da, boom, da-da, boom, da-da, da-da, boom, 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 dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. 1999. We got Somber, I Barely Know Her, indie exclusive Ruby Red Vinyl, 1999. Shy Girl, Alias, 1999. Joyce Manor, Never Hungover Again, 1999. Medieval Steel, all the way down to $24.99. That is $12 off, $24. It's a privately pressed metal album out of Memphis from the 80s. Pretty scarce. That's new and sealed. Galaxy Effect Vinyl, $24.99. The train is coming through Lebanon right now. Wow. 2:33, a train's coming through Lebanon. That's the passenger train bringing people back from Nashville doing all the partying. We have Amon Amarth. How much? $15 off for Berserker. Beige Marble Vinyl, $15 off, $29.99. Matt Shepard on JM for Joyce Manor, sold for $19.99. Also is Mark Bolan Zip Gun by T-Rex, $10 off, $29.99, last copy. Also, Emarosa Peach Club. This is literally new from last week. Purple vinyl, $19.99 for Emarosa. Olivia Rodrigo, live from Glastonbury. Light blue and cobalt blue, $20 off, $29.99. 3 copies, 1, 2, 3 left. The Von Bondies, $12 off. Rhino Reserve, $24.99. Mr. Bungle, California, red vinyl, gatefold, 2 LP, $14 off, $24.99. Mr. Bungo, Mr. Bungo, Mr. Bungle. That is Disco Volante, 2 LP, blue vinyl, $24.99. By the way, Facebook's about to expire. Still got a couple minutes, but thanks everybody for watching tonight. What an epic show. One for the record books, literally. Literally one for the record books. I mean, records have been set tonight. Records were sold and records have been set. And I'm going to try to like super blast run through some of this on sale new vinyl, which is literally at wholesale cost. Literally at wholesale cost here. So here's a few more. Some of these get down here really cheap. I did Rihanna at $12 off at $34.99. So this was Rihanna Anti. That was $46.99. Paris Hilton at $20 off at $24.99. Orville Peck for $14.99. Alton Gunn for $14.99. Proto Martyr for $14.99. Wolfgang Amadeus Phoenix for $14.99. Dogleg Melee for $14.99. The Garden for $14.99. The Garden for $14.99. Alex G half off at $19.99 for headlights. King Cruel more than half off at $19.99. And then we had Magadelana Bay more than half off at $19.99. Brogan Scones on Z. And Z was for what? What was Z for? And then Matt Shepard on Orville Peck. That's just $14.99 sold. And then Christina Curtis wants a Rihanna. That's $12 off at $34.99. He said, oops, falling asleep. Wake up, wake up. And then over here we have the Vaccines half off at $19.99. This record here, Speed Run for $19.99. Jim B on KK. King Cruel, $19.99, so did GMB. Also, we had Foxing, the Albatross 10 years brown vinyl, $19.99. Girl, Coco and Claire Claire for $19.99. Rico Nasty, $19.99. That was $34. And then Tori Kelly, $19.99. And then Title Fight Floral Green for $19. And Title Fight Shed for $19. Title Fight Shed for $19. And here's some of the original prices on these. 33, 33, 36, 34, 29, 33, 29, 39, 44, 39, 24, 24, 24, 24, 29, 24, 24, 44, and 46. So big discounts on all those. There they are. And then one more speed run, one more crate. And I think that's going to take us right up to the 8 o'clock mark. Wow. Happy New Year, everybody. On sale, new vinyl. This is going to fill up all 16 crates by the time we're done. Awesome night. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. I have chili to go eat. But first, half off on Melanie Martinez for just $19.99. Crybaby, the deluxe edition, 2 LP. Kate LeBon Pompey for just $14.99. Citizen Youth for $14.99. Dream Theater, $29.99. Electronic, Bernard Summer and Johnny Mars, 2 LP, $24.99. Harry Chapin now playing just $19.99. Youngblood, Aerosmith, $24.99, was $33. Houdini's $19.99, that was $34. Richie Havens, $19.99, that was $29. Between the Buried and Me, half off at $19.99. Last 2 copies. I can't believe it. We have Nicki Minaj, Pink Friday Reloaded. These were $46. I got them down to $24.99. $24.99. We have Bratmobile Potty Mouth, $19.99. Dry Cleaning for $19. Carolina Polachek, and then Sabrina Carpenter. Actually, these were $14. Bratmobile $14, Dry Cleaning $14, and Carolina Polachek $14. Houdini $19. How do you remember all these prices? On a scale of 1 to 10, my memory's about a 9.8. King Tough, $14.99. Let's go ahead and make Sabrina $14. All these right in here, $14.99. Sabrina, King Tough, Carolina Polachek, Dry Cleaning, and Bratmobile, all $14.99. Beyonce, $14 off on Lemonade for $24. Sabrina Carpenter, $24. Bride of Chucky for $24. And then Feeble Little Horse, Girl with Fish, those are half off at $14.99. We have Don Caballero for Respect at $14.99. And then half off on Casey Musgraves, $24.99. Matt Shepard on SC, and SC for Matt Shepard was for Matt Shepard. It might have been one of these $14.99ers. What is Bride? We had Dan Don Caballero, we had Feeble Little Horse, we had Sabrina Carpenter, King Tuft, Carolina Polachek, Dry Cleaning, Bratmobile, Bride of Chucky. Bride of Chucky is the soundtrack to the movie. You know, Chucky, the little dolls that go around and kill people, $24.99. SC is for Sabrina Carpenter to Matt Shepard for $24.99. That was originally $38.99. Beyonce, so to Scott Dyer. That was $14 off. Lemonade, $24.99. End of the year closeouts. These are either at cost or below cost or right at cost. $24. Artist songs or motion picture. That is the score music. That is the score music. That is the score music. The other one too. So you want both copies of Sabrina for $24.99, okay? What is the red in television? Dungeons and Dragons, $10. Advanced Dungeons and Dragons and television, Astro Mash was $10, and Demon Attack. Feeble, $14.99. Feeble Little Horse, Girl with Fish, $14.99. Oh, I had both. Okay, you want the Christmas fruitcakes. $14.99. Sell that to Matt Shepard. So he got both, 24 and 14. Aerosmith with Youngblood was $24.99. It was $33. Vamp, which is Chuck Wilson, right, gets Dungeons and Dragons for $10. Thank you on that. I got it over here for you, $10. And then, dang, over here we had Jim B going. You've got to be kidding me. Jim B gets both Feeble Little Horses, though, 14 and 14. So did Jim B. All right, Facebook's probably already expired, so Facebook's done. Thanks, everybody that was watching over there. I think we're done all together. It's 2:41 a.m. We've been live streaming for over 8 hours nonstop. About the only time I've paused really talking and thinking and selling was a couple times to take a drink and eat some chocolate-covered raisins. So I am done. The new orders that are in stock are the following. We have New Order Power Corruption Lies, $19.99. New Order Brotherhood, $19.99. And New Order Movement, $19.99. Buckingham Nicks, $5 off for the Rhino Hi-Fi, and that's now just $34.99. You already know Olivia. She was in the crate for $29. Alt J is the only new record left from this week that was left from yesterday, and Alt J was $29.99, okay? There's that. What an amazing night once again. And yeah, this 16th crate over here is pretty full. I cannot wait to line all these up and take a picture and make a post and thank everybody. And this is a great way to start off another year at Coletco. So our job is simple. If somebody said, what's our mission statement? You know, some companies have mission statements like SpaceX. They're literally, I think their mission statement says, we're trying to make the world interplanetary, life on other planets. Okay, that's a big mission statement. That's like a little bit different level of thinking. That's a little bit different thing that we do here every day. But we also have goals. And that goal is mission statement from Coletco. Provide great collectibles to great people. That's a mission statement. I don't know if that's unofficial. That's an unofficial mission statement. I need to get an official one wrote down somewhere. How about sell great collectibles to great people, especially great records? That sounds like a good mission statement. We'll make that a prime focus next year. Sell great collectibles to great people. Anybody else? We have a team meeting here in 6 hours. Yeah, that's what I told Paul. Paul probably, and some others probably wouldn't be able to come in right now. Sticking to my, yeah, hopefully. I got to get in bed. I got to get off here. Yeah, I know exactly what time I got to wake up to get here, eat, and start right at 5 and not start at 5:15 or 5:20 or 5:30. It's 5. Don't feel we look up to you. I know, everybody does. All the staff here, too. It sets a bad example for staff when the boss shows up an hour and a half late, right? But I feel like I make up for it for my work ethic. I've always told them, I was like, listen, I may not be on time, but if I find out somebody here is trying to outwork me, they're going to be into a challenge that they may not be able to keep up with. Because I will stay up for 48 hours if I have to outwork somebody. But my staff is very motivated. I got to make the videos. I know. I got to make the videos right now. The 6 a.m. video is going to be all the leftover new vinyl, and then I've got to pull together enough stuff to make a 9 a.m. vintage flip right now. Good night, everybody. Happy New Year, and I'll be back tomorrow, hopefully at 5 o'clock. Right, Mark Weiss? Whew, we'll see. That comes sooner than later. I still got to go watch Stranger Things, and I'm not opening up any social media until it's time.